community, it's more important to jail somebody making a German National Socialist Roman type salute than it is to actually take care of the land. Because Jews are not a part of the land, folks. The capital goes to whatever they want, and that is for the destruction of the American people. Brown, of course, Governor Brown in California has been a critic of President Donald Trump's policies, but look, dude, these are your policies. Trump has nothing to do with running California. Why have you not resigned? It's quite devastating, obviously. Brown is saying that officials would need to learn how to better prevent fires from becoming so deadly. No, these people need to be fired, Brown. They need to resign. Again, there's no reason one of them should stand after this. That is their job. It is their full-time job. They are paid to do this, and they failed. Period. They failed. 8,800 homes are destroyed. Literally destroyed. A city burned off the map. Not wiped off the map, but burned off the map. 27,000 people now with nowhere to go. 461 plus searchers are combining with 22 cadaver dogs to try to find those who are missing. And to me, not a single person has resigned. Again, that's the difference between a healthy government and one that is corrupt and rotten to the core. Somebody should have taken responsibility. Kind of some problems over in Israel. I'm not sure what's kind of going on here, but there's some governing problems here. Two things is one is you got this Iron Dome system. You notice we are giving these clowns over in Israel $800 million. $800 million. Well, you think that we don't want to give it to Brown because Brown would just give it to all of his illegal immigrant lackeys here. But you think we couldn't have done a better fire management job with $800 million? You think we wouldn't be able to manage our force a little bit better if we had $5 billion, really actually $28 billion that's siphoned out of America every year to go to these clowns, literally these failures over in Israel called Jews. They're failures, quite frankly, folks. Don't assume they're successful. Cut all funding to these people and see how fast they shrivel up and die. Just watch. They deserve it. They shouldn't have an ounce. They should not have a penny from the American people. Watch how much they shrivel up and die if that happens. Watch. Anyways, actually, their banks would probably just cut them a bunch of checks, and then they'd ask the American people to fund it secretly. But you have Israeli Prime Minister. He's now scrambling. You've got two things. Actually, you've got the Brexit. Let me go over to Brexit. Maybe I got the Brexit deal here. You know, Brexit is a big deal in the UK. And what a lot of people don't know about the UK is it is run by a minority government right now. It's a minority government. It is run by a Prime Minister, May, who has really, to me at least, shown that she is a completely incompetent, incapable politician. She was not elected. She has absolutely no mandate. Literally, she's in a minority coalition government. She has no mandate from the people. She was appointed, and she's basically lording over the Brexit situation without a mandate in a minority government, and she's completely incompetent. She's a buffoon. And the British people, like we here, we can never seem to get rid of our buffoons. I think, you know, if you go back 400 years, they would have just hung these people. They wouldn't have waited around so long, quite frankly. They probably just would have hung the people. Let's see if I can get this thing to work here. Yeah, there it is. I can't see the mouse. And I don't have my touch screen because it's carbon. It's broken. There it is. This is in the House of Lords today, or the House of Commons today, in the UK, about this Brexit deal that Ms. May, Prime Minister May, delivered to the government. And needless to say, the UK right now today is absolutely in uproar. We've had a couple ministers I've already tendered resignations, and a government that is absolutely in chaos. in the UK. So let's give this little play here, and we can talk a little bit about this one for sure.
Are you going to be able to get your deal through?
She just got news of a second cabinet resignation as she left Number 10. The Brexit Secretary, Dominic Raab, told her last night he couldn't stay in the government. And then she was off to Parliament.
The Prime Minister!
To defend a deal which MP after MP told her was already a lost cause.
The government simply cannot put to Parliament this half-baked deal that both the Brexit Secretary and his predecessor have rejected.
The Prime Minister comes before us today trying to sell us a deal that is already dead in the water.
So it's quite clear she cannot command the House of Commons on these proposals.
It will be blindingly obvious to the entire country that the Prime Minister's deal cannot pass this House.
Theresa May ignored those challenges but acknowledged the backstop arrangement she'd produced yesterday was a compromise that left even her uncomfortable.
I do not pretend that this has been a comfortable process, or that either we or the EU are entirely happy with all of the arrangements that have been included within it. But of course this is the case. This is an arrangement that we have both said we never want to have to use.
She faced a bruising question from the DUP, sounding like a party on the point of withdrawing its support for the government.
I could today stand here and take the Prime Minister through the list of promises and pledges that she made to this House and to us privately about the future of Northern Ireland in the future relationship with the EU. But I fear it would be a waste of time since she clearly doesn't listen.
Mr. Jacob Rees-Mogg.
And then, as if she didn't have enough drama in her life, a threat by the leader of the Brexiteer hardliners to write letters to the chairman of the 1922 committee, sitting screen top right, demanding a vote of no confidence in her leadership.
My right honourable friend said that we would be out of the jurisdiction of the European Court of Justice. Article 174 says otherwise. As what my right honourable friend says and what my right honourable friend does no longer match, should I not write to my right honourable friend, the member for Altrincham and Sale West?
Her answer was never going to move him. Jacob Rees-Mogg and some of his faction sent in those letters demanding a vote of no confidence, hoping they can defeat her and get one of their own to Number 10.
You've got...
Yeah, see, the problem in the UK right now is you've got a government that is focused on two major issues. One is smashing the anti-Semitism. Really what it is smashing anything that is running counter to Jewish policies. The other is this Brexit idea, which of course is a break from the EU, the European Union, and it is being, again, negotiated by a minority government led by an appointed, non-mandate driven, incompetent prime minister who doesn't have a clue, quite frankly, based on everything you watch over the years. She doesn't have a clue how to negotiate, and she doesn't have a clue even what she's doing. Her team is a failure. The idea of the people calling for Brexit to get out in the UK was seen as a victory by putting in a minority government, by putting in this absolutely incompetent, non-mandated prime minister. Time has been lost, and it continues to be lost. And the best thing that this stupid moron called May, Theresa May, could come up with is nothing but an uproar in her own House of Commons when she delivers her final product. Quite frankly, you got to feel for the British just as you got to feel for the rest of us across the West, unless you're in Eastern Europe, because it continues to get worse and worse for a lot of us. We've had a problem, not a problem, it's perhaps a good thing, but one of the most vile people in really planet Earth, perhaps, and certainly within Israel, is this guy named Lieberman. This guy is... I probably evil incarnate would be a nice way to talk about him. He leads a faction called Israel Beitenu, or something like that, and he resigned on yesterday, in protest of Netanyahu's capitulation to terror. Basically, it boils down to this: the Jewish people want war. The Jewish people want to kill people. They want to kill as many people as they can, as fast as they can. That's the truth of the Israeli people. They are all in to this idea of we need to kill everybody. We need to commit genocide. That's who you support when you support the Israelis. Now, Lieberman's description of the Gaza ceasefire reached after this week regards it as capitulation to terror. Well, I don't know about you, but I want to see all aid cut to the Israeli government. Israel is a fake nation. It does not have a border. If it doesn't have a border, it's not a nation. It's just as Trump says, look, if you don't have a border, you don't have a nation. And right now, the Israelis don't have a border. So why are we giving money to a people who don't even have a country, who maintain to this day a colonial status with the trappings of state? They act as if they're a state, and for some stupid reason, people treat them like they're a state, but they're not a state. Where's their... They don't have, I swear, they don't have a constitution, and they don't have a border. So what do you want? This is not a government by normal international standards. And everybody is treating them like, oh, you guys are the greatest thing since sliced cheese. The reality is, folks, is they don't have a functioning government. They don't have a functioning nation. It's nothing but a rogue terrorist. It's basically a bunch of terrorists camping out on a bunch of land. Other than that, there's nothing much to it. It's just take away all of the money they steal from everybody around the world, and you don't have even you have nothing. You'd have destitution. It's already you go down a little bit lower into Israeli society, and it's like America. It's pretty destitute. And if we weren't giving them $28,000 per person in subsidies, they would really not be, and they can't manage now. Now, there's an anonymous source in Netanyahu's Likud party. He told Yediot, there is no need for elections in the midst of a sensitive security situation. The government can finish its term. In any case, at the moment, the defense portfolio will become Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's responsibility. So Netanyahu now has two portfolios. He's the prime minister of Israel, and he is the defense minister of Israel. Now, Yariv Levin, he's a Likud minister, said our responsibility is to continue the existence of a stable, right-wing government. Therefore, the resignation of the defense minister is misplaced. However, if we are to use Jewish terminology here, the quote would read something like this. Yari Levin, a Likud minister, stated, our responsibility is to continue the existence of an extremist government, a regime. Therefore, the resignation is counterproductive to us being able to continue with our extremist regime, because that's the reality of what is going on in Israel today. Now, the government is not going to fall apart, apparently, but opposition leader Tzipi Livni of the center-left Zionist Union said that the government of failure should immediately go to elections. Elections are required. That will bring about an emergency coalition led by the Zionist Union. But no matter where you go in Israel, there's nobody to talk peace. There's nobody with any horse sense about how to be fair about anything. They're Jews, folks. They're not fair people. You cannot deal with a sadistic, vile people and expect some type of compassion and empathy and fairness to come out the other end. It doesn't happen. So that little story, perhaps we'll be watching a little bit more. But former Prime Minister and Defense Minister Ehud Barak sounded a moderate tone, saying Lieberman's resignation showed independence and consistency. He blasted Netanyahu, however, stating that the emperor has no clothes. This is the beginning of the end. But you know what? They've been saying that it's the beginning of the end for Netanyahu for who knows how long now. And Netanyahu is probably one of the most evil people on planet Earth. Quite frankly, a very dishonest man, a corrupt man, a criminal, war criminal, to say the least. But of course, half the generals in Washington are probably classified as that part. By the way, I don't know about you, but I've been like, when you watch the sports on TV a little bit, and I watched a little bit, I've been really not a whole lot of time to watch these sports, but I find it rather fascinating with all of this support your troops, support your troops, support your troops. Folks, if you support your troops, get them home. Why don't you get them home to be with your loved ones, with your family? What are you doing in Syria? What are you doing in Iraq? What are you doing in Niger? What are you doing in Afghanistan? What, you don't have enough poppy? You don't have enough heroin for your CIA drug dealers? Is that the problem? Is that supporting your troops? See, the American families, and you guys, there are so many American veterans out there because we've been at war for 19 years now with no end in sight, quite frankly. No end in sight. We've blown $6 trillion, something like close to $6 trillion in the Middle East since 2003. $6 trillion. And you wonder why there's tent cities all over America. You wonder why we can't even have a sensible, rational forest management system. Of course, the Democrats are idiots anyways. No matter how much money you give them, they're not going to be able to manage it. They'll just give it to their pets. They're literally their pets. They're illegal immigrants. You're not going to get a whole lot accomplished out of them, quite frankly, even if you gave it to them. But imagine what we could do. You think we could build a PayPal with $6.1 trillion? Do you think we can build a competitor to this crony Jewish organization called Facebook with $6 trillion? Do you think we can build a competitor to Twitter if we had some investors and we got some $6 trillion? See, there's lots of things we can do with this money, folks. You think we can build perhaps a little bit more infrastructure in the United States? You think we could perhaps invest money in cleaning up the environment some more and investing in technologies to clean up our environment? Do you think we could use that money to oust and investigate and oust all of these communist professors that are destroying our education system? See, money is finite. At the end of the day, if you take away not the bits and the bits, the ones and the zeros, inside of the American nation right now, in spite of all of the debt that's incurred, which is in the stratosphere, there's only about $250 billion perhaps in the nation floating, from what I hear. That's not a lot of money if you need to call in a lot of debt. Watch for these. It's the Fetch inside the Ally Primetime, everybody. Thanks for listening and bearing with me here and live from Riyadh. Thanks for listening again. See you guys Saturday inside the Ally Primetime, Saturday, 10 o'clock a.m. And catch you then. Good night from Riyadh.
Radio at freedomslips.com, and we'll be right back after this message.
Will you fight? No! We will run! And we will live!
Shame on you. This could be the greatest night of our lives. But you're gonna let it be the worst.
And I guarantee a week won't go by in your life you won't regret walking out, letting them get the best of you.
Well, I'm not going home.
We've got too far!
And I'm gonna stay right here and fight for this lost cause.
A day may come when the courage of men fails, but it is not this day.
The line must be drawn here. This far, no farther.
I'm not saying it's gonna be easy.
You're gonna work harder than you ever worked before.
But that's fine, we'll just get tougher with it.
If a person grits his teeth and shows real determination,
failure is not an option.
That's how winning is done. Believe me when I say
we can break this army here.
And win just one for the Gipper.
But I say to you, what every warrior has known since the beginning of time, you've got to get mad.
I mean plumb mad dog mean.
If you would be free men, then you
must fight to fulfill that promise. Let us
cut out their living guts 1 inch at a time.
And they will know what we can do.
Let no man forget how menacing we are. We are lions.
You're like a big bear, man.
This is your time.
Seize the day.
Never surrender.
Victory or death.
That's the Chicago.
Who's with me?
Clap! Clap! Don't let him die! Clap!
All right, let's fly!
And gentlemen in England, now abed, shall know my name is the Lord. But I tell our enemies that they may take our lives, but they'll never take our Independence Day.
Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com. One world coming together to bring freedom home. You don't need to expect us. We're already here.
This is the people's war. It is our war. We are the fighters. Fight it then. Fight it with all that is in us. And may God defend the right.
Warning! Warning!
We gotta stop them! They're gonna kill us all! See how the trouble you've started? Be they the government, be they industry, be they organized labor, be they anyone, or human beings. Time when the operation of the machine becomes so odious, makes you so sick at heart that you can't take part. You can't even passively take part. And you've got to put your bodies upon the gears and upon the wheels, upon the levers, upon all the apparatus, and you've got to make it stop. And you've got to indicate to the people who run it, to the people who own it, that unless you're free, the machine will be prevented from working at all.
Revolution Radio at freedomslips.com, the #1 listener-supported talk radio station, throwing ourselves upon the gears of the machine. Revolution Radio, where information never sleeps.
You called down the thunder, well now you got it.
Right! You tell them I'm coming! And hell's coming with me, you hear? Hell's coming with me!
Revolution Radio. The opinions expressed on this radio station, its programs, and its website by the hosts, guests, and call-in listeners or chatters are solely the opinions of the original source who expressed them. They do not necessarily represent the opinions of Revolution Radio and freedomslips.com, its staff, or affiliates. You're listening to Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com, 100% listener-supported radio, and now we return you to your host.
Again, time for the new American Dream radio show. The American-Russian novel, All We Need Is More Vodka Radio Hour. We have the winds of our own totalitarian society freezing the land solid. A tortured tundra.
What we must have is a new American dream. We are allowed to ask any questions that we have. There are no wrong questions. A new American dream. Not of homes and toasters, but of becoming the type of country we always thought we were. The new America, the real hope of the world.
Some of those who have spoken the truth are no longer here. Their chairs at the Thanksgiving adult big table are empty. Their relatives have sent them to Siberia with a roll of their eye. So let us begin. Here we go. Scooch up to the samovar. Maybe leave your hat and boots on. Fill your peasant hands with a warm drink. And listen for the sound of hoofbeats on the ice.
Yesterday, when I was young,
The taste of life was sweet as rain upon my tongue. I teased at life as if it were a foolish game. The way the evening breeze may tease a candle flame. The thousand dreams I dreamed, the splendid things I planned, I'd always built to last on weak and shifting sand. I lived by night and shunned the naked light of day, and only now I see how the years ran away. Yesterday, when I was young, so many happy songs were waiting to be sung. So many pleasures lay in store for me, and so much pain my dazzled eyes refused to see. I ran so fast that time and youth at last ran out. I never stopped to think what life was all about, and every conversation I can now recall concerned itself with me and nothing else at all. Da 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 do, da 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 dee dee, da 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 da, da 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 do do, da 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 da. Da 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 da, da 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 da. Yesterday the moon was blue, and every crazy day brought something new to do. I used my magic age as if it were a wand, and never saw the waste and emptiness beyond. The game of love I played with arrogance and pride, and every flame I lit too quickly died. The friends I made all seemed somehow to drift away, and only I am left on stage to end the play. There are so many songs in me that won't be sung. I feel the bitter taste of years upon my tongue. The time has come for me to pay for yesterday when I was young. I'd like to dedicate tonight's show and that song to Roy Clark, who died today. Amazing guitarist and longtime star of the Hee Haw show, but many other talents. Quite a guy. I'm Chuck Gregory. This is the New American Dream Radio Show, and we are streaming live on Revolution Radio at freedomslips.com, also on revolution.radio. And I'm glad that you joined us tonight. We hope you'll be back next week and every week right here on Revolution Radio at freedomslips.com, 8 to 10 every Thursday evening. And remember, Revolution Radio is a listener-supported network. They deserve your support, so head on over there, freedomslips.com. Find that donation button and show them some love. I am proud now to introduce my friend and co-host, Mike Palachuk, an American writer.
Hello, Chuck. Tonight we welcome these special guests: Anthony Rayson, Larry Pinckney, M.K. Davis, Philip Ferrugio, and Frank Cordero. So this Thursday evening, we are gathering for the New American Dream Radio Show in Fort Lauderdale, in Port Orange, in northern Minnesota, in Chicago, Illinois, in Minneapolis, Minnesota, in Des Moines, Iowa, in Benton, Mississippi, and wherever you are. My recommended list for tonight: the Truther Girls YouTube channel, California Fires, Directed Energy Weapons, that's the Truther Girls on YouTube. The Zolna Report, Z-O-L-N-A, YouTube, We Never Went to the Moon, the Zolna Report. and the Winter Watch website. The Thousand Oaks shooting, the things we are asked to believe. Winterwatch.net. Also recommended jamesfetzer.org. Much of alternative media and alt-right is allowing the subversion of America. The resistance has been usurped. Headlines, Common Dreams. The midterms prove it. Progressive ideas are now mainstream. Also on Common Dreams, why every Democrat in Congress should support Bernie Sanders' $15 minimum wage bill. These and many more, commondreams.org. And from Information Clearinghouse, war criminals in high office commemorate the end of World War I. Also, Israel wins 2018 midterm elections. These and more at informationclearinghouse.info. And from the Nuclear Resistor, Religious Freedom Restoration Act motion hearing to be continued for Kings Bay Plowshares defendants. That's at nukeresistor.org. And finally this, now available, the November edition of Penn Magazine. Today is November 22nd, 1963. Penn Magazine is at pennmagazine.us.
Our first guest of the evening is Philip Ferruggio. Phil joins us each week from Port Orange, Florida. Phil is a columnist on probably a dozen different internet sites, including World News Trust, and many others. And his column is called It's the Empire, Stupid.
All right. Okay. Good evening, Working Stiffs. It was the Veterans Day Monday, and let's talk about military madness. You know, each and every year at this time in November, our nation remembers those who fought and died wearing a U.S. military uniform. But only a few of what they named wars were ones in which our young military were rightfully sent overseas to fight. This writer can only think of one such time, and that was World War II. All the rest of them were disgraceful attempts by our so-called leaders to keep a stranglehold on the world. Sadly, the dead wearing those proud U.S. uniforms of various branches have always been transformed into heroes. Sadder still, they were not heroes. They were rather pawns used disgracefully in some military-industrial empire's chess game. Worse still, in most cases, they were sent into harm's way by leaders, both political and military, who never had to smell the odor of instant death. The procession of generals marches slowly, with the clouds of gunpowder behind them, as another encounter ceases to flame, and the shouts of battle burn invisibly from what once were bunkers of manhood, reduced now to pools of slaughterhouse blood, flooding charred carcasses, uniformed but in death. And the plotters never once look back, for the optimism of victory will not allow it. They simply smile and pat one another and then interrupt for a quick reflection. And their silence is for that glorious past and all those poor, pitiful pawns, and for future harvests which will occur on the plains now of blood and sweat in the limbo era that is renamed war. That was a poem I wrote in 1970. Times like this become a catch-22 for we who dissent against the empire. If you mind your manners and keep your mouth shut, as the hype and hypocrisy abounds all around you, you become almost as bad as them. If you stand up and speak out against the tide, they label you unpatriotic and being against our military. Well, there's a way out of this conundrum. We should show remorse for the dead and wounded and deformed for life young military personnel, but only adding our feeling that they had no business being sent to those places to do what they did to others and ultimately to themselves. If those of us who know better as to the machinations of this military-industrial empire remain silent, then we give it a license and never reach our young minds with truth. The reception of heroes began early, as do all occasions befitting dawn. The congregation of colonels arrived first, riding in on the backs of soldiers, and they kneeled at the altars of business, then proceeded to receive the generals, who had by now greeted the sun. The 1 stars carried the 2 stars, and the 3 stars carried the 4 stars, in the most common fashion, piggyback. Next arrived the right-handed reverends, blessing and saluting and blessing. They even baptized a newborn bastard. And they took their rightful place on stage, awaiting, as all, their newest king, escorted in by hordes of helmets. And the king humbled all beneath him, as his rented throne awaited, being valid for 4 more years. By now, the sun had sickened and proceeded behind soft clouds, and the applause carried through the wind on this day of the recycling of evil. That was also written by this writer, 1970. Nearly 50 years, and nothing ever changes, does it? Thank you.
And now on Babushka Kalashnikov's Corner, the view from my Peroshki cart. Grandma Kalashnikov writes on her website her most recent column. You must either decide to fight or get used to it and just live your routine life. Secrecy is the enemy of the truth. The reason so-called conspiracy theories exist is simply due to government-imposed secrecy forced by the military, force and power of government on duped, unwitting citizens. End the secrecy and you will end most questions, so long as government acts honestly and truthfully and scientifically and ethically. It is dishonesty and corruption and lying and cheating by government which leads citizens to use their constitutionally protected rights under the precious First Amendment to question such lying and cheating and evidently criminal acts by government officials paid by forced taxation of taxpayers. It is lying and cheating by government which fosters all of this. On Babushka Kalashnikov's Corner, the view from my Peroshki cart. This is Andy Rooney reporting for the New American Dream radio show. Do you ever wonder, well, the kind of people we have running our government? If we really knew the truth, I believe we would be astonished. Forget about George Washington and the cherry tree, Ronald Reagan making America strong again, the George Bushes riding into the baseball game on national TV to throw out the first ball, then sitting in the front row. Forget about Bill Clinton or Barack Obama, the new liberal Democrats who care about you. Forget about Donald Trump, the populist truth hero, SpongeBob, The Simpsons, and South Park. Calvin and Hobbes, Snoopy have more to tell us than those guys. At least in the Soviet Union, when they saw nonsense and lies printed in Pravda and TASS, at least they knew they were lies. We are still at the infancy stage in our development of not questioning the lies. And so next time there is a so-called bombing or a threat of a bombing or a bevy or a bunch of baby blue backpacks found on a bench in Bemidji, the healthy American, the true American, the real American thinks CIA, FBI, the police. The real patriot refuses to stand for the national anthem, and rather than another knee-jerk reciting of the Pledge of Allegiance, he says, not until I get some questions answered, because this is important stuff. This has been Andy Rooney, reporting for the New Nightly News. Seriously, people, don't you ever wonder? And Chuck, we're going to skip that one and go to your next one.
Real change.
And now it's time for... We're going to go to this one here, Chuck. Sorry about that. And now it's time for Revolution College, underground night school in the basement of the abandoned Humanities building, Thursdays. The course description, what the hell is going on around here? Vince Lombardi.
Real change can come through knowledge of what the FBI and CIA are doing to this country through propaganda. They've done it for decades all over the world. Why not here? Especially here. The American system needs to be overhauled. We know that. What we need is a nonviolent revolution. The biggest battle is being fought with information. The American people are an incredible untapped force for good, but they don't really know much of anything about what's really going on. So what needs to happen is the base work for revolution, awareness. We just don't know enough that we need a revolution, that it can come about through knowledge, even though that might sound boring at first. We're doing this for that very purpose because the world is reaching a point where we really need to do something. The battle of ideas is percolating below the surface. It's a battle the corporate state is steadily losing. An increasing number of Americans are getting it. Once ideas shift for a large portion of a population, once the vision of a new society grips the popular imagination, the old regime is finished. This is where we are headed. Tonight's Revolution College lesson. It is a very dangerous time in our country's history right now. People are starting to be very afraid. People are talking in whispers. We are very much living in a climate of intimidation and fear, and this very much is a silencing tactic, so that we are starting to self-censor. Very Orwellian times. The American people have been playing a game of pretend with ourselves. We're propping up a collective delusion where we're not addressing the elephant in the room because it scares people and people don't know what to do about it. Since 2001, when the towers came down this country, instead of keeping our wits, we're subjected to a very deliberate propaganda campaign, a fear-mongering campaign, a disinformation campaign. We got swept up in this mantra of patriotism and this threat. You're either with us or you're with the terrorists. So thus, you become the enemy. You have to disallow the laws of physics to believe the official story of 9/11. We still to this day, 17 years later, talk about 9/11 under our breath. We've gone along with all these massive rights grabs against us. Anybody who is an investigator that knows the official story is a lie. It has nothing to do with right or left. It has to do with keeping our heads so we can see what's before our very eyes. Every supposed one of the 256 passengers on 9/11 paid for their tickets in cash on the morning of 9/11. Not one used a single credit card. There are no electronic receipts from anyone or any company anywhere in the world. Why? There weren't any commercial plane crashes on 9/11 except for the supposed Atta and all of his massive incriminating evidence on a supposed suicide flight. Not one single supposed passenger parked a car at any airport on 9/11. Not one. Why? Because there weren't any commercial plane crashes on 9/11. The reason the U.S. government spends billions of dollars a year in infiltrating youth truth groups and forums, suiciding activists, and staging and writing media propaganda around the world is because there were no commercial plane crashes on 9/11. The reason the U.S. military-owned media outlets like GE and Westinghouse, who own NBC and CBS, will never expose their own crimes of conspiracy to murder is because there were no commercial plane crashes on 9/11. The reason the U.S. government set up the Homeland Security Agency, TSA, Patriot Act, wiretapping, torture through confessions, and renditions, all to keep you quiet and scared about 9/11, is because there were no commercial plane crashes on 9/11. The reason Rosie O'Donnell was fired from TV for mentioning the WTC-7 collapse, which would immediately expose 9/11 as some form of controlled demolition, well, it's because there were no commercial plane crashes on 9/11. The reason hundreds of so-called terrorist training drills like Tripod 2 and Vigilant Guardian were taking place on 9/11 at the exact time of the plane crashes was for plausible deniability, because there were no commercial plane crashes on 9/11. The reason that none of the voice data recorders, flight data recorders, or black boxes had serial numbers a first in aviation history, and it happened 4 times on the same day, because there were no commercial plane crashes on 9/11. The reason that every TV interview on the day of 9/11 was given military-owned media outlet personnel, watch September Clues online, because there were no commercial plane crashes on 9/11. The reason that all the buildings and locations on 9/11 appear to have been destroyed by some sort of demolition or directed energy weapon is because there was no jet fuel, because there were no commercial plane crashes on 9/11. The reason the U.S. government allocated only $3 million to investigate all of 9/11, the Lewinsky scandal got $50 million. Well, because there were no commercial plane crashes on 9/11. The reason NORAD stood down on 9/11 to immediately intercept the planes was because there were no planes to shoot down, because there were no commercial plane crashes on 9/11. The reason every video filming the Pentagon was immediately confiscated, 80 plus at last count, was because there were no commercial plane crashes on 9/11. The reason the command procedure to shoot down a rogue plane was changed just weeks before 9/11 to having to get Donald Rumsfeld permission first, and then changed back immediately the day after 9/11 to the pilot's discretion? Well, because there were no commercial plane crashes on 9/11. The reason none of the 256 passengers, except Atta, drove and parked their own cars at any airport on 9/11, because there were no commercial plane crashes on 9/11. The reason not one single video exists of any person except Atta at any airport in any way from any of the planes of 9/11 is because there were no commercial plane crashes on 9/11. The reason tens of millions of dollars were made on put options which shorted United American Airlines just days before 9/11, and the U.S. refuses to release exactly who made those financial bets, because there were no commercial plane crashes on 9/11. The reason the U.S. conducted a terrorist training drill at the Buffalo International Airport 1 week before 9/11, which included terrorists blowing up a plane. The exact people conducting this drill just so happened to be the ones who then conducted the rescues at Ground Zero 1 week later. Because there were no commercial plane crashes on 9/11. The reason that Rumsfeld announced $2.3 trillion had been lost at the Pentagon on 9/10/01, and the 28 accounting experts would be looking into it, but all 28 died in the Pentagon plane attack and all investigations were immediately dropped? Well, because there were no commercial plane crashes on 9/11. See you next Thursday for another session of Revolution College underground in the abandoned Humanities Building.
Radio at freedomslips.com, and we'll be right back after this message.
Find some comfort at Willow's World. A variety of news, commentary and poetry at Willow's Poetry Corner, where there are comfy cushions, An tempting selection of delectable comestibles. A show that's quirkily and quintessentially British, with a unique twist, featuring Willow Andreasen, your host.
Join Willow, Mondays and Thursdays, 2 till 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Studio A.
Travels to Earth through the rainbow crystal bubbles from the furthest reaches of space and time, across the dimensions, through the elements, and in harmony with the colors of the universe. Through her mastery of abstract stream of consciousness malapropisms, she weaves a web of comic, satiric, cosmic conversation. Her subjects can range from Norman, the goose next door, to astrology and earth changes, and into the deep recesses of the soul matrix. She holds a wealth of knowledge on herbs, plants, and astrology. Join Mona and her guests on adventures of a feral hippie as she touches the earthly radio waves 5 days a week at 2 p.m. Monday to Friday on Studio B at Revolution Radio.
The opinions expressed on this radio station, its programs, and its website by the hosts, guests, and call-in listeners or chatters are solely the opinions of the original source who expressed them. They do not necessarily represent the opinions of Revolution Radio and FreedomSlips.com, its staff, or affiliates. You're listening to Revolution Radio, FreedomSlips.com, 100% listener-supported radio, and now we return you to your host.
Our next guest to the show is Frank Cordero. Frank Cordero joins us each week from Des Moines, Iowa, the Des Moines Catholic Worker. Frank was a founder of the Des Moines Catholic Worker many decades ago. He's a former Catholic priest. He spent many years in prison for fighting against the U.S. military machine. And we're going to hear right now the conversation between Chuck Gregory and Frank Cordero.
Hello.
Hi, Frank.
Hi, Chuck. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Well, I'm hanging in there a bit. I'm in the house. You're catching me. We're just now putting down our lunch buffet. I had 2 hot dishes. One Italian sausage based, and the other one beef based. And there's little of both left, and we're waiting for the 6:00 meal. And that's being done by Jacob as I walk through the kitchen, and he's making. He's doing some with chicken and I don't know, squash or something. Probably very healthy. People are in the kitchen because I'm making my way upstairs so I can talk to you.
Okay.
Up on the back side.
All right.
A little kind of like audio journey through the first floor of the Catholic Worker, and Frank's huffing and puffing as he tries to go up the back stairs.
Okay, a virtual tour. All right.
yes. And I'm in my room, so that's a good place to sit down and jab and talk. One thing that we got accomplished. Is we just got the 3rd issue of this year's excuse me as I clear my throat, the Apache's out. So instead of 4 issues, we're going to do 3.
Okay.
It kind of got jammed, and it looks like a good issue. It's our beg issue. So
all right.
To do something like that it's always a challenge to keep that newspaper going. I think it's one of the nicest things we have to leave as far as a legacy is concerned.
Yeah, right.
Because it's a really a kind of a public journal for me and for a lot of other people through the years about our lives here. And we have issues in every year
as many as, and when we began, we put one out every month. We were just crazy then.
Wow.
But it was a much smaller issue. We ever got out
You were younger then.
300, mimeograph thing.
Yeah, right.
And then we got more into a printing press, and now we're into the newspaper print, which has been since the early 80s. And it's I just think it's I'm just really, if I take pride in stuff, I take pride in what we're leaving behind as a testimony, a witness, to just living the Catholic worker way.
Absolutely.
As we ended, we did the second half of the 20th century into the 21st century, and I'm, I just think it's some people have children to leave things and feel accomplishments. I have no children, but I do have this community and its witness and my involvement in it. So this is my life. So that's all going on, and I'm doing the transition from out of the house I've been living in for the last 12 years, the Berrigan house,
right?
And I get it all in one room. So that's a big challenge. Plus, I'm going through all this archival stuff. What I'm going to send away to the archives and throw away or keep. So I'm moving along. Like I've got a lot of it done. Feeling pretty good about that. So that's going on. Community struggle continues to be a real stressful thing for us. But help is on the way. We're all signed up to seek help from an outside arbitrator. So these are things that are good. And we just persevere. The folks, I'm still listening to see what's happening with the most recent plowshares action. They're the Kings Bay plowshares, the 5 Catholic workers, and 2 great prophets, Elizabeth McAllister, 78, Bill Berrigan's wife, and fellow plowshares activist, and Father Kelly, Father Jim Kelly, 68, Jesuit, the priest that Dan Berrigan handpicked to give his eulogy. And he's done, and Father Kelly has done about 7 or 8 years of hard time, usually in solitary confinement because he refuses to do any work.
Wow.
Amazing, man.
Yeah.
And then the other 5 Catholic workers, one of them being Martha Hennessy, the granddaughter of Dorothy, and one of them being Carmen Trotta, former Des Moines Catholic worker, who's been at the New York Worker for 30 years. All of these people are just grand human beings, all of them over 50 or over. And they are having, right now as we speak, they're in court. They have a defense that they're using called the Religious Freedom Defense. And get this, they are using that law that the anti-abortion, crazy Catholic pro-life church got passed about religious freedoms and liberties, and they need to be protected. And they were all trying to protect the rights of the church not to support abortion and birth control for whatever. These plowshares activists are using that law to justify their marking with blood and hammers these signposts on the Triton base in Kings Bay, Georgia. So they hit 4 or 5 different places on that base, along with a Triton submarine itself. So it's a very interesting defense because they're using the far right's argument to defend the anti-abortion crowd.
Well, that is
fascinating.
It is indeed. Yes. Wow.
So we'll see what happens. They were going bad law being used for good purposes.
All right. All right. Well, very good.
All right. God bless you, Chuck.
Bless you too. Talk to you next week on Thanksgiving.
Amen. All right, bro. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
And now for another episode of The Adventures of Deputy and Candidate for Sheriff of Pecan County, Buddy Q. Twinkle. Buddy is usually patrolling the War on Terror Memorial Highway in south central Alabama. He's usually sitting in a grove of trees next to a rotting deer carcass. Can't see a thing. But he can hear that the highway is packed from all the noise. He usually cranks the Bolshoi Ballet in his earbuds as he snacks on the boiled potatoes he brought for break time, and also sneaks a peek at the crayfish buckwheat blintzes he packed for his lunch. He's usually got his personal phone pressed to his ear, waiting for a call to St. Petersburg to go through, and the scanner is running, waiting for a message from the Kremlin.
But he's got his whole back seat full of election machines. He pulls out slowly, not wanting them to fall all over the floor. He's wondering where to go, and he gets an idea. But he pulls the squad car into the Walmart parking lot, goes way around to the back with the dumpsters. He drags the machines out of the back seat without ripping the seat. Thank you very much. Hauls them over the cement next to the dumpsters close enough that the dumpster pickup guy will take them too. Then he pulls out on his way to a conference to promote all paper ballot elections in the United States. Buddy is a Russian spy. Stay tuned for next week's episode of The Adventures of Deputy and Candidate for Sheriff of Pecan County, Buddy Q. Twinkle. Sponsored by Lemon Fresh Borax, also sponsors of On Babushka Kalashnikov's Corner, the view from my Peroshki cart. When your dogs tell you the Russians pooped in the hallway while you were at work, and the Democrats tell you, no, we didn't rig the elections against Bernie Sanders, we didn't commit treason, dozens of felonies, we didn't conspire against the American people, and look over there, Russians. We're there for you, protecting the homeland. Lemon Fresh Borax in the fading yellow box.
Our next guest is Anthony Racin. Anthony Racin joins us each month from Chicago. Anthony is a retired toll booth operator on the Chicago freeway system. He is a publisher. He publishes zines. He publishes mostly the writing of prisoners who he has met over the years. He writes to them. They write back. He publishes them, sends it back to people on the inside and on the outside. And now we're going to try to contact Anthony Racin in Chicago.
Hello.
Well, hello, Anthony. It's Chuck and Mike, the New American Dream Radio Show, and you are on the air.
Well, thank you. Good evening, everybody. I must say I had a bad week. I had my right knee arthroscopied for the second time Friday. My wife hit a deer and totaled her car Sunday. And most difficult of all, Thursday, one of my brothers died. His name is Lee. He had been diagnosed with schizophrenia. He'd been in and out of mental hospitals and halfway houses, and my house too, and Section 8 housing and miserable places. And he had recently been in a nursing home, and he died at age 62. So he had a lifelong stultified life, forced drug life, poverty-stricken, empty, dangerous life, addicted to things like Thorazine and Stelazine and Hyaldo. He had forced injections. He was addicted to tobacco, which many of so-called mental patients are. So I want to look at mental health and see how far I get with this. I want to read from a quick piece from a lady named Catherine Hodges, who I know was a brilliant anarchist organizer in Chicago. She started a group called Mad Lib. And here she has 6 reasons to question the idea of mental illness. Number 1, there's no legitimate proof that anything typically called mental illness, the conditions labeled clinical depression, obsessive compulsive disorder, manic depression, schizophrenia, attention deficit disorder, bulimia, alcoholism, etc., is caused by a genetic defect or chemical imbalance. All the research claiming these are brain disorders is done by those who, with a financial and or political stake in convincing people that emotional problems are illnesses that need medical treatment. Number 2, medical treatments for mental illnesses are much less effective and much more dangerous than we're told by doctors and drug companies. Psychiatric drugs don't correct anything. They work through a placebo effect and by suppressing normal brain function. These drugs can cause many significant problems, including irreversible neurological disorders, addiction, a risk of violence to self or others, depression, damage to the reproductive system, and extreme withdrawal symptoms. Electroshock generally causes severe memory loss. People should be able to choose to use drugs with real informed consent, but no one needs these treatments. Safe, non-medical alternatives are possible and should be emphasized. Number 3, though doctors claim mental illness is like any other illness, psychiatry is the only branch of medicine based on force and coercion, seeking out patients and treating them whether they like it or not for their own good and for public safety, because the mentally ill may be a danger to themselves or others. But psychiatrists can't predict dangerousness, and self-destructive people aren't helped through incarceration in institutions, seclusion and restraint, forced drugging, and shock. And since people under 18 have very few rights, all psychiatrically labeled youth are involuntarily patients by definition. Number 4, the concept of mental illness is a form of social control over people who haven't broken laws, a way to label, isolate, and punish those whose emotional suffering, creativity, spirituality, sexuality, or political beliefs annoy or disturb others. Psychiatrists function as a sort of emotion police, and what's defined as mental illness and mental health is influenced by current societal biases, not science. Number 5, like all types of eugenics, biopsychiatry is used to cover up social injustices by locating problems in individual people who need to be fixed. It's the ultimate form of blaming the victim. People react to society's oppression and alienation by becoming sad or crazy, then are treated as inferior. Why pay attention to power wealth imbalances in the world if you think you've got imbalances in your head? It's important that you mentioned eugenics, which started in this country, specifically mainly in Indiana and California. They used to send so-called doctors to Hitler's Germany to teach them all about this, and you saw where that led. The first doctor of Indiana Women's Prison was sort of like considered the father of gynecology. His brother-in-law was the head of the eugenics group in Indiana. So what they did was operate by experiment, basically, on prisoners. Before that, when they really started this whole thing that turned into gynecology, they used to operate on slaves that they had on their property. Slave owner doctors would carve into women's bodies and butcher them. Unbelievable. So that's where that all came from. Okay, number 6. The mental health system claims that calling emotional problems medical illnesses will reduce stigma and people will take these problems seriously. But it does just the opposite, convincing physically normal but troubled people that they're defective and should be treated differently for the rest of their lives. It says their pain has no meaning. It's just the symptom of an illness, that they can't do anything to help themselves but must rely on doctors and drugs indefinitely, that they can't turn to friends and family when they're hurting but must see experts instead. The medical mild of mental illness can keep us isolated from each other and afraid to change the world. Well, okay, let's take it one step further, which is what exactly the government has done. There's a piece by Martin Luther McDaniel, who's a prisoner in California Correctional Institution in Tehachapi, California. The title of his piece was called Prisons, the de facto repository of the nation's mentally ill populace. During the 1960s, the U.S. took a dangerous turn towards the criminalization of the mentally ill. This process, now labeled deinstitutionalization by social scientists, dumped colossal numbers of mentally unstable folks onto America's skid rows. There they became convenient targets of law enforcement because of their decidedly odd and many times predictable antisocial behaviors. Deinstitutionalization is a gross misnomer for this phenomenon, since the institutionalization of this segment of society never ended. Mental hospitals, which were not thought to be a sound investment, were emptied so that institutions like jails and prisons, real cash cows, could be stuffed to the seams with the same people. The proof is that today there are 3 times more mentally ill patients in America's jails and prisons than in mental hospitals. That fact alone is staggering, though when coupled with data that suggests between 15 to 20% of prisoners are mentally ill, should begin to cause doubt in those who think prison is something conducive to the betterment of society, especially after considering that 85% of these mostly untreated patients will be returning to a community near you. Furthermore, it is a contention of the author that prisons are a breeding ground for mental illness and a laboratory for a poisonous concoction of societal ailments waiting to be unleashed. Let's have a look at what this odious mixture of circumstances consists of. Nationwide, 72% of new admissions to the prisons are nonviolent offenders. These nonviolent admits are tossed haphazardly amongst the 28% of violent or otherwise serious offenders, many who are suffering from shell shock, post-traumatic stress disorder, from urban warfare, who harbor cauterized consciences from their hardened lives. This situation in the prison environment as a whole is directed to neither group. For the most part, the 72% are brought into submission of the worldview, laws, and authority of that 28%. Now connect that with the continuous reality of almost barbaric living conditions, and the volatile dilemma is exacerbated. Anyone who has had the misfortune of going through the slimy cycle of jails and prisons can readily recall the buggers, feces, saliva, urine, and blood smeared omnipresent. The cells are too cold in the winter, much too hot in the summer. The toilets noisily refuse to stop flushing, or they won't flush at all. Sometimes they flush in one cell only to have the waste emerge in another cell. We have inadequate access to cleaning supplies, prolonged exposure to excessive barrages of loud noise and yelling, etc. Now add to this a poverty of educational resources, stark limitations of contact with family and community. Also, sum up the constant fear of violence from both the correctional officers as well as fellow inmates. Don't forget that politicians don't see prisoners as a constituency, but actually as an easy and inviting target that are useful towards invoking the darkest fears of the voting populace. The overwhelming sense of political powerlessness amongst prisoners must be factored into this lethal brew. Humans are social political creatures whose sense of well-being depends heavily upon the feeling that they have a voice in the world. Disenfranchised prisoners, as well as parolees and those on probation, being locked out of the mix, are thus cast as an assault on this basic human need. Now, the author could rant on about the often unjust kangaroo court that serves as prison disciplinary procedures, or the fact that mentally unstable prisoners are housed in so-called sane prisoners, or other harsh realities within the penal system that generally disrupts the atmosphere, but the aforementioned suffice for our purposes. So then let us take a look at the consequences of this toxic combination of social ingredients on the mind frame of many prisoners. When faced with extended periods of torturous isolation and above the referenced realities, certain mental patterns begin to arise in prisoners. Starved of normal contact with the opposite gender, prisoners often become obsessively preoccupied with thoughts of sex. Lacking educational and constructive outlets for mental development, speech, and thoughts may many times become irrelevant, confused, disordered. Minds can become cognitively limited, and sometimes there is obvious mental deterioration and regression. People who are warehoused and even treated like items on warehouse shelves, dehumanized, repeatedly forced to confront the brutal truth that they have no control over their lives, often strike out in uncontrolled behavioral outbursts or worse, resort to delusional grandiosities, thinking that they are powerful crime figures in complete control of their environments and destinies. Few possess emotional maturity, and the paucity of resources designed to raise their emotional intelligence causes a lot of prisoners to suffer intensely negative emotions and to react often impulsively in their stressful encounters. Repeatedly confronted with filthy living conditions, some become blissfully indifferent, while others take refuge in obsessive cleaning of their cells and living quarters. Exposed to a society that rejects them, prisoners become easily irritable, severely depressed, familiar with grief, anger, guilt, well acquainted with bitterness and fear. What good will come of the tense overcrowding and utter absence of privacy? Most of these people will be released one day. The question is, how have these conditions and the resulting impact on more than 2 million incarcerated persons made society safer? What service has been provided? What can we do? Prisons as they exist today are a bedlam housing and industrial science experiment on a magnificent scale. The fact that voters are duped into believing that such penal conditions will solve even anything is amazing. How can anyone in their right mind believe that exposing so many of their fellow citizens to such conditions, conjuring such defective mental states, will result in anything but more destruction? Prisons are fertile fields producing corrosive fruits for the future, created for a society bent on vindictiveness, blind to compassionate alternatives. For not only have mental patients whose properly belong in humane places to have their illnesses properly treated and dumped in America's prisons, but the entire system has become a petri dish where offenders who previously had no serious mental issues are exposed to circumstances which cause them to arise. The system seems to serve to multiply its future suffering. Meditate on that, then move sanely. So we see where this has led to in today's insane society we live in today. We pay our taxes so the government can mass incarcerate people and spill out forced crazy people back on us, more or less. Look at how illogical and dangerous society is now, and times that by 100 times, and try to consider how living in a prison would be and how that would do to your so-called mental health. So yeah, it was really sad to lose him, but he had a horrible life, and there was really nothing that I tried to be as good a brother as I could to him, but it was like he didn't even know me, and he's probably almost better off dead than the hell he went through near the end of his life. He had a terrible COPD. He got addicted to cigarettes, which these drugs they force him to take chemically bond to the poisons in tobacco to make that tobacco addiction all the more impossible to get off of. So just like pretty much anything else, you shine the light on one area of society and realize how dreadful this evil government in society makes things become instead of supposedly taking care of it. So,
Anthony, I'm so sorry for your loss, and I do thank you very much for sharing this with you. We are out of
listening to Revolution Radio.
We can't sweep under the rug, you know?
Exactly, we cannot. We must shine a light on it, as you said. So, thank you so much.
Hey,
and
everyone.
We'll talk to you
it's
next
Barbara
time.
Jean Lindsay, the Cosmic
Very good.
Oracle.
Thanks a lot, folks.
If
Bye-bye.
you have questions about your past lives or future plans, need answers from the cosmos about your love life or career, or just want to keep your finger on the pulse of the planet, check out my show, The Cosmic Oracle, here on Revolution Radio at freedomslips.com.
It is no secret that the so-called mainstream media is best described as controlled propaganda. Countless news stories are either totally ignored or spun with half-truths, and because of this, essential facts and vital information are often compromised. Join Dr. Ott every Friday night on Studio B at 10 p.m. Eastern and learn why The Story Behind the Story was nominated for a Peabody Award in its second year of producing unparalleled broadcasting excellence in 1997. That is, if you really care about learning the truth.
Wadiya will remain a dictatorship. Be quiet. Why are you guys so anti-dictators? Imagine if America was a dictatorship. You could let 1% of the people have all the nation's wealth. You could help your rich friends get richer by cutting their taxes and bailing them out when they gamble and lose. You could ignore the needs of the poor for healthcare and education. Your media would appear free, but would secretly be controlled by one person and his family. You could wiretap phones. You could torture foreign prisoners. You could have rigged elections. You could lie about why you go to war. You could fill your prisons with one particular racial group, and no one would complain. You could use the media to scare the people into supporting policies that are against their interests.
Tune in Monday through Friday, 4 p.m. Eastern Time for Liberation Nation with Deacon John, where America comes to hear the truth.
I know this is hard for you Americans to imagine, but please try.
Ohio Exopolitics will be on from 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern on Studio A. Mark Schneider will have guests on that will discuss many important topics, including the state of the world today. However, much of the show will be dedicated to the writings of Edward Albert Meyer. Let me read a short passage from one of his writings. Love is the highest principle of creation, and through it, everything exists in absolute logic. All of nature in its indescribable splendor is nothing but the love of creation, which is expressed visibly. The love of creation is everywhere, because without it, nothing at all would be able to exist. Please join Mark on Ohio Exopolitics from 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern on Studio A.
The opinions expressed on this radio station, its programs, and its website by the hosts, guests, and call-in listeners or chatters are solely the opinions of the original source who expressed them. They do not necessarily represent the opinions of Revolution Radio and FreedomSlips.com, its staff, or affiliates. You're listening to Revolution Radio, FreedomSlips.com, 100% listener-supported radio, and now we return you to your host.
Our next guest of the show is Larry Pinkney. Larry Pinkney joins us each month from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Larry is an activist, a writer, a radio show host. He was a member of the original Black Panther Party in the 1960s. He also served some time in prison. He has also written a foreword to I have to ask Chuck who that was. I think it was Cindy Sheehan. That's right. There's a recent book by Cindy Sheehan that Larry wrote the foreword for. In any case, we're going to try right now to contact Larry Pinkney in Minneapolis.
Good evening, Larry Pinkney speaking.
Well, hello, Larry. It's Chuck and Mike, the New American Dream Radio Show, and you're on the air.
Well, thank you, Chuck and Mike. It is always an honor and a privilege, a pleasure, frankly. This evening, my topic is, quite frankly, titled, quote, On Historical Analysis and Critical Thinking. I repeat, my topic is on historical analysis and critical thinking. Let me go right to the meat and potatoes, as we would say, of this matter. We need to understand, we, black, white, brown, red, yellow, we need to understand that nothing can be accomplished if we are not willing to critically think, if we are not willing to pay attention to not only the present, but also especially the past, which is a signpost of both the present and the future. You know, people are sort of sobering up from the so-called elections. And I have to, in a very humble way, kind of laugh and say, are you kidding me? The reality is that we, everyday, ordinary, black, white, brown, red, and yellow people need to understand that the only way that we will bring about any kind of serious change, serious systemic change, is if we ourselves take hold of the mantles. Now, the Democrats, as everyone well knows, have taken over the U.S. House of Representatives. And as Archie Bunker would say, and so I say, whoop-de-doo. It really doesn't matter. The swamp is still thick, and the deep state Democrats are a great big part of it. Now, am I saying that the Republicans are not? No. But what I am saying is that the lie that has been put forth repeatedly and consistently by the so-called Democrats, or as Malcolm X called them, the Dixiecrats, and oh yes, they're still the Dixiecrats. Now they're pimping black folk, brown folk, yellow folk, red folk, but it's the same game. We, all of us, I repeat, we, all of us, need to wake up and understand what the game is and reject it in its entirety. We need to understand that if we cannot civilly, and I repeat, civilly and intelligently discuss what we perceive to be our differences, then what's the point? I am saddened and outraged at the fact that I'm going to use an example. The women's movement is not the pussy hats. I repeat, the women's movement is not the pussy hats. The women's movement is our movement all along the way, whether it's black, white, brown, red, or yellow. But what has been done repeatedly, consistently, is to play the lowest common denominator of our intelligence. And I use the word intelligence in heavy, heavy quotation marks. All right, let me give another example. The so-called Russian interference in the elections that the mega criminal Hillary Clinton, you know, the one who called black people super predators, the one who laughed and cackled when the head of state of the African nation of Libya was brutally tortured and murdered and said, "We came, we saw, he died." This is insanity. You know, where I'm going with this is very simple. Critical thinking. We have got to get off the plantation, any plantation. We have got to realize that we, and I want to make this clear, we, all of us, have an obligation to critically think and to act on our critical thinking. That means what? It means research. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. No, I disagree with that. Pay all attention to the man behind the curtain or the woman behind the curtain, to the persons behind the curtain. In other words, MSM, the so-called mainstream media. It is a lie. It continues to be a lie. We must turn off, and I repeat, turn off that television set, unless you want to put on a good DVD. All right? Turn it off. Turn it off. Do your research in the alternative media. That's what the people struggle, everyday, ordinary, black, white, brown, red, and yellow people struggle is all about. So, today, the 15th of November, 2018, I say, let's intensify. Let's intensify in our struggle on historical analysis and critical thinking. I believe that the United States of America, yes, with all of its faults and all of its shortcomings, is still a very, very great constitutional republic. We have an obligation to go forward and not to be, as Brother Malcolm X said, bamboozled or hoodwinked. Time to wake up. And I think many, many, many people are awakening. Pay no attention to the MSM, the mainstream media. Pay all attention to what everyday, ordinary citizen journalists are doing, are saying, are writing. Research, research, research. So I've probably taken up too much time already, but I just want to thank everyone in the New American Dream, because this is more than a dream. All right? Brother Martin and Brother Malcolm had a dream. We need to turn this dream into a reality, but that's going to be very, very hard work for all of us. So that means critical thinking and historical analysis. All right? Unfortunately, so many of these Hollywood moguls who are out there, they have no critical thinking. They have no historical analysis. And unfortunately, we allow them to pimp, use, and bamboozle us politically, socially, and economically. So I'm going to say, as we said in the original Black Panther Party, all power to the people. That means critical thinking, hard work, historical analysis. So I'm going to end, probably gone on too long. Chuck and Mike and the great audience who listens to the New American Dream show, thank you all. Much love, much strength, and all power to the people.
Thank you, Larry. That was an extremely interesting and informed analysis, and we appreciate having you on our show. Talk to you next time.
All right. Thank you, brother. Bye-bye.
Occupy Dealey Plaza. That's where it all began. November 22nd, 1963, about 12:30 p.m. 55 years ago this year. Filled Dealey Plaza with protesters and signs and singing and speaking, and let them bring their dogs and their cops and their robbers and murderers and their sniper rifles and double secret video cameras and microphones. Occupy Dealey Plaza. We demand a truth commission to replace the Warren Commission and the 9/11 Commission. We want freedom. We want peace. We want real hope and real change. Occupy Dealey Plaza. Let them know we know what they have done. Occupy Dealey Plaza. Let the world know this is America. Our next guest of the show is M.K. Davis. M.K. Davis joins us each month from Benton, Mississippi. Oftentimes, MK will choose to speak about the Bigfoot phenomenon. Sometimes he'll speak about politics. So right now we're going to try and contact MK Davis and see what he's got on his mind tonight.
Hello.
Well, hello, MK. It's Chuck and Mike, the New American Dream radio show, and you're on the air.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you, I'm really glad to be back. It's been kind of a long road to hoe for me. With I had some heart troubles a while back, and I've been trying to recover from that, and I seem to have gotten a little bit of my strength back, enough that I made a few trips down to an old haunt of mine. I've got myself a thermal camera, and I'm just itching to use it in a place where I thought it would really do some good. And so I went down to South Louisiana, along the Pearl River, in the Pearl River Wildlife Management Area. It has a little bit of a history, especially dealing with what they call the Honey Island swamp monster, or like a Bigfoot type creature with some minor variations. And it was first reported in 1963 by a gentleman by the name of Harlan Ford. He had a camp in there, and he had, meaning a deer camp or a hunting camp and fishing camp, and spent a lot of time at that camp. And he was bringing in some supplies, and he had a double arm full of stuff, and his friend did too. And they came across this thing, and it was on all fours facing away from them. And their first thought that it was an unusually large hog, but it stood up and looked at him. And he said it was had huge amber eyes and a mane, which I assume was something, like hair that's kind of bristly and stiff around the head. And it ran off. And later on, they said they found where it had gone up a tree, because they could see the scuff marks or the claw marks going up the tree. And that story eventually made its way to the national news, and then was picked up by a popular TV show at the time called In Search Of, which they're currently remaking. And at the time, it had Leonard Nimoy, and he was the host for it. And that once that show aired, people came from far and wide to go investigate for themselves down in the Honey Island Swamp. Well, the Honey Island Swamp they call it an island because the Pearl River actually splits into two rivers and goes for a while as two rivers and then rejoins. And what's inside the two rivers is called the island. Almost impenetrable swamp. Just there's been some famous people hid out in there. Pirates hid out in there. John Lafitte, and I believe Newton Knight. He was one of they recently made a movie called The Free State of Jones, and it was about Newton Knight. He hid out in the Honey Island Swamp. No one was ever able to find him in there because it's so remote, and it was very difficult going. The last time that they cut trees out of there was 1880. So most of the timber in there is mature, cypress and hardwood. So that's where I went. That's where I took my thermal. And down the years, I from about 2000 to 2004, I went down there almost every weekend looking for the Honey Island Swamp Monster. And I bought a jet ski. I went all up and down the bayous in the island itself. I never found anything of any substance. So I pretty much wrote it off, but I did continue to drop by when I was down in that area. And so I did, and I found some stuff, I believe starting in 2015, I think I started finding some hard evidence that there was something in that area. And so it's continued to build the level of evidence. So I was really excited, and I got thermal. And when you have a thermal camera, it's like, this is in the form of a binoculars, but it does record. And it's kind of like taking the blinders off. You open up a whole nother dimension, that you can't see squat, but when you put those to your eyes, you can see everything. And it's not like night vision. You see heat. So anything with any kind of warmth to it glows, and rather brightly too. And you can still see details. This is a quality pair of binoculars. You can see details. It's not just a glowing figure. And we came across several things. That one thing that we saw was a little creature. I say little, it looked like it may weigh 20 pounds. It stood up on its hind legs first, and then it jumped up into a tree and went through the trees so fast that I could hardly keep up with it. And when I went and reviewed the video and did a frame by frame, I could see that it had no tail. And I don't know what that thing is to this day. I know that if you go to the town of Covington, which is not too far from there, they have a primate research center there where they have admitted that at times they've lost animals into the swamps. So Honey Island may perhaps be, home to some out-of-place creatures. And then you have the Honey Island swamp monster, which is bizarre. It's got a webbed foot with 3 toes and a smaller appendage. Supposed to be just as adept in the trees as it is on the ground, on all fours as it is standing upright. Huge eyes, night vision, comes out mostly at night. So I did see something back across the slough that just stood there, and it didn't make any move, but it was glowing brightly, and it looked like it had like a mane sort of thing to it. And I just kept filming, and eventually it moved. It moved its right leg and kind of stuck it out to the side. And the leg was gangly looking, with a knotty knee, a bulge in the knee, and it had a foot. I really couldn't tell a lot at that distance, but I think that maybe perhaps it was one, and I realized that if you go January through May, you're probably not going to see it. It's over in the island. But if you go in June, it seems to come out of the island and come over into the area where I was at, between the canal and the West Pearl River, for whatever reason. And I don't know what that reason is. That's when I found the 3-toed track, a real distinct track. And that's what caused me to be assured that there does indeed exist something like a swamp monster. But there again, it disappears again. You don't see it anymore. You don't see any evidence for it until around November. And then it comes back over there into that area again. And it's currently, I assume, in that area right now, which is, I've been 3 times in the last 2 weeks, which is not something that I would normally do. But I know that time period is like a window, and that window will close and becomes, of no use to go. And that's what I've come to learn over the years. and I still don't know the lines and what fars, but as far as I know, it's a primate. People who have seen it, a man by the name of Ted Williams, not the baseball player, but another old man, said that he saw two of them together swimming the Pearl River using long overhead strokes. Well, if that's true, then they must be what you call a brachiator. A brachiator is it's got a ball and socket shoulder. In other words, it's not like a bear or deer with just a shoulder blade and connections through tendons and stuff. It actually has a ball and socket type of bone in there, and it allows 360 degree rotation, so it can do the overhead swimming or overhead swinging, which is, I think, brachiation was a description of anything that can do the overhands. If you look at the gibbons, how they go through the trees with such speed and grace, that's because they're brachiators. But humans are brachiators too, and so are all the primates. And some of those fish were bottom-feeding fish. They were catfish. And so I put my thermal camera on it. I could see it under the water, and it was huge. It was as darn near long as a car. And it could not have been an alligator because everything was too cold. Alligators, when you get to November and it drops down in the 40s, low 40s at night like it was that night, they don't go fish hunting for fish. And whatever this was something really, really large. And all I could see was that it was cool because it was dark. And I just speculate that if it were the monster or were the swamp creature, that the long hair that was described as being on it probably would keep you from seeing anything warmer beneath it in that colder environment, with the water, cold water. So it's probably...
Okay, we're going to have to cut it short there. But,
okay.
Hey, thank you.
Hey, thank you.
Glad that you're, on the mend, and hey, we'll talk to you next month. Thanks again.
All righty. Thanks a lot.
All right. Bye-bye.
Radio at freedomslips.com, and we'll be right back after this message.
Find some comfort at Willow's World. A variety of news, commentary and poetry at Willow's Poetry Corner, where there are comfy cushions and a tempting selection of delectable comestibles. A show that's quirkily and quintessentially British, with a unique twist, featuring Willow Andreasen, your host.
Join Willow, Mondays and Thursdays, 2 till 4 p.m. Eastern Time, Studio A.
alert, alert, alert. Listen up now.
Tune into Crypto Corner with Crypto
0XE09173. We talk about decentralization and then annihilation. Bitcoin, Litecoin, Litecoin, your coin, blockchain, baby. Mondays at 1600 hours Eastern, Studio A.
The opinions expressed on this radio station, its programs, and its website by the hosts, guests, and call-in listeners or chatters are solely the opinions of the original source who expressed them. They do not necessarily represent the opinions of Revolution Radio and FreedomSlips.com, its staff, or affiliates. You're listening to Revolution Radio, FreedomSlips.com, 100% listener-supported radio, and now we return you to your host.
Well, it's been another long week in Moonrock Lake, Ohio, my hometown at the end of the empire. We begin the story now of Johnny Moon, a young boy from Moonrock Lake, as he goes to school on a Friday, not just any Friday. He goes to school on Friday, November 22nd, 1963. So full of hope and energy, he's going to change his life. Because he is inspired. He's going to do it better. He's going to be a great person, a great American. He's going to the moon. He could do this. He had to do this. Missing Mass. Would that be a venial sin or a big one on a school day? What if you were late? What did that count for? He'd ask his brothers and sisters. They'd know. Maybe he'd ask somebody else. That's just what the communists would want. They want you to be late for Mass and missing Mass. And they might have taken his dime and nickel, or maybe it was 3 nickels for bowling. Johnny took off again, trying to roll up his lunch sack to cover up the Johnny skis, complete with quote marks, that his mother had marked in different colored magic marker, red, green, blue, yellow, because she once heard the kids calling him that once when she'd walk up to school to meet him after kindergarten when he probably pooped his pants. Well, that was a long time ago. He rolled and rolled with one hand, pumped with the other, leaning into the slight hill before the tracks. He still couldn't believe it. He didn't have his 15 cents. Again. He didn't have his... He whispered to himself while mouthing wide, "God damn, 15 cents. A strong boy makes a strong man, makes a strong country." He quickly followed up the goddamn. Johnny whooshed a stream of locomotive air ahead of him, and he jumped up, almost leaving the ground, more coming to his tiptoes inside his boots, to touch the fluffs with his corduroy hat button. At the tracks, Johnny rubbed at the red rocks, needing to see something shiny. The train horn blew like a cow monster, and Johnny looked and saw the light way down the line, smelled the creosote on the ties that reminded him of going with Dad to fill up the Rambler. Set his sack down to show off for the few cars idling past. Stretched both arms to balance and stood with his boots on the tracks, feeling the edges of the steel with the bottoms of his feet, like a high-wire trapeze, so high up that if you fell, you would die. You would. Johnny pulled his right foot out from behind his left, looked back to see who was watching, then back to where the train was, then set the foot down and picked up the left. He was famous for this with all the car drivers who slowed down to watch him and then called their whole family to tell them as soon as they got home. The train engineer gave a little toot as he approached the intersection 2 blocks away. Johnny pulled out his left foot and leaned way out into dangerous leftness. Johnny waved his right arm in circles to bring himself back, then fell onto the rocks in his boots, which burned hideously from the hot lava rocks and volcano fire. The church bells rolled out another warning like thunder running. Someone was burning leaves at this time in the morning, probably old people. Johnny looked around for the smoke. Johnny pumped his arms and ducked his head as the chimes rang louder. Come on, come on, come on. Johnny swung both arms, skidded to a stop. He opened his mouth and eyes wide to look over his bulky snowsuit spacesuit to see his lunch sack perched perfectly on the shiny, cold, brittle, deadly railroad track. Like James Bond, Johnny quick looked up to the sky for incoming missiles, then back to the train. Ah! Ah! The engineer in the green and yellow engine pulled his cord, looked hard at Johnny, who'd now lost his lunch and forgot his 15 cents. They both looked at the sack, then back to each other. Johnny felt his stomach rumble. Ah! 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 The engineer locked eyes with Johnny. Johnny took one defeated step toward his doom, peanut butter sandwich, apple, Cheetos, all in separate baggies, maybe 3 Oreos, 2. He faced the train with clenched fists at his sides and watched the big round steel disc as big as a Volkswagen Bug squish his lunch and stuff squirted out. Johnny took one step toward his dead lunch. The chimes banged out over the cold and the snow dusting and the ice. Johnny turned and walked fast, almost running, his head down, arms pumping, legs swishing in his blue plaid snowsuit, trying to ignore the buckles on his boots that had come loose, yet watching them with each lurch of his overstuffed legs. Johnny headed off down the sidewalk as the bells dribbled out the Agnus Dei like steelies on marble stairs. Strong boys make strong men, make a strong country, Johnny said out loud to himself as he pounded on in between the old people and other kids and dogs, headed toward St. Luke's for 8 o'clock Mass. He snuffed up snot, knowing it would be his last chance for a while. Johnny chugged on, his head down, pennies and dimes smothered forever, fossils inside his sweaty wool mitten. Johnny mentally checked his soul, decided it was still white from confession last Wednesday, put his head down farther, pumped his left arm harder to turn right around the sternly cut hedge. Hey, skis, skis! Johnny looked up and around. Hey, wait up! The old people pulled the front door, and Johnny saw the sharp brightness inside, framed inside the darkness outside, like matting on a picture. The cherubs playing in the painting on the convex ceiling above the altar way in front. The bells rang, insisted, nagged, implored. Ding dong, 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 ding, ding, dong. Johnny found an opening in the foot traffic. Headed for it like Jim Taylor. A hand on his sleeve tugged at him. Hey, we're early. Johnny looked, annoyed, and saw Jimmy purple. Moon skis, Jimmy said. Where you going? Church, Johnny looked at Jimmy, shook off his grip. There's lots of time. Let's skip. Johnny turned from Jimmy, headed toward the open door, mixing with the horde of kids, parents, and old people. Johnny dipped 3 fingers into the holy water sponge inside the door, touched himself in the right places. 1 finger was for people who thought they were too good for God, 2 fingers for the Pope, bishops, and cardinals only. It's a rule. Johnny ripped at his hat and gloves in a well-worn flurry, revealing red face and hands like the embers of a campfire. He gripped the wooden railing on the side and pounded up the hard vinyl steps. All steps were stumps. Each boy and girl jabbered like a monkey in a zoo, and they pounded up the stairs like so many cattle headed to mass and clomped their feet like horses. The girls searched and traded and made last-second alterations and inventions to put something on their heads, a napkin or handkerchief with bobby pins, before daring to show themselves to God inside. Johnny pushed through the wooden double doors, then headed left, smelling the old people section in the back like cigarettes and coffee, roll-aids and gas. Rounded the corner, passing under the ivory icons for the Stations of the Cross, then began smelling the incense and the burning white and red candles that cost $1 and $5, depending on what you needed. Lots of times the old people would be up there lighting candles and banging coins down the metal tube that were as loud as Hiroshima, that's what Johnny's sister said. He headed down the side aisle, crushed his cap at his side, felt again for the coins in the other fist. Johnny put the brakes on to keep from breaking into a jog down the incline that resembled the angle of the Rialto Isles. Jimmy bumped into him from behind. Sorry, Jimmy said. Watch it. Geez, fucker. I said sorry. Johnny then began to pick up his feet, not wishing to sound like someone going out to feed the cows. Johnny and Jimmy, both half genuflected, bowed their heads, blessed themselves, and slid into the last 2 spots of the third row of third graders. They knelt on the red cushioned kneeler, crossed themselves, bowed their heads, crossed themselves, then slid back into the wooden pew, all the while keeping their heads down like they knew they shouldn't even be alive, but they were, and sorry, but what could they do about it? Johnny looked at the altar, took a deep breath, kept his eyes on the altar, began placing himself in the presence of God while searching his pockets for a place to stick his 15 cents so he didn't lose it. He took a deep breath the way Sister said, and closed his eyes and began to drift away from the dock, like she said, drifting, breathing, lying back in the boat in the moonlight, listening to the crickets and the owl. Johnny opened his eyes and saw that everything around him was the same. Jimmy had his arm on the outer armrest like he was in a bank, not church, but Johnny didn't feel like saying anything. Got your money this time? Jimmy asked with a knowing smirk. Johnny showed him the open mitten with the pennies and dime. Jimmy shot an elbow into the aisle, turned around to growl at the empty pew behind him, then started playing with the metal hat snaps that they weren't supposed to use for their hats because, well, Jimmy snapped the holder and it echoed around church. They both put their heads down, tried not to show they were breathing by their backs, moving up and down. They waited and waited, then raised their heads. That's not 15. Let me see, Jimmy hissed. Johnny showed him the open mitten, and the dime fell onto the floor. At the sound, all the third grade girls in the 2 rows in front of them turned around. The coin took off. Johnny turned red. The 10 cents rolled under the next pew downhill, then hit a pew leg and began to spin. The spinning noise echoed, louder than the coughing, grunting old people and the frantic bells in the cars honking outside. Johnny watched the dime spin. It stopped, and he slid ahead, just hanging by the edge of his butt to the pew, then lunged with his knees for the red kneeler. Johnny dived under, grazing the seat with his head. In the darkness, he reached and grabbed the girl's leg. The leg shook. He let go. Oh! He heard squealing above him. A head came down from the pew. Just ahead. Ew! Sister! He saw the silver sparkling in the dim light from the stained glass windows, and Cindy tore it on his stomach. He reached, almost. Oh! He urged his body forward, feeling boot slush go down his neck. He reached one finger to the coin, pinned it to the floor, and pulled it in. Pull me back, Johnny whispered to Jimmy. Pull me back! Pull me out! Help! Johnny lunged backward on his stomach. Oh! He grunted. Got his legs up over the kneeler, found his seat, breathing heavy, sweat on his forehead. He looked at Jimmy and smiled, holding up the coins in his hand. Got it, Johnny said. See? Jimmy wasn't looking at Johnny or his money, but over Johnny's shoulder, like he was watching the birds alone at night at home with all the lights off, and he saw a beak sticking through the front door. Johnny looked over his right shoulder, and he saw a finger, the giant pointer finger of Sister Mark, as if it were pointing at him from up on the Rialto screen in 3D, down at him seated in the front row and peeing on the floor with both hands. Jonathan Moon. Sister Mark's face shined red, throbbing within the wimple face mask headpiece like a cat with its face stuck in the back door headed out. Johnny's face swelled and gorged with horror, silently screaming as if a Negro were climbing the bathroom window in the middle of the night. Sister hissed. You report to my room after Mass, young man. And then whipped around and sidled back down the row, holding up her robes with one hand, fingering her beads with the other. Johnny turned around. He stared straight ahead like he'd been shot, but not sure yet where the bullet had gone in. He squeezed his 15 cents, and a tear slid down one cheek. Johnny watched the action on the altar and began to wonder if he'd fasted long enough to be able to take communion. He had ice cream, strawberry swirl cake flavor while watching My Three Sons, but then nothing. Was that long enough? Oh, shit. He put his hand immediately over his mouth at the bad words thought. He ate a spoonful of meatloaf after the ice cream. If it was after midnight, it would be on Friday. He couldn't eat meat on Friday or he'd go to hell if he died before getting a confession again. 1, 2, 3. He began flicking his fingers out of his fist to count the hours. If he didn't go up with the group, everyone would know he'd done something wrong. Johnny smelled Smith Brothers cherry cough drops and looked to see that Jimmy was sucking one in his cheek. You weren't supposed to. Johnny looked away, then back, away, back. The body of Christ, Father said. Amen. Johnny tilted his head back, not way back. He was not a bird in a nest. He stuck out his tongue. Not way out like the most hungry little starling. Like a skilled surgeon, Father placed the host on Johnny's tongue. Johnny pulled his tongue in. Well, not like a lizard, but like a human being. He crossed himself with his right hand, not the left fist of the devil, sucked lightly on the host, letting it dissolve subtly. The host is not a sucker, it is the body of Christ. Would you like to be chewed, your arms, your head, your legs? Would you? Wouldn't you rather be sucked and then dissolve? Do not chew like a cow with its cud. Rounded the corner, leaned into the incline up the side aisle, keeping his eyes down, holy adoration, searching subtly, frantically for his home pew. His heart leaped when he saw his familiar spot with his crushed hat, dived in, went to his knees, crossed himself, and with his eyes closed, felt Jimmy plop down and begin to whisper. They stood to receive Father's final blessing. You've got to go to Mark's room, Jimmy said, too loud, as if Johnny could not remember. The children began to gather their things for the walk over to school. Johnny sat to rebuckle his boots and cast a glance down the road toward the middle aisle. Sister Mary Michael, M&M's, pursed her lips sympathetically and nodded gently to indicate that he may go, that she knew what was happening. Johnny nodded to let her know he'd received her message. Johnny stood on the kneel to get around Jimmy, still seated in the pew, taking his time getting on his gloves. You're gonna die, Moonskis! He looked up at Johnny. So high up on the kneeler, he felt the whole world was watching him, headed off to the fourth grade classroom for crawling around in church before Mass, as no one in history had ever done up till now. How was your 50-mile hike? Jimmy added as Johnny stepped down into the side aisle. It's only a few blocks, Johnny said. I'm losing weight, he said softly, so no one could hear as he touched his stomach and stepped from the kneeler into the aisle, then turned sideways to go against the oncoming third, second, and first grade traffic bound for the front door of the church to exit after Mass like young boys and girls, while he headed to the side door, a pagan baby in need of everyone else's nickels and dimes. Johnny hurried out the side door. He waited for a few steps behind some old people holding on to each other over the one ice spot in sight, then bolted to the lawn and around the cannon to be rid of him. He slid with arms out over a patch in front of the rectory and saw the fourth grade server boys vault over the back porch railing, letting the sacristy screen door bang. In the still dark morning, the sacristy lights blared. Johnny saw the top of Father's head coming toward the back door and took off fast, shuffling, sliding, Colorado skiing just as the sacristy turned black. Johnny remembered to jump over the section of the sidewalk that had the hollow underground tunnel from the priest's house to the convent. He landed one boot safely, then the other with an oh. Johnny saw Dave, the janitor, headed back toward the school, swinging an empty white 5-gallon bucket. Johnny tried to catch Dave in his long, skinny strides with his rapid thigh-rubbing 10,000 buckle, wet mitten-holding 15-cent shuffle. Dave! Dave! Dave stopped and turned and looked straight back, his eyes shooting 3 feet over Johnny's top button on his snap under brown corduroy cap. Hey! Johnny called out, breathing hard, face red, taking another try at sliding over the sandy ice. Dave looked down. Oh, there you are. Thought I heard something. You supposed to be in Sister Mark's room? I'm going, said Johnny. Johnny stopped and looked straight up. Saw Dave from under him, right under his nose. Breast puffs, sweat on the tip of his nose. It dripped. Johnny pulled his head out of the way just in time. It was on the news, that's how I know, Dave said. WRUR, Daily News, The Herald, TV, too. Johnny Moon. Dave extended his arm, made his yellow-gloved hand into a C, drew it left to right to build a banner headline. Johnny Moon walked 50 miles to school, almost late to Mass, just makes it, but in big, big trouble with Sister Mart for crawling around on the church floor before the start of Holy Mass. And that's the news from Moonrock Lake, where all the police and soldiers are thugs, all the journalists and Democrats are cowards, and all the Homeland Security COINTELPRO lone gunmen are about average. And that wraps up another New American Dream radio show. We thank you for joining us tonight. We hope you will be back next weekend, every week, right here on Revolution Radio at freedomslips.com. Thank you, Mike, and good night.
And thank you, Chuck, for all you did to make the show work, all the interviews, everything. And thanks to our guests, Anthony Rayson, Larry Pinckney, M.K. Davis, Phil Ferruggio, and Frank Cordero. Please visit the New American Dream website, where you'll find information about all of our regular guests, show archives, newdream.us. Also, Penn Magazine, PENN magazine.us. If you'd like to donate to the Des Moines Catholic Worker, write to the Phil Berrigan House, 713 Indiana Avenue, Des Moines, Iowa, 50314. And so good night to my friends, Chuck and Lorraine. Stay warm down there. Good night, Mrs. Calabash. Good night, Todd Beamer. Good night, Mark Bingham. Good night, Timothy McVeigh. Good night, Charlie Hebdo. Good night, Don Hogsprung. Good night, Ken Lay. Good night, Mohammed Atta. Good night, Omar Mateen. Good night, Noah Posner. Good night, Crystal Campbell. And good night, Barbara Olson, wherever you are.
Oh, yes, I'm the great pretender, pretending that I'm doing well. My need is such, I pretend too much. I'm lonely, but no one can tell. Oh, yes, I'm the great pretender, adrift in a world of my own. I play the game, but to my real shame, you've left me to dream all alone. Too real is this feeling of make-believe. Too real what I feel, what my heart can't conceal. Oh yes, I'm the great pretender, just laughing and gay like a clown. I seem to be what I'm not, you see. I'm wearing my heart like a crown, pretending that you're still around.
We'll be right back.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Will you fight? No! We will run! And we will live!
Shame on you. This could be the greatest night of our lives. But you're gonna let it be the worst.
And I guarantee a week won't go by in your life you won't regret walking out, letting them get the best of you.
Well, I'm not going home.
We've got too far!
And I'm gonna stay right here and fight for this lost cause.
A day may come when the courage of men fails, but it is not this day.
The line must be drawn here. This far, no farther.
I'm not saying it's gonna be easy.
You're gonna work harder than you ever worked before.
But that's fine, we'll just get tougher with it.
If a person grits his teeth and shows real determination,
failure is not an option.
That's how winning is done.
Believe me when I say
we can break this army here
and win just one for the Gipper.
But I say to you, what every warrior has known since the beginning of time, you've got to get mad.
I mean plumb mad dog mean.
If you would be free men, then you must
fight to fulfill that promise. Let us
cut out their living guts
1 inch at a time.
And they will know what we can do.
Let no man forget how menacing we are. We are lions.
You're like a big bear, man.
This is your time.
Seize the day. Never surrender.
Victory or death.
That's the Chicago way.
Who's with me?
Clap! Clap! Don't let team die! Clap!
All right, let's fly!
And gentlemen in England, now abed, shall know my name is the Lord. When I tell our enemies that they may take our lives, but they'll never take our Independence Day.
Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com. One world coming together to bring freedom home. You don't need to expect us. We're already here.
This is the people's war. It is our war. We are the fighters. Fight it then. Fight it with all that is in us. And may God defend the right.
Warning! Warning!
We gotta stop them! They're gonna kill us all! See how the trouble you've started? Be they the government, be they industry, be they organized labor, be they anyone, or human beings. Time when the operation of the machine becomes so odious, makes you so sick at heart that you can't take part. You can't even passively take part. And you've got to put your bodies upon the gears and upon the wheels, upon the levers, upon all the apparatus, and you've got to make it stop. And you've got to indicate to the people who run it, to the people who own it, that unless you're free, the machine will be prevented from working at all.
Revolution Radio at freedomslips.com, the #1 listener-supported talk radio station, throwing ourselves upon the gears of the machine. Revolution Radio, where information never sleeps.
You called down the thunder, well now you got it. Right, you tell them I'm coming, and hell's coming with me, you hear? Hell's coming with me!
Revolution Radio. The opinions expressed on this radio station, its programs, and its website by the hosts, guests, and call-in listeners or chatters are solely the opinions of the original source who expressed them. They do not necessarily represent the opinions of Revolution Radio and freedomslips.com, its staff, or affiliates. You're listening to Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com, 100% listener-supported radio, and now we return you to your host.
Adapt 2030 Mini Ice Age Conversations covers changes in our climate due to a new and intensifying grand solar minimum. In the media, overlooking, downplaying, or burying cold weather changes occurring on our planet. This is in order to keep the global warming agenda steaming full speed ahead. I do this podcast and radio program because we need to begin conversations on how to adapt our food growing strategies long before 2030 as agricultural zones shift, affecting global crop output, but very few mainstream media outlets are talking about the most important issue of our time, cold weather crop losses. Our sun is going through a 400-year cycle, which has effects on our weather patterns as our magnetosphere weakens and the jet streams go out of flow. It's not CO2, it's not you, it's the sun. Are you ready to thrive in the grand solar minimum? Then join me for Mini Ice Age Conversations. I'm your host, David Dubine, creator of the Adapt 2030 Mini Ice Age 2015 to 2035 video series. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are listening on the planet. Studio A, Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com. Today I have with me inventor Lee Wheelbarger. Now, if you've been even paying attention 1/5 of 1/8 of a percent into the news, it is dominating the headlines, all of the weather events across the planet. And I don't care which hemisphere you're in, Northern Hemisphere, Southern Hemisphere, it is occurring at the moment. We have again the third year's worth of rain in the Middle East in just as many weeks. Petra flooding, trapping tourists. We have these winter storms sending all-time record cold, all-time record snows down to Louisiana, Mississippi. For those of you in the U.S., that's an extremely warm place on the Gulf Coast. Record snow in Mexico. Record cold all the way down into southern Mexico. Exceptional heat in Scandinavia. Exceptional cold across the Adriatic. And wherever you look, the wildfires, the earthquakes, it does not matter what publication you pick up. There's something about extremes in the weather. And this is just the cusp, just a wisp, a taste, a snifter, if you will, of what's on tap and where our weather's going by 2020. Now, what does this all mean for you? Well, we're all in this together. It's going to affect your life as well. So I brought Lee. So happy that you joined me today because we wanted to talk about Valentina Zarkova's changes, especially the wildfires, some timelines moving out so you can protect yourselves and at least know what's going on and why it's going on. This is the reason I do the radio program, to bring you information to help you structure your lives, or at least try to figure out what's going on in the chaos and madness around us. And these media news headlines of the politics and everything else in between is just going to ramp up and become more intense as these weather events become more intense. We're on a multi-century, if not a multi-millennia cycle for this cooling. NASA's coming clean this last week, saying, hey, sunspots are responsible for the cooling temperatures. And if you put two and two together, they didn't actually talk about how few sunspots there'll be this next solar cycle and also solar cycle 26. They just said sunspots create cooler temperatures with the lack of them. But they don't tell you that in just a few years, we're going to have no sunspots and we're going to be equal with something in the modern minimum. 400 years ago, my personal assessment still is at least an 800-year to 3,600-year event we're going to pass through on this time. So, Lee, thanks for joining. Floor is yours. I know you had a lot to talk about. We had a pre-conversation last night for a good hour, and I'm just going to let you roll because you're always full of information. Thank you for joining me today.
Well, Dave, as always, it's a pleasure to be here. I guess to start out with, my heart goes out to the people of Paris and Butte County and the folks in Southern California at the Woolsey fire. These fires have been devastating to the state of California as well as to some other states and are going to continue to do so. And a lot of people are going, oh, well, it was because of this, it was because of that, and these guys didn't manage this and those guys didn't manage that. And well, in my opinion, it all goes back to October 13th of 1983, when Bill Clinton was standing on Reddish Knob on the West Virginia line. And he came out with a new directive as to how the U.S. government should deal with forests by shutting down logging roads and shutting down fire roads and not letting us take the dead, dying, and diseased trees out of the forest. Because when I was in high school, I attended my first firefighting training was part of what was called a KVG crew, which stood for Keep Virginia Green, which taught young men in high school how to go out and fight wildland fire. And so I strapped on a stainless steel backpack known as an Indian tank and would hike to the top of a 3,400-foot mountain and, fight with my 5 gallons of water and hope somebody brought me some. But if they didn't, I'd go find some and come back and fight again. So, that's how I got my start. Then when Clinton showed up and said, hey, we're going to change all this, all of my teachers, everybody I knew, everybody that grew up in the woods, just totally freaked out because they thought that it was absolutely insane to do what he was going to do because it was going to dramatically increase the fuel load. That's the wood, the dead stuff that's laying on the ground. And then agencies have adopted this policy of, well, no, we're not going to do controlled burns anymore. Or if we do, not like we did. And then, no, we're not going to let, the locals take the dead, dying, and diseased trees out. We're just going to let them go. And then you have all of these trees that are been destroyed, massive forests, destroyed all over the United States by the bark beetle. So there's, and the pine beetle. I mean, it doesn't matter where you go. We've got dead timber standing everywhere. Our forests are just full of kindling wood, and a single match can do devastating things. All it takes is a spark. So when you look at everything that we've got going on, you look at where it came from, you look at how it developed. There was also a hearing with the, I can't remember what her name is now, but she was sworn in the first day that the first George Bush went into office, and she was, I think, the head of the Forest Service or whatever, and they put the U.S. Forest Service, it used to be under the Department of Interior, and then they put it under the Department of Agriculture or something. I can't remember exactly how they switched it around. But that was another turning point of it all going downhill. And so ever since then, it has just been worse and worse and worse. And when you look at it, if you look at the fires that we had in California just this week, and it's, you look at it and you go, yeah, there were some fires in California, but there were big fires in other places too. I mean, for my followers, I have a map up that shows all of this, but you can see the fires that are all over, and you can see what it burnt in Paradise. You can see what it burnt down around Malibu. But when you look at what is actually burning all over the world, I mean, what I have on the screen right now is only what has caught fire in the last 7 days. So when you look at what's burning in, South America, and you look at the vast areas that are burning across Africa right now, it looks like Africa is on fire. If it's not desert, it looks like it's burning. And so, these types of things are only going to get worse, because as we go into a grand solar minimum, the Earth will begin to cool. The amount of light that we're getting coming onto the planet will weaken, and the atmosphere will start to get drier and drier. And as the atmosphere starts to get drier, we're going to see more of this massive wildfires, because we're not going to have the precipitation. Because what most people don't realize is once we move into a grand solar minimum, the amount of precipitation that we see on the planet drops dramatically. So when we do have it, and we're having the flooding now, and we will have flooding later on. But the reason we're having the massive flooding now is because the cosmic rays are spewing out of the sun. They're coming into our atmosphere, causing cloud nucleation, making bigger clouds, making more strata layer of clouds, blocking the light. But we still have the humidity. We still have a warm planet. We have all that humidity in the air. So we can get that flooding like you were mentioning, plus flooding in Russia, plus flooding in Italy, plus flooding in Sicily. So there's flooding going on all over the place, and we'll continue to see this as we go on. And if you go all the way back to California and you look at 1812, they had flooding back then. Well, if you look at RC theory, that's what Dr. John Casey talks about, as well as Dr. Willie Soon and many, many others. RC theory is a 206-year cycle. So you go back 206 years from 2018, what do you got? Well, that's 1812. Very interesting. And didn't we just have flooding in Orville last year? And Sacramento and so on and so forth. So this is what's happening, people. This is how the world is starting to change. I always go back to the song, it's the end of the world as you know it, because it's going to change. This Earth has a 206-year cycle and a 400-year cycle. And Valentina Zarkova, who is an expert in electromagnetic fields, has seen that from the information that she has gleaned from the Wilcox Solar Observatory in California that measures the 4 electromagnetic fields of the sun, and has done so since 1953. So with the very, very highly tuned frequencies of resonance of our sun, she has been able to calculate how those individual wave patterns will go out of phase, cause a significant cooling or decreased energy output of the sun. And then what I loved about the whole thing, and of course everybody else thinks it's horrible, but it validated my work. And that is, she came out, and this is work I did 2 years ago. She came out and said that, yes, not only is the sun going weaker, but in our orbits during the winter time, because the sun is going to move off from center a little bit because of the magnetic, not magnetic, but the gravitational effect of other planets. And it's going to do a pattern of a superfoil. And so when it does that in the wintertime, we're going to swing out farther. How much farther? 1 million miles farther. Now, we're normally 93 million miles from the sun anyway. But when you add 1 million miles farther than you normally are, that means that it's going to be 1 million miles less thermal energy hitting us. And so the math for anybody who wants to do that is the inverse square root of the distance. And so you can calculate how much you're going to lose, which is a pretty good bit when you talk about 1 million miles. So that's a long ways further away that we are going to go away from the sun during the winter time in the northern hemisphere. Which, what does that mean for people in the northern hemisphere? It's going to be cold as hell. What does that mean for people who live in the southern hemisphere? It means you're not going to have a summer. And so what happens if you don't have a summer? That means you don't grow anything. So if you don't grow anything in the winter, or excuse me, in the summer, you're surely not going to grow anything in the winter. So how are people in the southern hemisphere going to survive? Then people in the northern hemisphere are going to freeze their derrieres off. But when it comes back to summertime, it'll be just like summer. The issues will be summer will come later and winter will come earlier. So we won't have springs and falls. We're going to have winter and a little bit of summer and then winter. And we're going to do that for years and years and years. And you've got all that schedule laid out in front of you. I've been doing all this stuff on the fire, so I'm going to let you talk about the dates and you talk about Valentina Zarkova and anywhere you want to go, buddy. I'm ready to go. So whatever you want to cover, we're here.
Well, we'll flip back on the conversation and just let it go, organically as it is. Now, this center that you're talking about with the sun is called the Berry Center, literally, where, you've been taught in school that the sun is in the center of our solar system and everything is in perfect orbit around it. And the way they would present this to the average person in school, the average student, is that orbit doesn't vary. Our star doesn't vary around where the other planets are in the center of our solar system. So there are some variances in that. And then also, if you take it out even further, you can take a look at Theodore Landscheidt's work. And this is what Valentina Zarkova, they kind of overlap on that because she went back 100,000 years looking at the magnetic fields on the sun. And then there was an entire other group of researchers on the climate side that she'd connected with, and using a whole bunch of other proxies to determine temperature, cosmic ray density, floods, precipitation, etc., drought indices. She was able to match that up on the electromagnetic side of it to what we found in the more hard climatic sciences. And she was getting something like a 97.8, 97.9 statistical correlation and overlap on that's pretty close. If the whole global warming thing saying 97 sinus degrees, so we must absolutely agree with it. Well, her findings are even higher than that at 97, let's say 98% statistically. That adds a whole new gamut into it. Okay, we got a solar researcher, physicist over here, correlating all the regular climate data, which what we get: oxygen 18 isotopes, beryllium 10, ice cores, and drift rafting and pollen and everything else you can think from lake beds and sediment deposits out of rivers. Great. So is her research not as valid as, say, IPCC? 97% of scientists say it. Well, if that 97% number, we should be listening to her because it's actually statistically closer to being more correct than 97%. And the thing I wanted to hit on also here was with these seasonal changes that are beginning to occur. Remember, what we're seeing now is just a precursor to what is on tap. So the changes we're seeing now, and you look around at this very moment, and there's just a lot of strange things happening in the climate. Whatever way you believe, if it's CO2, great, you can believe that. If you, like myself, believe it's cycles and our sun drives the climate on our planet, great. But the end result is, whatever your belief system is, this thing is in play. Now, how rapidly is this going to unfold? Well, it's going to happen about 10 times faster than what the IPCC says on their CO2 models. So it's regardless of what the belief is about the changing climate, it's going to be happening so fast that with a good timeline, you'll be able to start preparing. But then it's like a chessboard where you'll know what the other pawns, the kings, the queens, the rooks, what they're going to be doing as well. Because once you move one piece, something else has to move. And if you can guess where it's going to move, where it's going to jump to, this will be your greatest, I guess, piece of information. So what I would say is your crystal ball for the future is a history book looking back. And with the good science that we have now, we have a great timeline into global food shortages. And you know, Lee and I can talk about this. The global food shortages that were given, I had always said before her research and presentation was given at the Global Warming Policy Forum 2 weeks ago, I had always pegged around 2023 or 2024, we would get into substantial crop losses across the planet. And that a couple years prior to that, we would see enough losses where food prices would rise exponentially, maybe doubling, tripling, and that would have an effect on the economy as people would pull more of their disposable income out so they could buy higher priced food. Well, now she comes up, and I wasn't at full-on global food shortage. I was far from that. I was thinking by 2023, we'll have lost 40% of the global production of wheat, rye, barley, these types of staple grains. But she comes straight out and says, global food shortages 2028 to 2032, and in those 4 years, we're not going to grow anything in the northern or southern hemisphere that's, say, 40 degrees north latitude and above, or 45 north and above, or 45 and south down to the to Antarctica. And then, you know, you look around at the moment, what's happening with the crops, and you already are seeing, I don't care which hemisphere you go to. Since you talked about the southern hemisphere being colder in the summer and warmer in the winter, you know, they don't, even if it's a couple degrees warmer in the winter, they still won't be able to grow anything. But what's already happening is, since his temperatures are trying to stabilize, they got record late snow in New Zealand, record late snow in Tasmania and the mountaintops and resort areas of eastern Australia. You got the mega drought going on down there. I talked to Kevin Long again just yesterday. He wrote me an email. He's talking about 3 overlapping cycles that only occur once every 837 years, and they're happening now. So he's pegging it at an 837-year event based on lunisolar and a few other indicators that are mixed in there beyond just what the sun is. So taking a look at the crop losses, Chile lost most of their fruit in excessive hail damage. Peru lost most of their banana crop due to record cold. We got the wheat losses in South Africa, the wheat losses in Australia. And this is all just happening right now in the southern hemisphere. But when we flip to the north, what's dominating the headlines now? What is with these winter storms? And what are the temperatures happening in Russia? Minus 41 degrees Celsius. You have to realize that is 74 or 75 degrees below the freezing point. This is ridiculous. These are late January, middle of winter, coldest of the winter temperatures occurring right now in November. And we're seeing the same thing in huge swaths across the U.S. and Canada of winter storms already. Ice storms, winter storms, massive snows, record cold, record snow. Europe is divided. You got these massive cold fronts coming in over, let's say, southern Greenland and moving into Iceland over the next week. But right now, it's 25 degrees Fahrenheit above the normal temperature in Scandinavia, Norway, Sweden, that area. But then just a little bit to the east more and down into the Adriatic, they're 30 degrees Fahrenheit below normal temperatures down near Turkey and through the Adriatic, Croatia, Slovenia, Bosnia. So these splits in temperature, these are not normal. They're going to amplify. And what's happening is along the storm lines where these hot and cold masses, so you got to realize on one side of the line, it's 25, 30 degrees Fahrenheit above the normal temperature. On the other side of the line, it's 30 degrees Fahrenheit below normal temperature. So where those two are colliding, the amount of hail is coming down is, these hailstones are now larger than you can put in your hand. So if you open your palm of your hand, last year you put the hailstones in and you could still see the tips of your fingers as you put the hailstone in your hand. Well, what's happening in Argentina right now is these hailstones are so large, when they put them in the palm of their hand, you can't even see their fingers anymore. And this is the uptick that's happening. And according to the forecast moving out, the real amplification that we're going to see, the real beginning of all these changes will be 2020. And then it's just going to amplify and get really intense going out through 2032. But please take note, the extremes that are happening are just going to get more extreme and more extreme on both directions as we move forward. So with the inverse, the winter being cooler in the northern hemisphere, the summers are going to be more blazing hot. I mean, that equatorial vortex is going to send these scalding temperatures through the northern hemisphere in the summertime. And of course, the IPCC will point at this and they'll say, look, it's global warming, it's all-time record heat in the summer. But look what's happening with the all-time record cold in the early part of the winter. I'm still considering this fall. We're still in autumn. We're not even in winter yet. So this is going to continue, and we're going to see these extremes. But notice where the media, mainstream media, will focus is still only on the heat. That's great that they're bringing it to the attention, which they have for the last 40 years. But I think they're missing a large piece of the puzzle here is the cold that's accompanying this. The air mass is colliding, and they should, and we all should, be talking and asking questions. Why is this happening? What's the causation that suddenly within 2 years, everything has just upticked? And the forecasts were for this grand solar minimum to start and really uptick at the moment. And they've been telling us for how many decades that CO2 would cause all these changes, which it hasn't yet. So just as a researcher or somebody asking questions, just a common sense guy on the street saying, wait, you've told me something for 40 years and it hasn't happened. The sea level rises, that's not happening. Temperatures going up 2-3 degrees Celsius, that's not happening. But the forecasters for the grand solar minimum saying, hey, look for these timelines at around 2016, amplifying through 2018-19, and then just huge, massive weather changes from 2020 forward that are going to blow your mind in terms of intensity, and we're right on that timeline. So we really should be talking about what's causing these huge temperature variances, across a line where it's 60 degrees difference in temperatures. And then also at the same time, how are we going to, as a world, come together? And how are we going to start to take measures to continue to grow enough food on the planet to meet everybody's needs? Because, looking into this whole forecast, that's just not a possibility at all unless we do several different things. It's going to be a Manhattan-style project for us to continue growing enough food for everybody on the planet. Is it impossible? Absolutely no way. It'll probably be very easy if we put all of our energy, resources, and thoughts into changing for a colder climate to get ready for agriculture. But as it sits today, there's very little action being taken. The same types of narratives are continually being pushed of it's warming because of CO2. I really think that the scientific bodies at the UN, as well as others in the governmental levels, are doing a huge disservice to not only our populations in the United States, North America, but to the globe as a whole. They should be warning us. And here NASA just comes out this week and says, oh, sunspots, yeah, the lack of sunspots actually causing the cooling. But then they stop there. They could go up into solar cycle 25 and 26 and tell everybody the amount of sunspots that are coming is going to be almost nothing or equivalent to what we experienced 400 years ago. That's the last time we need to go back in time and find when there's going to be this little or this small amount of sunspots coming up. So they kind of leave out half the story. And they've come clean and said sunspot dictates temperature on the planet. Now they don't go out and say we're going to have no sunspots, but they should. We should be coming together as a global community. I mean, hell, they put up the IPCC and the UN to try to bring the global community together on a single issue of climate change. They're there in only half of it. They need to come over to the other part and say, hey, food production. Why can't we work together globally on food production now? There still seems to be this split, and I think just the way we think needs to change a little bit, because by 2020, any of you listening out here, you're having an advanced kind of a talk here on what's going on. The entire world will wake up in 2020. There's no doubt about it. 2020 will be the very last of the years where people are not water cooler talking about grand solar minimum changes. It is going to be front page news. You're going to know that lexicon. You're going to know what magnetic fields in the sun are. You're going to know about sunspots, cooling, cycles. You're going to understand it all. Just like you do global warming now. They drip fed you all the keywords. You know them all. So as we move forward, 2020, 2021, this is the last years. And you got to think about, again, back to the chessboard example. If everybody wakes up, where does that put you? And what do you think they're going to do to prepare? I think they're going to pull their money out of the banks. I think they're going to sell their stocks. I think they're going to cash in their 401ks. I think they're going to understand that, hey, there's nothing to worry about working for retirement. It's not going to be here. Our monetary systems are going to collapse. The fiat's going to devalue. I think people are going to sell a lot of stuff into the market so they can get some equity out so they can go buy things, motors, tools, seeds, water pumps, water purifiers, Faraday cages, whatever it is. But they're going to take that money and either move to a different part on the planet, different location, buy something to get ready for there, re-insulate their homes, whatever it is. But for you, that's a huge opportunity if you can figure out how this rediverted spending will move in which sectors, and then you can kind of jump in there and be ahead of the wave of where's this money going to go to prepare for everything. And Lee, I rambled on there for a bit, but I'll let you go back. Continue on, please.
Well, that's all right, buddy. What they're going to do is the same thing they did 20 years ago. And that is they're going to party like it's 1999. I have spoken with a lot of people that are older and have money in the bank. And they're like, I'm not preparing for this. I'm not going to fight through that. I'm going to party like it's 1999. And that's what they're doing. So some people are going to do that. Some people aren't going to prepare. I think that's going to be a small number of people. But it will be the older people who are affluent and don't want to live through it. They're too old for it. So that's that group. Then you have the, well, it's like this. There's three types of people in the world. There's the wills, the won'ts, and the can'ts. The wills will do something. The won'ts won't do something. And the can'ts can't do anything. So if you want to survive this, you've got to be a will. And the harsh reality of it is when you really actually start putting the numbers together as to what the population is, how much area it takes to grow food for that population, people are going to starve to death by the millions each year. Could be 1 billion in 1 year. That's the fact of it. Because you talk about that on one side of the line, it's going to be 40 degrees colder than the other side of the line. My question is, what do you do when that line goes vertical from the Arctic Circle down to 10 or 20 degrees above the equator or below the equator? Anything that's a crop area in there is wiped off the face of the planet because crops don't handle hail. Crops don't handle freezing temperatures overnight. Crops don't do that. One advice I can give everybody, grow potatoes. And if you want to see how much potatoes are already stunted, go to any fast food restaurant and order yourself a large order of fries. And if it's that large order of fries that stands up like the McDonald's fries or whatever, I'll give you $1. I'll give you $10 for every straw or for every fry that's long enough to go from the bottom of that McDonald's full-size large fry all the way up to the top and stick out. If you give me $1 for every one that won't, and I'll make that bet with anybody that wants to make it, because you can already see the stunted growth of the potatoes. There are all kinds of other plants around the planet that are already being stunted and totally destroyed. We've had the worst grape crops for wine since World War II. Well, what's the commonality between us now and World War II? The crops were destroyed in World War II. It was because of bombers and tanks and artillery and soldiers and everything else. And people, eating them because they didn't have any food. Now it's because the sun is destroying it. And we're seeing this, everywhere all over the planet with the rains and so on and so forth. And that is just going to continue to progress and get worse and worse and worse every year while the price of food goes up and up. But there's going to become a point where it doesn't matter how much money you got, you're not getting any. I mean, even Bill Gates is going to go hungry in this. So don't think that everybody is going to be able to have food or is going to have enough food to live through this, because they're not. This is an extinction event, for not a complete extinction, but I always say it's like chlorine in the gene pool. And if you're not following what's happening, and you're not following how the sun is changing, and you're not following what's going on the planet and seeing all these crop losses, and then you're not going out and preparing and getting the things that you need, the food, the beans, the bullets, the Band-Aids, the tools that you'll need from bygone era. I tell everybody to act like they live in 1812. So whatever you saw in a hardware store in 1812 and whatever you saw as far as food stocks in 1812, sugar, rice, corn, beans, salt, pepper, flour, the raw ingredients. Get seeds. And people say, well, Lee, how much should I stock up on? You need 5 years worth of food for every member of your family at a minimum. I'll say that again. You need 5 years worth of food for every member of your family at a minimum. There's, because if you don't have that, you're not going to have enough to survive this. Additionally, you need to be able to protect yourself. So whatever you choose to use in taking up arms, and it's just like this. If you don't arm yourself, you might as well not prepare, because everything that you stocked up, somebody's going to try to come take from you. And if you're not prepared to use force to eliminate that threat with extreme prejudice, you're going to lose your supplies. And so you need to have like-minded people working together with you. You need to take refuge underground. You need to do like the people did in Egypt, and the people did in Turkey, and the people did. I mean, there are underground cities all over the world. Some is large enough to hold 20,000 people under the ground at one time. Okay, that's half as many people as are displaced right now by the campfire in California that burned out there and killed all those people and destroyed that city. Okay, there's a lot of people that need to do a lot of things, and they need to do those things now. This is not something where you can go, well, I'll just go to the hardware store when this gets closer and I'll pick me up some tools. Nope. There's going to be people killing each other for the tools in that hardware store. There's going to be people fighting. No one on this planet that is alive today has ever seen the type of infighting that's going to take place when there is none. Because, look at it this way. When there is no food for you, no food for your spouse, and no food for your children, and your kids haven't eaten in days, what is the point that you will go to get those children of yours something to eat. Most fathers would say, I would kill to feed my kids. Well, you got to realize that you're on the other end of that, because he's willing to kill to feed his kids. Are you willing, if you've got the supplies, are you willing to kill to keep your kids fed? So it's a harsh reality. Okay, but those who don't wake up and realize that reality aren't going to wake up. They're going to, and it's all going to be over for them. They don't have to worry about it. So those people just might as well go ahead and party like it's 1999. But people need to get the books, learn what needs to be done to prepare themselves. They need to get the tools. They need to go out in the woods and practice using those tools. Do not depend upon any technology, because all technology will eventually fail you. So you have to learn to depend upon yourselves. You need to, and this is the other thing I say, people will starve to death surrounded by things that they could have eaten. Everyone needs to become an expert in wild edibles. Okay, if everyone knew half as much about wild edibles as my wife, they would be very well fed. Okay, I mean, she does this stuff. That's, when it comes to wild edibles and what you can eat and how you can make it into something, I don't know anybody that is any better than my wife. That's why it's one of the reasons she is my wife. So, you have to have these skills. You have to know these things. And everything that I'm not, my wife is. And everything that she's not, I am. So that's why we love each other and are such a great team together. We can do almost anything between the two of us. I mean, my wife is playing in electronics now. She made her own battery that's been sitting in out here over a month ago, and it's still running an LED light. And all she does is adds a little bit of water to it every once in a while. And she just used a magnesium rod and some other stuff. So, that's the type of things that she does and knows how to do. And you guys need to learn how to do too. Because if you don't know how to get your water out of the ground, if you don't know how to plant those seeds, if you don't know that you have to use heirloom seeds and not hybrid seeds, if you don't know all these things, you're dead. And there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Just imagine I go tomorrow and I flip a switch, and now there is no electricity anywhere. How does that happen? Oh, it's real simple. A thing comes out of the sun called a CME, which is a coronal mass ejection. And people say, oh, they're not bad. We haven't had one of those since 1859. Oh, yeah, we have. We have, on average, about 100 a year or so. They just don't happen to be coming right at us or, hit us. But the problem is the CME that hit the planet Earth in late August 1859 happened to wipe out every electrical device basically on the planet. There wasn't much, and it was real crude telegraphs. So, they took a high amount of voltage to work in the first place. Can you imagine what that CME would do to the electrical grid we have now? Or would do to the telephone systems or the cable TV systems or cables across bridges? Because what you have to understand is CMEs induce a significant amount of energy into electrical conductors. And so electric lines going across the country. And that's a problem. Because believe it or not, the newer electrical lines that are more efficient, well, they're more damaging because they conduct the energy even better. And so because they conduct the energy and those voltages across those lines, they're going to fry the power disconnect facilities. For the substations. They're going to fry all of the transformers. In fact, in one of the reports from the EMP Commission specifically calls out and says, there is no way to protect a transformer. And the U.S. government has actually now teamed with a transformer production company in Tennessee that said, you guys make a nice big transformer. Guess what? You're going to start making these too. it wasn't really a choice for those guys. The government said, you guys make one, now you're going to make these too, because you're going to be our guys. So, the government knows it's a coming. The government knows it's going to happen. The government is not going to, how shall we say, spill the beans. The fact of the matter is that the Russians have been preparing for this for years, because they've been hearing the same thing that I've been saying and others have been saying for years, and they pay attention to their scientists, unlike, our administration. So, we need more people to, pay attention to what's going on, to start preparing, and to get everything together now for you, your family, and your loved ones. Because if you don't start getting these things together for your family and your loved ones, you're not going to survive this. Okay? I'll bet money that 30% of the people on the planet will be dead by 2030. Now, whoever wants to take me up on that bet, I hope you're still around to try to collect, but you're probably going to lose. So if you're still around, I'll take some food too. Okay. It's people don't realize what's coming. And for, Valentina Zarkova to come out and say the same thing I've been saying for years. And you were talking about the 800-year cycle. Well, let's look at it. You have the RC theory. That's 206 years. Then if you double that, well, that's 412. Well, if you double that, Dave, what is it? That's 824. That's right next to your buddy's 800-year cycle. And so when you take the 206 and you double the 206, that gives you the 412. So that's the worst of the cycles, is the 400-year cycle. Of the 206 cycle, the 400 is worse. But the 400 is the same way. When you double the 400 and you go to the 800, that's worse. So this is the 800 one that's coming around. That's on top of the double 400. That is a quad of the double 200. So it's bad. And people have to understand what is going on here. We have lived in a warm epoch for 11,500 years. Normally, the Earth is a giant snowball. So we go 100,000 years in an ice age. And then, bing, the sun gets warmer. We warm up. We go through a warm period like we are right now. And then all of a sudden, poof, it goes cold as hell overnight. And people go, Lee, that's only in the movies. Really? If that's only in the movies, how do we have a woolly mammoth with green clover frozen inside of his mouth when he was eating it? And he going, oh, well, it was cold. Well, hell no, it wasn't cold. You don't have green clover in the cold. Okay? It was a warm part of the year. He's sitting there eating green clover. It's undigested in its stomach. It's still in its mouth. And it went from a warm day to it froze a woolly mammoth solid. So just think about
in
that
seconds. In seconds.
Yes. Right. I mean, so if you don't think the world can do that, you won't have to worry about it, because you're not going to live through it. So you need to move underground. You need to get these food supplies I'm telling you about. You need to make any devices that you want to have EMP or CME proof. You need to, if you want to have an inverter, you need to call, the hell's that name of Solark. You need to call Solark, Solark in Texas. And by the way, when you call them, tell them I sent you. So, they will get you what you need to be able to make your power for EMP proof and CME proof solar panels, to how to tie a hydro system in, tie to a grid, tie to a generator. And then you need to look at the doctor, I can't remember what his name is. He does the EMP stuff. I think it's Richard something. I can't remember what his last name is. But you need to look at the EMP. He does a disaster prepper for EMP. You type that in on Google, you'll find him. EMP disaster prepper. There you'll find him. And you need to follow his rules for as far as protection from EMP and CME. CME is a coronal mass ejection. EMP is an electromagnetic pulse. So all of these things are things that people need to do. They need to get together. They need to be prepared. because, if you do, it's like I've always said, my father said before me. Well, my dad was different. My dad said proper pre-planning prevents poor performance. And as I got older and started working with the government, it was proper pre-planning prevents piss poor performance. So that's what you've got to do. And don't put the stuff on hard drives. Don't put the stuff in your computer. Don't put the stuff on your cell phone. Get this in hardbound books and protect them with your lives, because that'll be the educational material for you and your family for a long, long time. Because when all of this hits, our infrastructure is going to crumble. The electrical grid will not be able to support the people in the northern territories. There is no power there for it. All of the fools that are buying electric cars, okay, and not putting in some type of a backup system to be able to charge their cars themselves with solar or wind or what have you, okay, they're absolutely crazy, because when the grid goes down, all those Teslas are going to be laying around all over the place. They're, what I call them, is the world's most expensive yard art. Because you're not going to be able to drive them. There's not going to be a grid. You're not going to have the power to support those cars. The Russians are smart. The Russians are building icebreakers. The Russians are building all kinds of Arctic and snow-going military equipment. The Russians have underground facilities. The Russians are building nuclear-powered power stations on barges. And what are they going to do with those barges? They're going to push those barges up the rivers to cold parts of their country or along the coast, and they're going to come in and they're going to tie into the grid. So when a country goes down, like the United States or any other country in the world, the Russians, who are big and strong and we drink vodka, they're going to load up their ships. They're going to load up all these barges with these nuclear reactors on them. They're going to load up their troops. They're going to load up all this Arctic stuff, and they're going to go over to that country. And do they have to fight anybody? Hell no, because everybody there's already starved to death. So you walk into a country, everybody's dead, the grid's down, no problem. You push the barge up on the beach with some great big ships. You run the wires over to the next closest power grid, and you tie right in, and poof, nuclear reactor on the grid. And now they can re-energize it all off their own reactor. And, that's what the Russians are already planning. That's what they're already doing, and that's what they're going to do. If you don't think that the Russians, look, if you go and you talk to the Russians, and the joke about Russia is the only people that Russia allows to be on their border is who Russia wants to be on their border. And the question is, who does Russia want on their border? The answer is nobody. Russia wants to rule the world, and Russia will do whatever it takes or whatever they think they can do to rule the world. And this is a perfect opportunity for them to do that, because at this point in time, the Russians and the Chinese are at least a decade ahead of any other country on the planet. They're
in terms of preparation, I'll agree.
Oh my God,
there.
yeah. The Chinese are already buying land across Africa. The Chinese are already putting in railroads. The Chinese have built trains that they put a group of men on, and they pull that ship up to the port. The train comes out of the ship, and they go down that track, and wherever they stop, when that train stops, 8 hours later, there's a station there. So they just bring a bunch of ships with a bunch of these trains, and they got one railroad track going out across that country. And what do? They just start pumping trains down. So the station on the far end, that's the first train. The next farthest station is the next train. They just start launching all those trains out. And you know what? By the time they get all the trains out, 8 to 12 hours later, or however many hours it takes to go all the way across the country, plus 8 hours later, there's stations. So in less than 24 hours, they can put as many railroad stations across that country as they want to, wherever they want them to be. Now, people go, well, no, what, really? Yeah. They have dedicated men and trains to making railroad stations in 8 hours. Why would you do that?
It's all prefab. And Lee, you got to understand where these train terminuses are the old mega lakes up in northern Africa. So, again, we're starting to see all these rains across the Middle East, and then China's making plays in the desert. And guess what? I'm looking at an article right here with all these rains that there are vast, just to the horizon fields growing in the deserts now across the Middle East and Northern Africa. So again, what do the Chinese know about these time cycles that our Western governments aren't telling us? Like, they knew something to put these terminals of trains way out into the mega lakes, but you got to go back 7,000 years to find where the mega lakes basins were. Now, what do they know? Do they know something that we're going way back in time to an extreme, cooling event where they're talking about literally the deserts of the world regreening themselves? That's a massive change. It's not 400-year, 800-year change. That's a multi-millennia, multi-thousand-year cycle. If they're pegging it at that, to look at the deserts to regreen enough where they can grow food and then ship it back to China as northern part of China goes offline grain production-wise. That's a multi-millennial cycle, not anything in the hundreds of years. That's thousands of years cycles.
Oh yeah, they know what's going on. They know that this is happening. There's no doubt of what is taking place. So, they have been planning on this. They are acting on this. They are implementing the plans as they go forward. I mean, look at the factories that they have built over in China above the valleys just to create rain for weather modification. I mean, they have 40,000 people that in China that only do weather modification every day. That's their full-time job. And that's to make it rain, because they know as we progress further into a grand solar minimum that when we're in the middle of it, precipitation is going to drop by 80%. So when the precipitation drops by 80%, everything dries up. And when you shorten up the season, you get way smaller production. And then when you have hailstorms that come throughout the middle of the season, you have even more crop losses. So it's going to be a starvation event. I hate to say it that way, but the facts are the facts, and that's what's going to happen. And, it ain't like I just came up with this yesterday. I've been talking about this for years, and people have seen this coming. I mean, John Casey knew right at the first part of 2014 that we were in trouble, because during that solar cycle, this one, we had a double peak, and the second peak was higher. So when you have 3 solar cycles that are sequentially decreased by 30% each cycle, as they continue to come down on each cycle.
Lee, we're going to have to wrap it up here. We're coming into a break. We'll be back in 2 minutes and 2 seconds. I'm your host, David Dubine from Adapt 2030 series on YouTube, and inventor Lee Wheelbarger. We'll return in 2 minutes and continue with the conversation about the timelines moving out into the amplification of the grand solar minimum. Be back in 2 and 2.
Radio at freedomslips.com, and we'll be right back after this message.
Hello, all you good-looking people out there in Revolution Radio. This is Mario. I invite you to join me Thursdays at 6 o'clock for This, That, and the Other. It's a show about you, it's a show about me, but ultimately it's a show where we try to have a little bit of fun. We discuss important topics, and we do our best to be apolitical. So I invite you, put on your favorite pair of comfy sweats, your smoking jacket, and grab a beverage of your choice, and join me Thursday evenings at 6 o'clock for This, That, and the Other on Revolution Radio.
Enter into a world unseen on Raven Star's Witching Hour. You will encounter eclectic topics from the realm of spirit brought into our matrix of truth. With your host, the Solaris Blue Raven. Solaris will bring you an array of unique guests covering topics from ghostly spirits to amazing anomalies, covert technology, UFOs, and shadowy global events.
And that's right here at Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com, Saturdays, midnight till 2 a.m. Eastern Time. Revolution Radio, where information never sleeps.
Let the magic rise.
From the astral realms to the physical plane, the halls of power to the walls of home, the multiverse to the innerverse, all will be haunted by the ghost in the machine. I am Steve Zerloff, the ghost in the machine. Mondays, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Studio B. Exclusively here on Revolution.Radio.
This is Barbara DeLong, host of Nightlight Radio, inviting you to join me on a cosmic journey, exploring a metaphysical montage of spiritual material, covering everything from the mundane to the magical, UFOs to unicorns, and everything in between, including spiritual readings for those who seek enlightenment. Let Nightlight provide you with equal measure of light, love and laughter, insight, wisdom, and inspiration. Monday nights, 10 to 12 p.m. Eastern, right here on Studio B, Revolution Radio at freedomslips.com.
The opinions expressed on this radio station, its programs, and its website by the hosts, guests, and call-in listeners or chatters are solely the opinions of the original source who expressed them. They do not necessarily represent the opinions of Revolution Radio and freedomslips.com, its staff, or affiliates. You're listening to Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com, 100% listener-supported radio, and now we return you to your host.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to Mini Ice Age Conversations, the second hour. Today I had with me and still have inventor Lee Wheelbarger. We're talking about changes in solar activity that are going to usher in vast changes in our society that will affect everybody on this planet. It's all about preparing. It's about getting your mind ready and knowing these changes, where they're coming, when they're coming, how intense they'll be. And then you can make a very solid game plan moving out to protect yourself, your families, and you really know the true causation of why the changes politically, financially, as well as with the weather are happening. Now, speaking of that, weather warning for those of you listening anywhere along the East Coast of the United States, even in the Central Plains, extending over to the Great Lakes, all the way down to Mississippi. Winter weather storm warnings. Now, the most intense ice storms will be Indiana and Ohio, Illinois, moving over into Pennsylvania with freezing rain. You're looking at 7 to 15 inches of snow all the way from Pennsylvania up to Maine and further north into Vermont. All-time record cold temperatures, they're looking at, get this, highs today of 10 degrees Fahrenheit. I said that correctly. The high today, when you get more north of Maine, heading into Vermont and up toward Labrador and the eastern Maritimes of Canada, 10 degrees Fahrenheit will be the high for today. This extreme inclement weather extending through Tennessee, down to North Carolina, South Carolina, Alabama, record snow in Louisiana, record snow in Mississippi, record snow in Alabama, record cold in those same states. And I cannot believe I am looking at a hard freeze warning all the way down into Mexico. This is unbelievable what's happening. This is just the United States. Now, the Canadian weather warnings, if you're in the Eastern Maritimes or in Labrador in Canada, It's going to be 100 to 110 mile per hour winds accompanying a winter storm across the Maritimes heading up further into Goose Bay, which had all-time record snow, eclipsed their entire October snow record by 25%. And then this month already, even though it's just the 15th, it's already broken the November all-time snowfall total records, and they're expecting another something like 16 to 20 inches during this storm. So these massive eclipses of what we're seeing weather-wise, these warnings are out, they're real. If you're on the roads, if you're along the East Coast, you're going to need to take this seriously. This is no joke. This winter storm is going to catch you by surprise, and the brunt of it shall be arriving right now through tomorrow and into the weekend. So as this storm system passes, there are going to be tens of thousands of weather records broken to the cool side, the cold precipitation, whether it be ice or snow side as well. Also, if you're down in the Adriatic, cold warnings out for Bosnia, Herzegovina, Slovenia, and Croatia, and high wind warnings as well in these same areas, talking about gale force winds along with this exceptional cold. The planet is starting to upheave itself. And Lee was talking about mega drought coming as we progress into the grand solar minimum. We were talking about Northern Africa and the reason China is there out into the mega lakes. Now, I need to set that in the context before we continue our conversation. Now, Lee said it's going to get drier during the grand solar minimum. I'll agree in some places, but that moisture is going to be rediverted into other streams as well, because we know for sure that the intertropical convergence zone moves during regular 400-year intervals in the grand solar minimum. It's the moisture patterns moving more north or more south. They've mapped this through Asia quite succinctly to show where the droughts were in Indonesia, where the droughts were in China, where the droughts were across India, Myanmar, during these last 1,200 years. Now, that's all the further they've gone back on the studies, but it's very discernible. There's a shift more north or more south of where this precipitation flows go through the jet streams. That would be responsible for different hurricane activity, different monsoon patterns like we're seeing this year. Snow's out of season in the middle of the trekking season. All-time record snows across the Himalaya, lost crops, and it just goes on in India. Now back to the point in Africa. The precipitation is going to be shifting. Some areas will dry. Other areas are going to green again. So my whole point was, before the break, the Chinese are taking the rail terminus of what they're building through the Sahel, which is the north and eastern part of Africa, into Central Africa, complete desert. They were allotted millions and millions and millions of hectares, which is 2.4 acres, just for free to bring jobs, to bring people. Now they've constructed these rail lines out, and it's really interesting where they terminate. So the last stations that they put are at the actual edge of what were considered mega lakes 7,000 years ago. So they must know that the precipitation across North Africa is going to continue and become even more amplified as other places across the planet dry out, namely their own country. Because when you look at China through history, they always have a mega drought in the northern part of the country where they would be growing wheat, as well as Korea suffers the same fate. North Korea, the Korean Peninsula. Now, you got to realize back thousands of years ago that northern part was controlled by others. So you got to think about today's borders were slightly different. Like China, as you know, it is not nearly as big. You got to shrink that thing way, 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 way down. Even some of the prior capitals like Nanjing are halfway down the country. So the food production they were getting out of Heilongjiang, which is now considered the north up there border region with China and Russia together, they didn't really control that back, say 3,000 years ago. It was more consolidated, but still that weather effect had enough and pushed far enough south to reduce grain production in China as far south as Beijing, or maybe even a little further south. So what do the Chinese know about the precipitation patterns changing on 7,000-year cycles? Because, my initial analysis had put it at a 400-year cycle after following John Casey, having some conversations with him, doing some more research, having a few conversations with others. But my new timeline's pushing that, I believe we're going into something like a 3,600-year cooling event. But the Chinese are going to double that. They're going up to 7,200 years. So see, this is where the gray area is. Why are they putting all the infrastructure into areas that are going to continue to be desert? Because if we go back the past 3 prior grand solar minimums, even the Arab traders still talked about passing through deserts. They didn't talk about passing through pasture lands. The last time there were pasture lands, that was 7,000 years ago, or 3,600 years ago along the Silk Road and the Tarim Basin when you get way out west in Xinjiang. I do a little research on that. I'm looking for rivers that are refilling, which they are now, across the Tarim Basin, down in parts of Afghanistan. There's rivers running and have been flooding next to what were abandoned outposts and abandoned cities and monasteries and religious centers, 3,600 years ago or so. Now the rivers have returned to these same spots. So this precipitation is going to be a main key driver moving forward. And Lee, I want to leave you with one last thing. You talked about cities underground. Cappadocia is a good example. If you go to Turkey, I went there before, so when you said underground cities, right outside Cappadocia. And currently, if you want to travel to Turkey, you can stay in a cave hotel. Like if you go into Goreme, which is the area where Cappadocia is, everything's built into the hillsides. Like when you crest the hill with the bus or whatever, you can only car, however you get there. Can't go by train. But once you crest the hill and you go down, you go, where's the city? That's all built into the hills. Like today's modern infrastructure is built into the hillsides. It's amazing. You go into a restaurant, it's in a cave. They created a cave. They just carved into the hillside. It's really soft, workable. I'm not going to say stone, but the hillsides there are multicolored. And everywhere you go, there's tunnels connecting between stores and restaurants and hotels, still underground. This is the modern stuff they built. The cities you're referencing that had 20,000 people living underground, a little bit out of town, but nonetheless, the historians try to say, well, it was because they were trying to hide from the invading armies. But the way the air ducts were set up, it would have taken an army probably about 2 hours to figure out where their air intakes were and close all the air intakes off, and everybody would have suffocated underground. So as a strategist militarily, you never would have set it up where you so easily could have cut off the air supply to the underground city. They figured they were hiding from celestial events. And this is where it brings us back. Like, what kind of duration are we coming on here? Cappadocia, got these fires everywhere, greening deserts, massive flood. And I'll put one last thing here. These massive floods across the Middle East once again this week. This is the third time in 3 weeks that they've received a year worth of rain. Every week for the last 3 weeks, there has been a year's worth of rain 3 times in a row in 3 weeks. Now, this is something astounding and very special to think about. The massive floods in Petra, which killed all those people, including tourists. I've been to Petra as well. Did that whole trip. I went to Egypt, Jordan, and Turkey in one trip. But this is way back in the mid-1990s. It was way before 9/11. Everybody was super friendly, amazing countries to travel, most friendliest people. There's all this division between people across the planet today. But, when I traveled around in some of these countries like Egypt and those people were so kind. In Turkey, that was some of my best memories of traveling ever were going to Turkey. That's how friendly and welcoming and just hospitable, and the food was great, and the landscapes and the history and the architecture and the people, and it was a highlight of my life going to that country. Now, today would be slightly different because of the politics. But, things are changing all around this planet so quickly. This rainfall and precipitation is the wild card moving forward. So, Lee, you're saying it's going to dry out predominantly around the planet. Well, I'm going to have to come on the universe and say, well, at least the deserts of North Africa are going to green again, as well as the Middle East, and over into Central Asia and out into Xinjiang and the Tarim Basin out there. That's all starting to green right now. So the moisture's got to move somewhere.
Correct, it does, but we don't have as much. So you're going to have those areas. That's why the Chinese are going there, and there will be some areas in the desert Southwest. And so, you can already see the greening of the deserts starting. So, and it'll continue to do that as we go further in. I mean, look how much snow we've had in the desert. Look how much snow we've had in the Sahara Desert. The last time we had significant snow, other than last year, was all the way back, I think it was 1947. Look at Brownsville, Texas. Normally, the maximum amount of snow that Brownsville, Texas will ever get is a dusting. If it's a deep snow to Brownsville, it's 1/4 of an inch. Well, this past year, they got 4 inches. That's 16 times the record that they've ever gotten. So, this is coming. We already see it coming. As I was saying before the break, John Casey saw this was coming along with his research from Jack Eddy, and I've studied basically everything they've produced. And then I've also studied all of the information coming from Zarkova, from CERN with the cloud project there, everything that Dr. Kirkby from CERN has produced. Everything that Heinrich Svensmark has produced, the work of Dr. Willie Soon. So, I mean, I've researched all these guys' work and went through all of their papers and watched all of their lectures over and over and over again, so I can know exactly where they came up with their math and how they did their math. And when you add it all up, it's a really spooky scene. Because there is going to be so much of a decrease in TSI. TSI is total solar irradiance from the sun. And so as we normally have an average of about 1,360 watts per square meter. And each watt is basically equal to about 1 degree Celsius on the surface of the planet. And when you do the calculations, so there's a lot of calculations to do. So you have the sun is getting weaker, so you got to do the math from Valentina Zarkova. The sun is spewing out more highly charged particles out of the giant coronal holes that are rotating around on the sun, and those particles are streaming in and hitting the planet as well as going out all over the solar system. Additionally, this last coronal hole that we just had go by is the only coronal hole that I know of that size that has ever went all the way around the sun 3 times in a row. I mean, it first showed up in September, came back in October, just passed us here in November, and is stroking around looking like it's going to come back around in December too. So, when you've got massive coronal holes on the sun that are continuing to grow, and they're spewing out more and more of these highly charged particles in the form of cosmic rays, those are coming into our atmosphere. According to Heinrich Svensmark, they cause nucleation, which is the seeds to make clouds. According to the work from CERN, they do too. They proved it. So, and it's a exponential. When you get to a certain point, it's almost like a chain reaction as to how they continue to get more and more and more of these highly charged particles. And the way to look at it is each one of those particles that comes zipping right down into our ionosphere and our atmosphere, moving at almost the speed of light. Some of them go as slow as 400 or 500 kilometers per second, but others go a whole lot faster. So depends upon, how fast they come in. But when they come in, as they start coming in and interacting, each one of these particles is charged to, 3, 5, 8, 10, 12 tera electron volts, which is highly charged. And as it comes in, it acts like a sparkler that you gave a child at 4th of July, that once you light it, it just keeps throwing sparks off. Well, this thing does that at all, 300, 500, almost the speed of light. Whatever speed it comes in through the atmosphere, it's spewing these particles off, which is creating additional nucleation. And what does that do? Oh, well, it creates a particle that's between 50 and 100 nanometers in size, which is the perfect aerosol for moisture to accumulate on or condensate on and create the little particles of what you see as in fog or clouds. And so that's what all goes together to make raindrops. So what will happen is if you have an area where you have humidity and you have like a ship coming through that uses number 2 bunker and it puts off a lot of different exhaust or aerosols in the air, as these cosmic rays come in, they'll hit those aerosols and create more aerosols and interact with those. In some cases, it doesn't create an aerosol. In some cases, it creates nitric oxide, which according to NASA says acts like a giant air conditioner in the atmosphere that you can't turn off. So now we've got cosmic rays coming in. We've got more cloud cover. That cloud cover is a strata layer. The more strata layer you have, the more refraction or albedo you have. Plus, we're swinging further out away from the sun. So when you add it all up, you still come up with losing 8 watts per square meter in the wintertime during the period of time Valentina Zarkova is talking about in her speech, or when she released her paperwork. Now, she didn't release those numbers, but if she did, they would be basically what I just told you, because what she just told the world is what I figured out years ago. And when I told people that years ago, everybody thought I was crazy until all of the things that I said was going to happen have happened, and they're continuing to happen. And so that's why, we are moving into this, that we all know about it because we all see it. And I'm just glad that Valentina actually came out, because I'm not the only one that did those calculations. And another friend of mine did, David. And when he did the calculations, we were within a half a watt of each other. And so, you're doing pretty good math when you've got people in 2 different parts of the country, or excuse me, 2 different parts of the world who have came at the calculations independently. There was no collaboration between he and I prior to us doing his math. And when he did his math and I did my math, and we compared the two, we were half a watt off from each other. I was a half a watt more decline than what he was. He was at like 7.5 being worst case scenario, and I'm at 8. And so we were being reserved at saying 5, which is still almost 10 degrees Fahrenheit. So a heck of a difference in what the weather is going to be during that period of time. Additionally, that takes away from the solar energy that's coming in. So if the soil is not above 57 degrees Fahrenheit, the plants aren't really going to be growing. And you also are not going to have the light because the cloud cover is going to be there. Additionally, during a grand solar minimum, extreme UV goes up by as much as 700%, which means that you need nice polarized sunglasses, and you need wide brim hats and long sleeve shirts and ways to keep the sun off of you, because that extreme UV is going to cause more cases of skin cancer, can change your DNA, and can also create cataracts for your eyes. So you need to protect your eyes, your skin, and so on and so forth from these types of rays that are coming in that we're all going to be dealing with. So, it's going to be a whole lot colder, and it's going to be there a whole lot sooner than anybody believes. I mean, like I've been saying for 3 years, we're going to see it this year. This winter is the winter that people are going to wake up and go, what the hell is going on? So if you want to prepare, now is the time to do it. Because
you and I disagree on the timeline on that. I'm saying like around 2020. You're saying this year. But anyway, let me interject for a second here on Valentina Zarkova's presentation that she did. Now, the video I put out on my YouTube channel, Adapt 2030, this was all about the 1-minute introduction when she was being introduced to give the presentation. Now, almost every other upload of that video that you see does not include the first minute. So I went back to the Global Warming Policy Forum's initial page to grab that full video. And the very first minute, the announcer or the introductor, MC, I don't even know who it was, whatever you like to call this person, says, now, Valentina, remember you grew up in Russia, right, during the Cold War? And she says, yes. And he says, behind the Iron Curtain. And she says, yes. And then he tries to make a joke like, well, you remember during that time what you were allowed to say and what you couldn't say. And if you did say something that was not supposed to be said, well, you don't want to get on our... And then he stops there. And then the people in the crowd laugh like, ha. But that was a direct warning to her not to tell some of the information that you just relayed, and that all the causations and the overlaps of the each individual factor causing declines in temperature. Now, the UVC also, there's a couple reports out right now asking why there is not more talk about the new measurements that have seen UVC touching our planet's surface, X-ray. So again, when we get reports of people asking why are we not talking more about UVC, although it's here and it's at the extremes, there is changes in the sun. The UV, you see all these videos around people showing plant damage, things melting that don't normally melt. Well, the sun's different, and of course it's going to have a different effect on our substances, including your body. And one last thing, the ocean's warming temperatures. Now, that study that was done was totally overblown, and they found that the numbers were wrong. And although that, had been so widely reported, there's been no retractions and not much to do in the media about making such a glaring error that was pointed out by just some university students that, hey, your math is completely wrong. How'd you come up with these numbers? And then put a full-on post, and they wrote their own articles about it, and then they had to do a retraction on what was written about ocean surface temperatures warming so hot, because they were trying to say, oh, look at all the ocean heating. It's creating all the atmospheric condensation, which is creating all these record snows. But they came back and said, whoa. The oceans are actually cooling. What are you looking at? Your models, your projections are all wrong. But the news blasted the initial story of, oh, it's heating oceans. But when it came out with the university students finding the wrong mathematics on the ocean model projections, the retractions were not there. They just didn't barely retract anything in the media, although it was a very, known to be inaccurate story mathematically. I don't know. They never even came back and said, oh, sorry, we should talk about this with all these errors in the numbers that we have, including surface temperatures, ocean temperatures, I'm saying surface temperatures. I'm talking about the planetary heating, if you will. So there's a lot of things going on at the moment with information from large bodies in science coming out. It seems that they're giving a mixed bag, a hodgepodge of the true information, what's happening. NASA talks about sunspots and lack of them driving temperature on the planet. But then in the very next breath, they talk about something with CO2 causing heating. All in the same day, they'll release two news articles from the same organization that are actually 180 degrees in opinion different from each other. And you're seeing this all over the news again and again and again. But calling out directly to check out more of these UVC readings that we're getting on our planet, as well as the UVB increases, which you alluded to. It seems that the real information that should be more discussed and talked about is purposefully shoved under the rug. And I'll come out and say that on my YouTube channel, I'm routinely, gray censored in ways. A subscription will just be removed. People who signed up get removed. Videos just stop counting after some time. I've had videos go back on count before, like 12,000 views on a video, and I'll wake up and it'll be 9,000 views. Like, wait a second, how did 3,000 views get removed from that thing? And this stuff happens all the time. All the time. So I'm curious, moving forward, with all the social media censorship occurring, how much longer are people like myself and Christian and Diamond at Ice Age Farmer, Christian at Ice Age Farmer and Diamond at Oppenheimer Ranch and Christopher over at the Climate Guy, Ice Age 2050, and that whole crew wrapped up in there, Ben from Suspicious Observers and those kind of, who else? We got David Dilley out there, Kevin Long, all these people. Kevin Long's a researcher in Australia, talks about the mega drought and the reasons for. We got Jan down in South Africa who does solar research, and everybody in between, Rolf Witche, David Lapointe, and all these people talking about these changes in our atmosphere, these changes on our planet happening due to magnetics from our sun. I mean, how long are they going to allow these discussions, or will they let the discussions go? Because that's kind of the Illuminati playbook, man. They got to let the information out and let the people decide. So where does it take us in the future in terms of censorship? Not sure, but all these changes are going to amplify. And you're saying it's this year. I'm going to say we're going to need another year into 2020 before the entire planet wakes up. This year will be a wake up for many, I do believe. But that's where we kind of split the hair there. Many will wake up and go, whoa, 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 this winter's way intense. But then I think just the average, person who watches TV and whatever, just the average person is going to wake up around 2020. And that's when I think the movement of economy is going to happen. Lee?
Right. I'll agree with you there. But what I'm saying is this winter, people are going to start saying, what the hell's going on? The amount of changes in the weather we're already seeing, the cold weather spikes. This is the earliest snowfall in Washington, D.C. in over 20 years. Okay. You don't normally have snowfall. I mean, growing up, and being around Washington, D.C. and so on and so forth, I only remember one time it ever snowing before Thanksgiving in my whole life. And that was only a dusting of snow, maybe a quarter of an inch to a half an inch. And it was great because a friend of mine had came up to visit from Georgia, and he had never seen snow in his life. He thought it was the greatest thing in the world. So, it was a real treat from him. So, now he's going to see it. Now they're seeing snow in Georgia. Okay. I mean, look at that. We've had all these events. So we're going to start seeing the temperatures dropping further to the south. We're going to see more of the infrastructure, the water mains, the septic systems, the electrical grids being destroyed and taken down because of ice storms, because of cold weather and the pipes freezing underground. I mean, look at Omaha, Nebraska.
Look at last year, how much they lost in terms of pipe damage in the Southeast U.S. Like billions of dollars of pipes were broken due to freeze just last year.
Right. And that's nothing. That is nothing. Ain't nobody seen nothing yet. Okay. This is going to freeze pipes. And see, the other problem is, homes in the South do not have the same thermal rating as far as insulation as homes in the North. So now you can't just say, oh, well, this area is 10 degrees cooler, so they're going to use 10 degrees worth of electricity more to try to keep their houses warm. Nope. Going to be way more than that.
Way more, because they're going to have to overheat to try to compensate for what's seeping in.
Right.
Hey, wait, can I please quick update here, Lee? New advisory from the National Weather Service. There's now winter storm warnings in 27 states in the United States. At the moment, 27. Yep. They've just included Arizona in this list here and New Mexico. And there's a couple updates coming through. So any of you listening out there, the new list is now upgraded to over half of the United States in a winter warm storm warning. Lee?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead. I just wanted to give that update real quick because I just came across the news wire here. 27 states now included in winter storm warnings. So if you're out there, yeah, it's going to get pretty nasty, especially. And they've upgraded up into Vermont and New Hampshire as well for extreme freezes and just bringing everything indoors. They're talking about the temperatures. You must bring your pets in. They're going to freeze to death if you don't bring your pets in right now in Vermont and New Hampshire. Interesting new updates there for you, but continue, please.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and it's only going to get worse as we go on. We're going to, like I said, like you backed up or reiterated, we're going to lose infrastructure. We're going to lose the ability to do transportation. We're going to have cities that are totally frozen in and frozen solid. We're going to see snowstorms that go up to the, when the snow totals come in, we won't be measuring them in inches or feet. We're going to say it'll be up to the second floor. Okay. These are going to be unbelievable storms that we're going to see, because you're going to have events like the flooding that we have from a hurricane, except for the fact that that's all going to be snow. And so instead of having 40 inches of rain, it's going to be extremely cold, and you're going to have 50 feet of snow. And people don't realize that that's going to happen. There are people on this planet that don't know that we've had snowstorms where the snow was higher than the telephone lines on the telephone.
Yeah, that was in Iran. That was in Iran in the 1970s.
Yeah, we've had it happen here in the United States too. So, there's people that don't realize what this planet has already done, and, they have no idea about what it's getting ready to do, which will be way worse than anything anybody has ever seen that's alive today. In fact, this is going to be a doozy of all the doozies. It's all of the bad things coming together at once. And I always say it takes three things to make a disaster. And so we have it in this particular case. One, we're going through a grand solar minimum. Some people don't want to say it starts until 2020 or the next solar cycle. That's fine, but the fact of the matter is we knew it was going to start when the second peak of our current solar cycle was higher than the first peak, and the 2 or 3 previous cycles had been 30% stronger going back. So each cycle previous had been dropping 30%, and then it got to this cycle where it was 30% lower than each of the other two. So we're 30% lower than the previous, and that one was 30% lower of the previous of that. So when you go through that reduction by 30% through 3 cycles, and then you have 2 peaks in the cycle, and the second peak is higher, that's the signature of a grand solar minimum. So John Casey knew the first part of 2014 that we were going into a grand solar minimum, knew for sure. When I found out, I agreed 100%, still do. So as we go into this, everything is going to start going downhill, and going downhill very, very quickly. When Valentina Kozarkova says, by 2028, we're going to be offline, a lot of the country's a lot of the world is going to be offline long before then. So
yeah,
this
long,
winter,
long before.
Right. This winter is going to wake some people up. And then this coming summer, we're not going to get the yields we want. And we're going to start losing yield, and the prices are going to start going up. So that's why I'm telling everybody they need to stock up now, because you're going to pay more next year and every year here forward until there is no more to buy. So if you want to stock up now, stock up now. If you don't, well, you can just pay more for it next year. And do you get it the year after that or the year after that? Well, nobody knows. You might be able to get some of it, but the time to do it is now. Don't wait till next month. Don't wait till next year, and surely don't wait 2 or 3 years. You need to get all
Lee,
your stuff.
Could I add a point in there quickly?
Sure.
Long-term food storage for you all. If you're going to go out and buy these bulk items right now, let's say you go buy 500 pounds of beans or 500 pounds of rice, you are absolutely at the very top of your skill set list going to need to know how to store this properly. So it doesn't get too moisture laden and mold inside the bins you're holding it. Could be the plastic 20 gallons that you have. Could be anything, wherever you're storing it. What about insect pests? What about actual rodents, mice, rats getting inside there? Just a whole bunch of things to think about if you're going to buy in bulk on how you're going to store it to keep it from either getting fungus, mold inside, or being attacked by other things that eat on our planet as well. So keep that in mind too. Buying it is one thing, but preserving it and storing it for longer term food storage. If you're buying now and you're going to need it in 5 years, how are you going to make sure that that's not invaded by worms or something within a 5-year period. You're going to really, really have to buckle down and learn how to store food in a proper way. And Leo, that's the point I wanted to give there.
Yeah, my trick for that is nitrogen. So you put it in a container that's a plastic container in a metal container, and you fill the bag with nitrogen, and then you slowly pour the material into the bag that's full of nitrogen gas, and then you seal that bag up. That takes all the moisture out of it, out of the air, all the air out of it, and then you seal it up airtight, and it's in a metal container so the rodents can't get in. So that's Lee's redneck way to preserve your food, because if as long as it's stored in that nitrogen and there's no oxygen in there. So like I said, you put your plastic bag, food grade thick hep plastic freezer bag or whatever you're going to use. You take a small canister of nitrogen with a tube coming out, and you put it in the bottom of that bag, crack the valve, and fill the bag up with the nitrogen. And if you want to see when it's full, you can actually shine a bright light through it, and you can see the vapors coming out of it and coming over the sides and falling down, just like you can see vapors of gasoline coming out of a gasoline tank. So you just put the nitrogen down in it, slowly pour your food down into it, keep the nitrogen going into it. When it's full, all the way full, you close off the top of the bag with the nitrogen tube still in there, still putting off nitrogen. You wait a little bit, and it forces all the air up out of there. And then you pull the tube out and seal the bag off, and then cut your nitrogen gas off. And then there's 100% food, and all the gas is nitrogen in there. And you don't have to worry about moisture. You don't have to worry about oxygen or spoilage, because it's totally sealed in there. So you're good to go. And so that's Lee's redneck trick. For storing food.
Now, what if there's no nitrogen available?
That's why you do it now. That's the point I'm getting at. You need to have 5 years worth of food now. Don't wait, because you won't, the nitrogen will be available. The food won't. That's the problem.
Well, it depends if the delivery chain's still intact, and if we still have just-in-time delivery, and if those factories are still operating at that point where they're able to have excess gases to just distribute. Right now, it's pretty easy to get a lot of things that we're looking for. But, I'm going to progress down the timeline here into maybe 2021, 2022. Some of these things might not be as easily available. Because I had talked with an economist friend of mine. I was talking with my broker, actually. And we discussed a few things about timelines. And he was like, both these guys were like, yeah, the way you're talking, it seems that there'll be a lot of inavailability of items circa 2024, 2025. If you're telling us at 2028, he's like, you won't be able to get it at the point of 2024, 2025. That was for the broker talking about, and taking physical delivery on the futures contract so you can assure for food. Now, this is a little secret I'll share here with you. We're on a futures market. If the paper trades stay the way they are, and if the market continues to function, you are able to take physical delivery of your futures contract, whichever you're holding. You can choose to take that physical delivery of it. Now, think about that in the future, too. It's just another option, another, I guess, facet of the diamond to think about keeping your fingers and keeping your body and mind right in the middle of the food flow. Now, do you know where the wholesalers are in your city? Do you know where the food distribution, loading and unloading? Where do the rail, cars terminate to unload the grain shipments in your city? Where do they bring the trucks in that are full of food that are the initial warehouse storing area before they get sent out to their more local, corner stores or local supermarkets? Something like this. How familiar are you within the chain there? But again, if you want to take physical delivery, think about that as an option as well. You'll have to get it arranged for the freight forwarding on that, but that'll not be a very big problem if you are able to garner food in the future.
Oh, I don't think there's going to be that easy for people to garner food in the future. I don't think they're going to be able to go down there. I don't think it's going to be coming out of the fields. And, if you have an EMP or a CME, well, then nobody's going to be delivering anything to anybody anyway. So that's why I tell everybody to prepare now. Get the stuff now. It's cheaper. It's easier to do. You're not in a rush. You can get it all done, and you're not fighting people over the food when it hits the fan. Because what happens if there's a CME next week? What happens if there's a CME next month? I mean, we already had one that was an X47 that made the Carrington event look like a firecracker compared to a nuclear warhead. So, if the event that we just had with that CME that came out of the backside of the sun, had that hit this planet, nobody would be listening to this show right now. In fact, most of the people who are listening to this show right now would already be dead. So, that is what we're talking about. That is the facts. And that's the thing I love about every time we go on the show. The opinions expressed by the viewers and the hosts of the show are theirs and don't necessarily match with. These aren't expressed opinions. It's a fact. An X-47 came out of the backside of the sun. It's a fact. If that had hit this planet, nobody would be listening to this conversation right now. It's a fact. If that had hit this planet, it would have taken out most of, if not all, of the electrical grid, and there would already be millions of people who were in the dark and starved or starving to death. Those are all facts. So, people need to realize that we live in a very, very, very dangerous time. In fact, the most dangerous time that they have ever lived through in their life is coming up. And when I say that, I mean that on average. There are people who have lived through combat. There are people who have lived through all kinds of harrowing things, just like the people who escaped out of out of paradise. Those people went through that harrowing experience. We're getting ready to go through years and years, if not a decade or more, of some of the most strenuous conditions ever seen by man on this planet in the last 10,000 years. So that's what people need to prepare for. That's what people need to be getting ready for. That's what people are going to have to deal with. These are the realities of the situation, not hypothesis. Go do the math yourself. I did. Dave has. The other Dave has. Many others have. CERN, John Casey, Valentina Zarkova, Willie Soon, Piers Corbin. Go ask the world authorities. Go ask the people who get the predictions right. People were talking about they had 400 predictions on what solar cycles were going to be for this cycle. And myself, John Casey, and a couple other people were the only ones that agreed that there was going to be nothing left of this and that the next cycle was going to be crap. So, and thereafter, because this is what it does. The earth is a cycle. Everything the sun does is a cycle, just like we go around. So it's all coming to a change. It's all going to change dramatically, and it's going to affect our food growth. It's going to affect where we can live. It's going to affect the infrastructure, because we already know there's not enough power to survive it. So, look at what happened. What was it, Calgary, Alberta? You and I were talking about this before, that one of the cities didn't have enough electricity, and two other Canadian cities had to give them the power. And if
that was provinces, that was full provinces that were about to go. Now, again, which leads to an interesting point there, because they had hit minus 35, minus 40 degrees Celsius, and they were drawing down so heavily on the power grid that they did have to draw from two other provinces to keep just Calgary up and running. But this year on tap, the way it's looking right now, it's going to be even colder this coming winter than it was last winter. So when you see the earliest snowfalls ever recorded in Houston, Texas, going back to the 1880s, what do we got? El Paso, San Antonio, the coldest ever. And right now, these last couple of days ever measured since the 1880s. We're eclipsing something now back on the 200-year, the 150-year centennial minimum. We're quickly dropping back into the 200-year cold on our doorstep. Now, the modern just power grid, let's say there's no CME, no AMP, anything like this. Just the actual drawdown of people trying to heat their homes is going to crash the grid. Not that, and you mentioned something on there too, and the same thing. I am also saying perhaps even this winter, there will be a city that will have such a ferocious snowstorm that will bury the entire city. They will need military support to bring the supplies in, because that city will be sieged by 50 feet of snow, 30 feet of snow. And those people will be paralyzed and not even able to leave their homes, and they will have to bring supplies in by the military. Because if you get an atmospheric compression event snowstorm, like right now, we're seeing this everywhere on the planet. There seems to be a giant uptick. Once you get like 3 months worth of rain in a single 3 hours, 6 months worth of rain in 3 hours, a year's worth of rain in 3 hours. Now, that's precipitation, water rain. Can you imagine if these same events happen, but they are in a snow event where you would get 3 months of winter snow in a single snowstorm in just a few hours? I just am working on a little article here that happened in Russia. They call a snow tsunami. Came over clear skies, and as you watch this weather front come in, it's very similar to what you would see in Buffalo with the cams when the lake effect snows blow in. But as it blew in, it was so fast that the snow fell. It was almost shocking, as if it was CGI. The snow came in, and within minutes, there was feet of snow on the ground, literally within minutes. And we're already starting to see this very same events starting. This is in Russia, and I picked that up off the Watchers, and it was also over on strangesounds.org. So the videos are up about what they call this atmospheric snow tsunami. Now, this is very, very, very close to an atmospheric compression event. I believe it's the same event, just with a different name. But we're starting to see it already, where feet of snow are falling in minutes. Wait until a year's worth of snow. The entire winter of snow falls in just one day on a city. That's going to paralyze the infrastructure. People are going to freeze. Power lines will go down. I believe that by 2020, people will start to abandon cities in these regions because they'll just realize that the next winter is going to become worse and what happened in the prior winter or two. And this is where we'll start to see the population migration, which we see in every grand solar minimum. People just leave their homes and cities because they just can't stay there. The infrastructure is not in place to allow them to survive through the winters. And we saw that in Finland and Scandinavian countries, Norway. Spore minimum, those areas emptied out by 90%. Meaning, this is an example, like 1640. So the spore minimum was in the 1300s. They saw the same thing, massive migrations out of those northern climes. The best example, because they had population data, was the Maunder minimum. 90% of the population of Finland and Norway and Sweden left. So when they came back, some 60 to 70 years later, we're talking 2 generations, and when they came back, there was nobody in the towns. They were 90% deserted. So this is the kind of thing that we can see moving forward, and an atmospheric compression snow event is going to make that winter in Buffalo in the 70s look like it was just a dusting.
Yeah, you got that right. You got that right. That is all coming. And and this is what I've been saying. If you're up in those northern regions, it's going to be really, really bad, really, really soon. The crazy part about it is that with the new way that the jet stream is working and it's dipping further down to the south, as it dips further down to the south, where the convergence between that cold air mass and the warm air is, it's going to be unbelievable weather, unbelievable hail. In fact, the Tornado Alley is now moving to the east. We're having more tornadoes in the central part of the country and moving more and more to the east in places we've never had them before, and with increased veracity. And it's not so much that we have more hurricanes, it's just that they're bigger and there's a whole lot more rain with them. Harvey was a prime example of that. And that's the type of thing that we need to be concerned about, is what, the Harveys that come in when you've got cold weather, or the Harveys that come in and then the cold weather comes to it. These Alberta Clippers and so on and so forth are plunging down into the continental United States. The polar vortexes are doing the same thing, displacing that Arctic air mass coming down across the United States and creating these huge freezing events and cold air plunging down in. I mean, I'm in Florida and, it's cold down here now. We saw the temperature last fall with the temperatures being colder earlier. And in the spring, we had freezes, hard freezes in North Florida a full 30 days after the latest recorded freeze of, in history. So, there's a lot of things that are not right that we can already see. And this is going to be pushing all the way down, through all of the continental United States. There might be some areas of Florida that will be somewhat spared, but there will be parts of Florida that are just as bad as other parts of the country. The northern part of Florida is no better off than Alabama or anybody else that's in that region. And in fact, the northern part of Florida, just like Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi, and so on and so forth, in the wintertime, we'll see temperatures and snow just as brutal as a New England winter. So, there will be no escaping it for that. So just imagine, as cold as it is in New England, it'll be that cold and have events like that down along the Gulf Coast of the United States. How cold is it going to be where your house is if it's that cold in the Gulf? And
yeah, now, Lee, if I could add in, that's just in the United States, but these same events are happening in Europe. You talk about tornadoes. They had tornadoes in Algeria in the desert. And so far, the Moroccan areas of the mountains have the most snow ever recorded, but it's 2 months early. Like, they generally don't get snow until January there. But the amount of snow for an entire season has already dropped on the mountains, the Altus Mountains across Morocco, 2 months early. And you're starting to see this same polar vortex that's dipping all the way down into northern Africa, and it just keeps pushing further and further south. Now it's down into Mauritania. How far is this thing going to go? And then it swings over the Middle East, and you got all these massive snowstorms. Well, Turkey gets snow every year, but Asia has been sort of spared so far. And I'm just really curious, when these vortices come down over Asia, how it's going to spin out. There's going to get snow in the Philippines. I don't know, but these vortices are global, and they're in northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere as well. Because Australia, that the vortices, the southern hemisphere vortex from the polar regions of Antarctica, that cold went 1,500 miles south of the equator. That was 1,500 miles from actually the equator of Indonesia and Papua New Guinea. It was a hard freeze in Australia this year. So it's both hemispheres, and it's happening with these vortices are extending further and further.
Yeah, they're going to continue to keep, coming farther and farther south. And the one thing I did want to interject here, because looks like we've got 5 minutes.
Got 3 minutes left. Yeah, 3 minutes.
Yeah. So after this program, I'm going to have a live chat. So I'm inviting you to the live chat on my YouTube feed. So if people want to go to Inventor Lee Wheelbarger on YouTube, I'll be there. And Dave, like I said, you're invited to be there. Diamond from Oppenheimer Ranch might be there. Christian shows up every once in a while. So questions that people may have, I'm going to sit there and answer some of those questions for a while live. So you're welcome to come there if you like.
Yeah, thanks. I might drop in while I'm researching all these years worth of rain events across the Middle East again. Like, these changes that we're seeing are stark, and it goes into a lot of prophecies, etc., where there were several religious belief systems talk about the deserts will green again when the earth time changes. And the deserts are greening again, not just a little bit where it rained once and there's a couple blades of grass. We're talking entire deserts are now being covered in vegetation. Like, you got to see these pictures of Oman and parts of Saudi Arabia and Yemen. You got to see these pictures. These are some of the driest places on the planet, covered in verdant flower cover. It is unbelievable. Purple, no less. A sign from the heavens, maybe. Anyway, we're going to wrap it up here. We just have about another minute or so. Inventor Lee Wheelbarger, live stream after this on YouTube. Last closing statement, Lee. You got about 2 minutes, and we're going to put you on the time clock right here. Tick-tock, go.
Hey, well, first off, I want to thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure to do shows with you. I recommend everyone get John Casey's book, Upheaval, to learn about how not only are we going to have cooler temperatures, but we're going to see increases in volcanic activity, how we're going to see increases in seismic activity. We're already seeing those taking place on the planet, how the sun gets weaker, those cycles, places to live, places not to live. Then I also recommend everybody study the Little Ice Age and see what happened. Become an expert on the Little Ice Age. See how things changed. Figure out ways to get water out of the ground without electricity. Get yourself a windmill from Aeromotor in Texas. Get yourself a hand pump so that when the wind's not blowing, you can pump it out of the ground. Build yourself something underground that you can stay in that'll be much, much easier for you to heat than trying to have a house above the ground. If you look at some of the videos that I've seen and David has seen, not only does the hail destroy the crops, there was 130,000 cars destroyed in 15 minutes in China in one day. So it can destroy homes, it can destroy aircraft, it can destroy greenhouses. Anything that is above the surface can and will be destroyed by these hailstorms. So I highly recommend that you look about, getting something underground, building something underground, figuring out ways to protect your crops. Planting potatoes. It's the most important thing I can tell you. Plant potatoes. They were one of the most successful plants during the little ice age. Also, what's the that little seed that begins with the letter M? Everybody loves them. My you know what I'm talking about. Dave Christian's always from Ice Age Farmer, and we've got tons of the seeds here on the boat. But there's a seed that we plant that is a moringa seed.
Moringa oleifera. Yeah, that's my thing. Yeah. I'd grow that, and I've been talking about that for years, the superfood plant.
Yeah, moringa oleifera. So grow moringa oleifera and grow potatoes and plant the seeds everywhere. We've found that they grow better than weeds do. So
they grow. It's amazing. They grow like sometimes up to 3 feet a day during the 1 foot a day during the really hot months of the summer. They'll grow up to a foot a day, and when you trim the leaf, 2 stems come off, and then they continue growing in this burst phase. Now, they're semi-drought resistant crops, but they like hot weather. So in the wintertime, it's going to start, to come down to almost no growth because they hibernate when it gets cold. Now, Lee, just one last thing here. Camouflage. You talked about being underground, trying to be able to, hide your stash of food. Remember, an underground, if you're taking a container and burying it into a hillside and turning that into your living quarter, prevent from the hail damage, easier to heat and cool as well. But think about the camouflage protection. You don't have to fight it out for your supplies with other people. What if you're camouflaged enough where they just don't know you're there for a while, or it's easy for them to just pass you by and go to somewhere that's just a more easier visible target? Camouflage could be your best friend during these times. I'm going to sign off. David Dubine, your host from Adapt 2030, and inventor Lee Wheelbarger as well on YouTube. Talk to you next week. Thanks for joining. Hope you got something out of our conversation.
Good night, everybody.
Radio at freedomslips.com, and we'll be right back after this message.
Will you fight? No! We will run! And we will live!
Shame on you. This could be the greatest night of our lives. But you're gonna let it be the worst.
And I guarantee a week won't go by in your life you won't regret walking out, letting them get the best of you.
Well, I'm not going home.
We've got too far! And I'm gonna stay right here and fight for this lost cause.
A day may come when the courage of men fails, but it is not this day.
The line must be drawn here. This far, no farther.
I'm not saying it's gonna be easy.
You're gonna work harder than you ever worked before.
But that's fine, we'll just get tougher with it.
If a person grits his teeth and shows real determination,
failure is not an option.
That's how winning is done.
Believe me when I say we can break this army here.
And win just one for the Gipper.
But I say to you, what every warrior has known since the beginning of time.
You've got to get mad.
I mean plumb mad dog mean.
If you would be free men, then you must fight to fulfill that promise. Let us
cut out their living guts 1 inch at a time.
And they will know what we can do.
let no man forget how menacing we are. We are lions.
You're like a big bear, man.
This is your time.
Seize the day.
Never surrender.
Victory or death.
That's the Chicago way.
Who's with me?
Clap! Clap! Don't let him die! Clap!
All right, let's fly!
And gentlemen in England now abed shall know my name is the Lord. But I tell our enemies that they may take our lives, but they'll never take our Independence Day.
Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com. One world coming together to bring freedom home. You don't need to expect us. We're already here.
This is the people's war. It is our war. We are the fighters. Fight it then. Fight it with all that is in us. And may God defend the right.
Warning! Warning!
We gotta stop them! They're gonna kill us all!
See how the trouble you've started? Be they the government, be they industry, be they organized labor, be they anyone, or human being. Time when the operation of the machine becomes so odious, makes you so sick at heart that you can't take part. You can't even passively take part. And you've got to put your bodies upon the gears and upon the wheels, upon the levers. How the trouble you've started? And you've got to be government, and you've got to be they organized labor, be they anyone, or human being.
Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com, the #1 listener-supported talk radio station, throwing ourselves on the gears of the machine. Revolution Radio, where information never sleeps.
Call down the thunder will now you die. You tell them I'm coming! And hell's coming with me, you hear? Hell's coming with me!
Revolution Radio. The opinions expressed on this radio station, its programs, and its website by the hosts, guests, and call-in listeners or chatters are solely the opinions of the original source who expressed them. They do not necessarily represent the opinions of Revolution Radio and freedomslips.com, its staff, or affiliates. You're listening to Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com, 100% listener-supported radio, and now we return you to your host. Revolution Radio and freedomslips.com. Its staff or affiliates. Revolution Radio.
We're an anarcho-syndicalist commune. We take it in turns to act as a sort of executive officer for the week. Yes. But all the decisions of that officer have to be ratified at a special bi-weekly meeting. Yes, I see. By a simple majority in the case of purely internal affairs. Be quiet. But by a 2/3 majority in the case of more... Be quiet. I order you to be quiet. Look, you stupid bastard, you've got no arms left. Yes, I have. Look. It's just a flesh wound.
I don't believe I've seen such a display of courage, skill, nerve, grace, stupidity.
I'll do you for that. Oh, what? Come here. What are you going to do, bleed on me? I'm invincible. You're a loony. The Black Knight always triumphs.
Welcome one, welcome all, and it is that time for Roundtable Live here at Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com. Be rolling on until 4 a.m. in the morning Eastern Time. New ideas, different hosts every night, different subjects every night. You never know what's going to happen right here at the Roundtable Live. King Arthur has nothing on us. We're going around and welcome one, welcome all. Time for Roundtable Live here at Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com. Be rolling on until 4 a.m. in the morning Eastern Time. New ideas, different hosts every night, different subjects every night. You never know what's going to happen right here at the Roundtable Live. King Arthur has nothing on us. We're going around and welcome one, welcome all. And it is that time for Roundtable Live here It's going to happen right here at the Round Table Spot. King Arthur has nothing on us. We're going around and
Alrighty then. I think that's the end of the break music. Oh, maybe not. Stand by, everybody. Alrighty then. I think that's the time price of a cup of Starbucks or something. Or if you become a archive subscriber such as myself, or you buy some of the wonderful T-shirts and mugs and all kinds of great things that Hawk, he's made it so easy. Or take you all of a couple minutes with PayPal, and some people donate much larger amounts. Again, to keep the station, just to keep the lights on. None of us are paid. We are all volunteers here. I think all 90 plus of the people involved in this network, either as hosts or managers or various staff. So and I really think the alternative radio such as this network is really really important now more than ever. People tell me things they see on television, right, as if it's reality. I'm trying to tell them, look, what you see on television is not reality. It's propaganda. There's like 6 dudes that own all of the media that most people rely on to get their information, and they all have vested interests. They're not doing it for free. They're doing it because they make millions and millions of dollars on it, and are very much. For instance, if you go through any, watch any television news, it's always the same 3 stories lead in the same order. I mean, it's all contrived propaganda trying to control your mind, and we may get into that a little bit tonight with my guests. Anyway, we have a returning guest tonight. Now, let me see if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Is it Diet?
Yes, that's right, Diet.
Well, thank you so much for joining me tonight. What a joy to have you on. How are you doing, first of all?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me back. I remember last time we had a good discussion, but it went too fast.
Well, I'm like that. My brain just kind of goes in like 17 directions at the same time. So my apologies, but there's just so much I'm interested in. There's always so much to talk about. Let me start with just tell people a little bit about yourself. You have a website and you do readings. Why don't you tell the audience a little bit about who you are and where they can find you?
Yeah, so I have a website called reincarnatedmormon.com, and you can go on there and book readings with me. So I was born and raised Mormon, came out of the church and had an awakening experience with also contact experience, and it opened my psychic ability. And part of that, I guess, agreement or contract was that I channel energies for people to heal. So I don't really look into, will my money in the stock make me a millionaire? It's more or less to be able to identify blocks within your body or subconscious that we can kind of clear out, or maybe even a loved one that has a message, galactic roots, that kind of thing.
Well, my mother has a master's degree in psychology and is also a clairvoyant. What a combination. So I've been into this forever. And I kind of had a funny similar thing. I left the church, in this case, Presbyterian church, when I was 8 years old. I told my mom, I said, I just don't feel like this is resonating with me. And I'm not going to believe something just because somebody tells me it's true. I have to make up my own mind. And I'm not dissing people that are religious or very much into their beliefs. I think there's great value in much of that information. I have some problems with it as far as I feel limitations of it. And but at any rate, I used to work for Mormons. I think I mentioned the other time when you were on that they were just beautiful people. Yeah. Really wonderful, loving people. And they always wanted to get me to come to the church and go to their socials and, become
You're like,
a good
I'm
Mormon.
good. I'm okay.
Yeah, that's exactly. I said, well, thank you, but, I got other plans. But at any rate.
I was going to see, so what ancestry is your mother? When you were talking, I got this feeling that she was from a specific DNA ancestry. Was she from anywhere in Europe or?
She's told me. I know that I have, but I forget which sides are from my mother and from my father. We have Welsh and Scottish and Norwegian. So the short answer would be yes.
Okay. Yeah, I just felt like she was drawing me to the Swedish area, what is that region called? Is it the Swedish?
Scandinavia?
Scandinavian type background. Yeah, she's making me feel like that was significant to who she was.
It's been so long since I've had that conversation, but I believe you're correct. That is part of it. I certainly really resonate with Germany and Sweden. And I've always, the German engineering has always really appealed to me. And I think the German people, of course, they had a bad run there with, a dictator. But I've always resonated with that region.
Yeah, they always have kind of a mystical side to them, huh? Like some of those old European lineages, they have kind of this old knowledge.
Yeah. Well,
she's definitely here right now. Or at least
she's still alive. She's 93 and she's still present, incarnated. Yeah.
I wonder if this is would it be your, because you have a female that's really showing me a lot here. Would it be her mother?
It's possible. I have a contact, an extraterrestrial contact who is also a female that has tremendously loving energy. So you'd have to tell me what you get. She's got a very kind of, well, at any rate, I don't know. I don't want to kind of give it away. What do you get?
Well, and I didn't mean to take over the interview or anything. She just kept popping through, but it was actually a very motherly, it doesn't feel like an ET. It feels more like she was in a human body. And she just keeps showing me herself with this lineage of possibly Scandinavian or somewhere in Europe that contributes to the psychic ability that you were talking about. And she keeps showing me she's in the kitchen.
Wow. Well, that's fantastic. And by the way, you're the guest. So wherever you want to take the conversation is perfectly fine with me. In fact, I always want to be a facilitator, with what you want to communicate to the audience. So that's very interesting.
All right. Well, I guess if I'll wait, and if she wants to say anything, I'll just kind of squeeze that in. But she's just kind of showing me that she's here and that it's significant for you. I don't know.
Well, that's certainly something I individually can tune into. When you mentioned that you give readings to people, my mom did that in combination with her psychology degree. The people just loved her. I mean, she was, she's basically retired from that now. But she had one of her clients was from Blade Runner, Sean Young.
Oh, wow. That's great.
Yeah, she is really that. And, one of the things we always want to strive for and she trained me too. So I never aspired to do readings for people or anything, but I've always tried to develop my clarity in myself to make my decisions and to get guidance, because everybody says, I have people tell me, oh, I know I have spiritual guides, but I don't know what they're telling me. And I say, yes, you do. You don't think you do, but you got to get out of your own way, and that information will come to you. And then, of course, I get people that say it's of the devil, and other people say that these people are all frauds, and on and on and on. But I mean, the reality of it is such that it's changed my life for the better, big time. In fact, I remember one of the biggest things with my mom told me, go back to school. And I did, and got an electronics degree, and had a real nice run with Motorola for 25 years, and actually made decent money for a long time. So
what a great mom. She seemed like she was in tune, as a mother should be, I guess, and understanding, and I like her.
Well, the clarity that she brings, everybody just loves her. Anyway, I don't want to talk about me so much. But so what's been happening? You're doing readings. I know I remember watching some of your videos and channeling Tesla. I mean, anything exciting? Or I produced another show that brings in the Galactic Council, and I saw a video on YouTube earlier today that I watched some of channeling that, and people get. They say, oh, that's crazy. And then you get other people like the UFO researcher, Grant Cameron. Why don't you listen to what the abductees were saying? We're way past trying to figure out what they're made of and what particular planet they come from. First of all, they come from all over the place. Second of all, they run the complete range just like people on Earth, everything from psychopathic evil to the most divine saintly spirits, and it's our individual discernment which really matters. And there's many people such as yourself that are bringing in really tremendous information.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, right now I guess I've just made this conscious decision to be able to channel ETs and talk about them openly, but bring like what I'm learning into a very like practical way so that we can have like a better life here. Like, what would they say, and what would our origins allow us to understand on how to create like the best life possible in the here and now. So that's been like my biggest focus. A lot of people in my readings will ask like, well, where are my star seeds from? Where are my guides from? And I love doing that, but then I also want to bring it back. Like, let's bring it back here. What are you working on now? What can you utilize with that connection that you have to the ethers or to other galaxies, that kind of thing? What can you really utilize that for your life now? And maybe you've seen this too, like a lot of people that have specific connections to like different parts, of the solar system and galaxies, they're good at different things. So it is good to know, but then bring that into like what you want to create on Earth.
Yeah, our practical reality. That's exactly what the My ET contact tells me. If I wanted to, I could try to really get information. And I am very interested in cosmology, but also since I've been read so many different books and stuff, I'm afraid that my filter has all these different kind of ideas and images and sources, things like that. But her primary thing for me is to raise my own vibration, take care of my body, do the inner work to have clarity, and exactly what you were saying at the start of the show about blocks and subconscious programming and stuff. And that's what my mom has helped me with so much. To me, it is the most, it's the best way. It's hard to explain. To me, it is the quickest way. That's not even the right way to say it. It's the most effective. That's what I want to say. Yeah. It's the most effective way to get into the present here and now, and to do the healing, because with these blocks and programming and stuff, they can, if left untended, manifest into illnesses.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up reading too, because initially I felt like I was guided not to read any material because of what you were saying, like it kind of like ruins your filters. And I didn't read for a long time and recorded a lot of different things. But then I kind of was like, I feel like I have to eventually read something, like, did you ever get to the point where you're like, I have to read a little bit to know if what I'm even like feeling or understanding makes sense from what has been?
Well, I think at some point I will start trying to bring in the information this being has, and I have looked at some of it. It's really, really interesting. But I don't feel that I've completed the inner work to be ready to do that. And so at this point, I'm at liberty to read everything, and I do.
That's good. I like that. I love the mix of reading and channeling. I guess one thing that I would recommend based on what I've learned is, if you are interested in a topic, try to channel it or intuitively connect with it first. And then when you feel like you've got it and everything, maybe go and read and see if other people have picked up the same stuff.
And I've also, I've just been on a research craze too. I'm studying everything from what people are channeling from these advanced beings of all kinds, whether they be ETs or angelic realm or just, dead inventors, dead presidents. I don't know. That's a little money joke there, but and just really kind of processing it. And there is so much happening now that is so exciting. And I was joking around in chat, the previous show is talking about us going into a solar minimum and essentially a mini ice age and a lot of scary stuff. And there is some truth to that. I don't think it's going to be as bad as these wonderful hosts who are presenting the show. They do a great job. I just see some other factors that not everybody might be thinking about so much. We get a lot of these dark images about how bad things are going to be and how terrible government is, and how pick your bad guy or your disaster that's looming. The economics and all that. I see a great deal of positive. I actually feel, and I'd be very curious what your thoughts are on this, that we're actually moving into like an ascension or a graduation, if you will. I think many of us, I'm certain of myself and yourself and many of us that are really focused on the inner work and the inner discipline it takes, because it doesn't happen by itself. You can't just say, "Oh, I'm going to be a better person," and say, "I love you, brother," and you're all good. You've got to look into the dark places, your shadow, and really have the courage to look at those aspects of yourself that that you can shine the light on and really bring into the present here and now. I mean, that's what all the past life regressions I did. I feel like every one of them that I did, and I've done dozens, has brought me a little bit more now into the present, because I've healed that kind of shard of me, that portion of energy that was stuck, and brings me in a little bit more into the present here and now.
That's interesting. I agree. When I did my own past life regressions and going back into those lives, there were emotional states that I was dealing with now. And like you said, like if you can address that, or at least address that emotional disconnect or wherever that's coming from, I think it does help your vibration in the current, and also just understanding yourself. Yeah, I like that. And it seems like too, even in like the last, maybe, I just feel like even like 2 years ago, things felt more dense than they do now. I feel like people are just becoming lighter. They're just becoming a little more expressive, a little bit more open than I think they even were, I feel like 2 years ago.
Well, I will meditate and just try to do what I thought of a new name for it tonight, psychic weather report. But I've been saying this for a while now. The people have no idea how much good is happening behind the scenes. When people get caught up in politics and economic doom and gloom and the various pedophile, whatever kind of dark pictures, which are real. I mean, these are the actual realities. But what I feel when I meditate and look at this, it's like this whole bunch of darkness is gone now. The chains that we were once tethered to are being shattered. And we're actually coming into a time when we're going to be able to express our creative energy so much more fully than we ever have before. We're going to have everybody is psychic, but with this clarity, and now it kind of comes in waves too, Diet. You may have experienced this too. I remember a year or two ago, I just saw like this huge dark wave just went through. It was a coordinated effort by dark forces to because they were losing control, and that's survival for them. Because my best understanding is that they survive on our fear and misery, so they want to keep us in this state of tension. Yeah.
Yeah, because it kind of, I just know with my own shadows, it keeps you from moving into the unknown that could be lighter and more freer. It keeps you into this like safe place, but it's also like a more fearful place. It's not an encompassing of like what could be of love. It's more, I'm staying here because I'm too afraid to see what could be beyond. And I know I step into that a lot. I'm like, I'm too afraid to take that leap or to take that step because I don't know if it's going to be better. And then I feel like my power is in the hands of somebody else, kind of, because I'm not really in control of my own creation. I'm kind of putting it in boxes.
Yeah, we've been taught to give away our power. I have a movement, the Occupy movements. My one is Occupy Yourself. The first tenet of that is to do your inner spiritual work. The second one is to break the chains of the Federal Reserve, the usury banking system.
I like that one.
Well, that is empowering because we've given away our power in terms of our commerce to individuals that have only their self-interest at heart, and to them, morals are a vice. If you understand that, right?
I know, and I've always thought of that, and I'm like, what would be the best is like community living where everybody has like a sustainable garden, or just something where you don't have to buy food at the grocery store, or just really like you really don't have to buy too much at the grocery store. But I'm like, I tried to plan it all out, and I'm like, I need a lot of people, and it takes a lot of time to develop this. It is very like time consuming, and I feel like even in a world right now, it's kind of like, I don't know, do I put my time into something else? Because it's so, I don't know, it's hard. It's really hard to like figure out what you can rely on and what you can't, and what you can provide for yourself, and what you kind of feel like, okay, I'm going to have to take that and utilize that from Big Brother or whatever, and then I can maybe create something on my own and not be more self-sustainable in this area.
Well, also, we've got, who knows how much it is if you finally did all the math, but approximately 2/3 to 3/4 of our sweat equity, in other words, our creative energy, is being harvested. And it makes it very, so it makes it very hard to, when we have this parasitical, parasitical usury banking system that is just, I mean, it's ridiculous. I don't want to go too into that, but let me just tell you this. It looks to me like we're going to see big changes on that, and that we are moving into, and very quickly, by the way, into a much more equitable relationship. It looks to me like the Federal Reserve will be dissolved, or at least paid off with a compromise agreement. According to my guess, I had, by the way, everybody, the show we did last week with Brooks Agnew, if you didn't hear it, this is what his information was. Amazing show. We actually did a post midterm election kind of wrap up, which was unlike anything that anybody else has talked about.
That sounds fun.
Yeah, but the gist of it is that we are going to be seeing actual Department of Treasury issued currency, gold backed at no interest, which means all of us are going to be way richer because we won't have these parasites harvesting our energy. And we have a model for it. I mean, if you look at the information, but that is very exciting. And see, the thing is, once that happens, once we get these real dark parasitical both human and non-human, both physical and non-physical, we take back our power and say no, and we start releasing our own creative energies. We're all going to be millionaires. I'm telling you, in a lot of ways. Another one of the aspects of this is the technology then can come out. The reason why this very high technology has not been released yet is because it can be used for good and evil forces. So we've got to clear out the dark energy first, which is happening big time at levels that most people aren't aware of yet, unless you're a sensitive like yourself, where you can just feel it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I was going to ask you your opinion on this, but do you think it also has shifting with like the planets in different retrograde areas, or as they're shifting into different things? I only ask that just because I felt a really strange shift during this fall changeover. What is it called? Is it the fall equinox? Fall.
Yeah,
quarter,
the autumnal equinox.
Yeah, it just felt kind of like dark for a second, and then it's like things are getting removed. I don't know what it was all about, but it just seems like maybe there's also something with like the seasonal changes and like the quarters of like the way the Earth is rotating. I don't know how it works, but it might be something to look into.
It all affects us because we're multidimensional in our nature. Some people believe we're merely physical, but you and I know better. We know that there's various levels of our being, and who knows how many. Some people say it's like 100 dimensions. I don't know, but I do know there's more than the physical, and I can sense them. And so it's the region you're in, it's the Earth's relationship to the sun and the planets, all affects us. The zodiac is real, the stars, the center of the galaxy. But another thing that's happening, I feel that do you know who James Gilliland is?
I feel like I do. I've heard of. I don't know much else.
He is I really like him. He has East Seti Ranch at the base of Mount Adams, which is like an interdimensional UFO airport, and people go there and see UFOs like every night and film them. There's been television networks that go there, and he's been on various newscasts and all kinds of people like Dan Aykroyd and many people from NASA, and they just are transformed. And the thing that really blows them away is not that they see these UFOs and amazing things happen. I mean, up close and personal. It's transformational energetically for them because they're just connecting with these really high, beautiful energies.
Oh, that's really cool. I feel like I have heard of him. I'll have to take a look at that. It would be, so where is that, did you say?
Yeah, it's in Washington, the state of Washington, at the base of Mount Adams, which incidentally was where Kenneth Arnold, who the term flying saucers was coined from his newscast back in, I think, 1947. He was flying over that region when he saw these discs that he said were skipping kind of like flying saucers, and that's where that term originated from.
Oh, yeah, I'll have to look at that. That sounds really cool. Yeah, I've heard that people that have had like physical sightings like that, they feel like they're communicating with it, even if they're like super far away. Like they feel like they can just connect into it naturally without even being physically in its area.
It's all about consciousness.
Yeah, it's interesting. Do you think that we'd ever see more and more in the future as far as like UFOs and maybe even more contact?
Yes, and what many people are reporting is that sightings are increasing. And let me ask you the question right back to you. I know of many psychics that are saying that more and more people are coming to them with contact experiences, trying to make sense of it all. For me, when I told you the story, I think, when you were on last summer, or was it last spring? At any rate, did I tell you the story that this UFO flies real low and close to me, and then the being that was flying it contacted me? Did I tell you all that?
I don't think so. Was it when you were a kid?
No, it was actually only a few years ago.
Oh, no, I don't think you mentioned.
Well, I'll tell you what's happened for me, and this is what many others are reporting, is that more and more people are having these type of contact experiences. So I'm at a New Year's Eve party, and I'm outside having a cigarette, and I'm alone, and I'm just finishing, and there's this kind of low hill near me. Well, this incredible, it looks like an emerald, kind of. And it was so low and close. It looked like it was like maybe only a quarter mile away, and close enough that I could see like this faceted green gem, but it was glowing this incredible emerald light that was just so striking. I was just stunned. And it flies low and close and then disappears behind a hill. And I go inside. Everybody, I just had the most amazing UFO sighting ever. And I'm feeling tired, and I go home and go to bed early, and I'm just feeling this like euphoric energy all through my body, and it's like psychic surgery. I'm feeling like I'm being operated on, but in a really good way. But because I've also had the abductee experience with the Greys, I'm very, like, I'm not down with it. I'm saying, whatever you are, stop. I don't trust you, because I've had such a trauma. But it continued anyway. And as time went on, this being started communicating with me telepathically, but not with any words, just like an understanding. And it was really trippy. It took me a good year and a half before I ever mentioned it on the air, just because it was very confusing. I didn't know what to make of it. It was like nothing I'd ever read about or heard anybody talk about before, until I stumbled onto a psychic by the name of Gigi Young, who is also a contactee, and gave me some very helpful information. First of all, she said a lot of people are having these contacts now, and that helped me feel better, because
you're like, am I the only one?
Yeah,
yes.
Exactly.
Did you get a sense of what they looked like, or was there any physical?
Well,
what was the appearance?
I think this being is not quite in this dimension. I think for her to fly by in that spaceship, she had to like lower her vibration or something, So I don't know that I don't know that I could meet. Yeah, I don't know that I could meet her physically unless she like made herself to temporarily be. I also got the sense that it was dangerous for her to appear here, but I got the information from her that she's at any rate, and what she said to me is, take care of yourself, improve yourself, do inner work. Don't worry about the Octurian overlord from Zeta. I don't know. You know what I mean? All this kind of stuff, or the space fleet. It was all about personal development and raising my own consciousness.
Oh, interesting. I like that a lot. It's like, don't blame something external. Just look within and try to like move yourself through your own journey, so that they don't. Maybe it feeds their energy too much. So she just was refocusing.
Well, I think it's just that I have a lot of work to do. That's kind of self-deprecating, but
Yeah.
I do think that I do have, I'm far from any kind of, one thing some people said to me is they said, well, why would this being talk to you? And I said, yes, that's exactly what I thought. Why the hell would it contact me? That makes no sense to me. I'm nobody, right? But there's a resonance of vibration, like a harmonic, or just like, a real like we're on the same ray or something, and the fact that it's a lot of other. I was just going to say the fact that lots of other people are having this, and of course people go to ECETI Ranch and have it like every day. It makes a lot more sense. What I think is happening is we are coming into greater communication with our brothers and sisters from other planets.
I agree too, and I was wondering. Oh shoot! It just slipped my mind. Well, don't you think that we to have contact on some level? Because I just wonder, like, for other people, they're like, why haven't I had any contact? Like, why can't I see the same things? Is it probably because we agree in maybe another dimension, or I don't know. What is it that some people will have these contacts and others just will go through a lifetime and won't?
Primarily, I think it's because we each have our own individual spiritual path. And I get people contacting me saying, I want to meet an alien too. And I tell them, you don't know what you're asking for. First of all, just because they're extraterrestrial doesn't mean they're nice.
Yeah.
And so be very careful what you ask for. But what I try to do is say, ask for the highest good, and ask that you do the work you're here to do. And if that involves, actually, to tell you the truth, I think it won't be that long before everybody knows it's real and there is much more open contact. I'm talking maybe in as little as a few years.
Interesting. I could see that. There's even here in when you travel down by Zion's, I think I might even brought this up last. There's a national park down by Zion's, and people, just normal people, talk about seeing kind of odd things, like just different. Like somebody had mentioned that the ground from a distance looked like it had opened up, and then like they saw something shiny, but like nobody was able to prove it or anything. They thought that they saw something. A lot of people have seen UFO type stuff over there. When I was in Zion's, me and my son, there was like nobody on the trail. We were just walking kind of alone, and this overwhelming feeling that I needed to get out, and that there were beings watching me, and that it wasn't like a safe place. So I kind of interpreted that as being maybe like, I don't know, maybe some negative portals, or maybe there was entities that had lived there that were cloaking themselves in something. But I wonder if there will be more of that kind of stuff with people just going to national parks or just different things and then seeing like these odd kind of interactions.
Well, yeah. Again, I think that is my intuition is that is happening more, and there's also mass sightings that happen. I live here in Central Arizona, and of course, not too long ago, we had a massive 2-mile big, or there's different estimates on its size. But a massive triangular UFO flies over Phoenix and shuts down the airport. The planes can't fly because there's a giant the Phoenix lights. I actually met Dr. Lynn Katai, who wrote a book about that, and it appeared on the news, and people were, as usual, there was the giggle factor with the TV news anchors. But this was cited by hundreds, if not thousands, of people. In fact, people plotted a path. There's the number of mass. In fact, in Mexico, there's footage of all these different orbs flying over Mexico City airport. And they had to shut down the airport. There was that sighting at O'Hare Airport. In China, there's a lot going on that people don't know about. So I think we're gradually... it makes sense to me. People always think there should be immediate disclosure. How come we just don't know everything? I think it's because we're not, as a group consciousness for planet Earth, we're not quite ready to get there yet. We've still got to kind of, be ready to kind of step outside that box that we've been in for so long.
I think so too. I know this just by, sharing my own experiences with people. I either get like, oh, wow, that's very cool. Kind of like your reaction. It's very intriguing. And you're like, I've kind of had something very similar. Or I get the very like, okay, that seems really weird. That's really kind of scary. And it does feel like there's more that are like possibly embracing the idea. But for a long time, it was like very small numbers were actually intrigued by it. More were like of the stories that I would tell. But now it's kind of, I think I get what you're saying. They kind of are a little bit more embracing of the idea. And then maybe that's when more contact will happen.
Yeah, they go hand in hand. Again, it's all about consciousness. And I believe that the actual consciousness of Mother Earth herself is rising. And in part, we're going for a ride, but we're co-creating because we've chosen to be in this, what some people, and I kind of tend to think this is correct, is that we are in the greatest ascension that there's ever been on this planet right now, the greatest movement up into a higher consciousness level. Some people believe that Atlantis and Lemuria and all that, and these civilizations that disappeared had a similar situation where certain percentages of these individuals in these previous civilizations advanced into this, some people call it 5-dimensional or whatever, but kind of a different vibration where we're kind of in a different, we're no longer interacting with those of us in this kind of 3D, kind of dense and very challenging reality.
Yeah, Lemuria and Atlantis, they're the two topics that I've looked into Lemuria, but Atlantis especially is a topic that I stay away from. I don't know why. I get very like, my mind is like, I can't understand this way. Like it feels very like multidimensional to me. And then I try to read about it and I'm like, I can't put into words what I feel like happened.
Uh-huh. Well, it's kind of murky for me as well. I've certainly read many of the different stories about what people think actually it was like, and of course, none of them match. but but I do have a memory of being there, of being a scientist there, and working with crystals.
Wow, that's very cool. Yeah, I'd like to hear about that probably another time, but
well, that's all I have. I just have that little glimpse. It's sort of like looking in a window and seeing that, but not really knowing the story or anything. So there's not much more I could say about it.
I didn't know if you got like, what everything looked like and what life was like back then, or if it was, I guess, like you said, more or less.
Well, it reminded me of Greece, kind of, in that there was white stone, big columns, and those big wide steps like at the Parthenon, that kind of shapes, and a lot of light, and then these crystal, and working with these really, really powerful energies. Many of the stories that people say about Atlantis was that they destroyed themselves with really advanced technology, and I think that may be what happened.
Yeah, could be. It is. It's interesting. It is fun to kind of probe and in your meditations or channels, try to like get visuals of different things. And I just feel like there's still so much that like my subconscious or maybe like a different conscious knows that I can't make sense of, that I kind of like push to the side because I'm like, I can't understand this in my human mind. So I'm just going to set it aside until I feel like maybe I can embrace it or something a little bit more.
Well, there's always, some things you just gotta wait on. We kind of want it all now, right? But we actually have to take many steps to get here. Like I was saying about the advanced technology coming in, we're going to have energy technology and healing technology and life extension technology, but that has not been released yet. Until we can clear these darker energies out, particularly in regards to our karmas.
So in your opinion, like what would clear the darker energies out, like from what you've experienced?
Well, there's so much. Number one is we have to individually raise our own vibrations, because as we move into more of a loving and forgiving and compassionate vibration and a caring vibration, and also a very much of a responsible vibration, so that we're then uplifting those around us without necessarily having to say, oh, it's going to be this way. If you just vibrate at a higher level, you raise the vibration of people around you, whether or not you talk to them. And so that is happening at a mass level on this planet, and then the planet herself is. But we're also having, in my understanding, a lot of help. And so I think it's very important to be willing to ask for help and say, with this, because we're getting very angelic beings, very high level beings, but also, I believe, a great deal of attention from our galactic neighbors.
Oh, that's a good point. I'm glad you said that, because I feel like in a lot of my private channelings, people are like, I don't know how to get there. I mean, I understand what you're saying. I feel like that's what I would want in my life, but I don't know what that is. I don't know how to get to that path. And the answer is always like, just ask, like, let it be revealed to you. And sometimes it's not revealed to you, maybe in the way that you're thinking, with like somebody actually coming down and giving you the step-by-step. But there's these little things that'll start coming into place for you, whether it be people coming into your reality and helping you through that next step that you need to take, or whatever it is. But I feel like the benevolent want you to ask first. They don't want to meddle and just try to make it happen for you. And people, I think, are afraid to vocally say, I would like some help with this. I can't understand how to make this happen.
Well, it's also universal law that they cannot interfere, right? The positive ones, negative ones, they don't care. But
yep, I've had that. They really don't care. You tell them to go away, and it takes a lot to just force them out. They're pretty stubborn.
But we have to go through our individual development, because if they just hand it to us, we've never learned. Like if you were just given all the money, you would never learn how to earn it, right? Or it's like if you teach somebody to fish, they'll drink all your beer. Or wait a minute, that was a little joke. But we have to learn, because we are creators. We have to go through that development to create it. It can't be given to you. That self-development is something you have to go through the soul lessons in.
Yeah, and I've noticed it's kind of like it can be a brutal initiatory process where you ask for more enlightenment or a higher conscious state, and that's not always an easy path. You'll maybe butt up against somebody that's pushing you to evolve, and you have to, I guess, have a negative interaction to really come into clarity with what you want. And it's kind of like this blood, sweat, and tears idea of like moving through your own conscious state to a higher place. And the initiatory process can often not be like super pleasant.
We learn our biggest lessons from our worst mistakes, I think. And many of the past lives I've looked at were ones where I was the victimizer. I was very difficult to deal with. It's one thing to realize you'd been hurt in a past life. It's another thing to realize you'd hurt somebody else. But it teaches you compassion. Once you understand that karmic cycle, and we're in a polarity dimension. There's no light without dark. There's no concept of love without hate, or joy without sadness.
Yeah, I still even feel in my own life, even, just on my day-to-day, I feel like the negative force kind of pushes me a little bit to see if I'm really ready. Like, oh, do you really feel like you can be that public speaker? Do you really feel like you know, like those thoughts start to come in, and I feel like it's almost an external force, just like getting my thoughts to go into that dark place. And it helps me stay like clear, like, yes, I do want to do this, and I can overcome this. But then there's times also where I'm like, I don't know if I can. I get scared or whatever, you know, I get back into my dark place. But it's a fun little evolution.
All right, that is the end of the first hour. Listen, thank you so much for being on with me tonight, and we'll have to do it again.
Media is best described as
that went
controlled
so fast.
propaganda.
Yes, I'd love to come back.
Countless news stories
All right,
are either
yeah, thank you
totally
so much,
ignored
everybody.
or spun with half-truths.
Bye.
And because of this, essential facts and vital information are often compromised. Join Dr. Ott every Friday night on Studio B at 10 p.m. Eastern and learn why The Story Behind the Story was nominated for a Peabody Award in its second year of producing unparalleled broadcasting excellence in 1997. That is, if you really care about learning the truth.
Wadia will remain a dictatorship. Be quiet. Why are you guys so anti-dictators? Imagine if America was a dictatorship. You could let 1% of the people have all the nation's wealth. You could help your rich friends get richer by cutting their taxes and bailing them out when they gamble and lose. You could ignore the needs of the poor for healthcare and education. Your media would appear free, but would secretly be controlled by one person and his family. You could wiretap phones. You could torture foreign prisoners. You could have rigged elections. You could lie about why you go to war. You could fill your prisons with one particular racial group, and no one would complain. You could use the media to scare the people into supporting policies that are against their interests.
Tune in Monday through Friday, 4 p.m. Eastern Time for Liberation Nation with Deacon John, where America comes to hear the truth.
I know this is hard for you Americans to imagine, but please try.
Ohio Exopolitics will be on from 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern on Studio A. Mark Steyer will have guests on that will discuss many important topics, including the state of the world today. However, much of the show will be dedicated to the writings of Edward Albert Meyer. Let me read a short passage from one of his writings. Love is the highest principle of creation, and through it, everything exists in absolute logic. All of nature in its indescribable splendor is nothing but the love of creation, which is expressed visibly. The love of creation is everywhere, because without it, nothing at all would be able to exist. Please join Mark on Ohio Exopolitics from 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern on Studio A.
The opinions expressed on this radio station, its programs, and its website by the hosts, guests, and call-in listeners or chatters are solely the opinions of the original source who expressed them. They do not necessarily represent the opinions of Revolution Radio and FreedomSlips.com, its staff, or affiliates. You're listening to Revolution Radio, FreedomSlips.com, 100% listener-supported radio, and now we return you to your host. Listening to Revolution Radio, FreedomSlips.com. Listeners supported. Now we.
Okay, apparently the breaks have ended very quickly here. So sorry about that. Usually we have a little bit longer. Somebody text me if I'm just not hearing it, but it looks to me like, hey, go for Studio A. Hey, money. Any rate, that was Diet reincarnated. Okay, apparently the breaks have ended very quickly here. So sorry about that. Usually, there we go. Sorry, I have actually two computers on. I have my PC and I have a laptop as well. So I was trying to monitor Studio A to see. I don't know why the breaks ended so suddenly. I usually like to have a little more time to get a cup of tea and stuff like that, but we shall soldier on. Anyway, that was Diet, and she is just a joy. I found her on YouTube and contacted her and just thought she was great, and she was. I kind of feel guilty. I felt like I talked too much, but we will have her back on. This is quite a interesting time we're on, and I see a lot of things happening that you don't really get from a lot of the other sources. Let me just go through a few things. You know what? Here's what I think I'll do. I think I'll go through a little bit of a recap of what Brooks Agnew related to me last on our show last week. So one of the things he said about the House of Representatives, okay, with the midterm elections, right? Trump picked up seats in the House. Of course, some of them are still being contested as we speak. So the Senate, I'm sorry, Trump, the Republicans picked up some seats in the Senate, but the Democrats picked up a bunch of seats in the House, I believe, depending on how the recounts go on that, because some of those are still contested. But they picked up 35 seats. So they got a big majority in the House. What Brooks Agnew was relating is that a lot of those Republicans that lost their seats were Republicans in name only. And by the way, I don't even consider Trump a Republican anyway. The Republicans and Democrats have been two wings of the same bird, hitting us from the left and then hitting us from the right, and going into, giving you this false paradigm, this false dichotomy between them, when in fact they're only their self-interest at heart. They're just really following orders. In fact, every president since Kennedy, I believe, falls into that category until our current one, who's actually acting like a president. Trump is sufficiently insulated because he's a billionaire that he doesn't need to take bribes. In fact, it's costing him billions to be president. That's not something people think about too much. He's also completely sacrificed the freedom of himself and his family. There have been actual, not just threats, but attempts on his life and on Melania's life. So at any rate, so the point about this is that with the House of Representatives, a lot of those Republicans that left, they were his enemies anyway. There's corruption throughout both the Democratic and Republican Party. And as I was talking about last hour with our wonderful guest, Diet, is that there's an incredible amount going on behind the scenes. And so you remember there's so many Republicans had been retiring, which is why there were so many openings. It's because they can see the writing on the wall, and they're kind of trying to cover their tails. Another thing is, so all these new Democrats that came in, Brooks Agnew, he used some term for them, but essentially all these freshman Democrats are really, really lightweight. They're not really going to be that much of an issue. The fact that he got an even larger majority in the Senate of Republicans means that, and got a lot of the Republicans in name only, the rhinos, out of the way, means that his confirmations for his appointees, and especially in terms of judges. And we'll see if Matthew Whitaker, the acting attorney general right now, he's not going anywhere anytime soon. I did a little research on him. He is fully aware of the Clinton Foundation, which bills itself as a charity, but it's not. Did you guys know that the Clinton Foundation never even did the legal paperwork to become a charity? It's actually not legally a charity. I mean, that's a crime right there that they could be prosecuted for. But of course, what they really are is a huge money laundering fund and enriching the Clintons. And, this Russia investigation with Mueller, well, guess what? Wait till we have the Russian investigation into the Clinton Foundation, whereas Hillary Clinton, acting Secretary of State, with her pay-to-play scams, got through. There's people that have done a lot of research on this, and probably many of you have looked at this. But just to remind you, when we talk about Russia investigations, wait till that crap starts coming out. And Matthew Whitaker, the current acting attorney general, is aware of this in his writings. Tracy Beanz, her last name is Beanz. If you want to find her on YouTube, I think she's wonderful. She's doing really, really good analysis, and she's the one who I was watching one of her videos that had pulled this information about Matthew Whitaker, where he was commenting upon the illegalities in the Clinton Foundation. So what did they do? As Secretary of State, she gets, I forget the mechanism of how she did this. If anybody wants to call in, by the way, I will take calls right now. The call-in number is area code 928-202-4608, and I'll give that out again slower. If somebody, I know Bill Grant, you're listening. If anybody else wants to call in and comment on this stuff and help me out with the facts, because I go kind of general and I may screw some things up. I can't remember all the different details. But here with the Clinton Foundation, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton gets our 20% of our uranium sold to Russia. And people say, well, it never left the country. Well, actually, it did. It was documented. It actually left through Canada. It didn't go directly to Russia. They always have their little fences, right? It's like a fence. If you steal something, then you sell it to this guy, and then he sells it to somebody else. There's always a couple steps removed. But at any rate, and so then with that happening, then the Clinton Foundation got $145 million to the Clinton Foundation. Jesus Christ. These guys, the Clinton Foundation, it is a $1 billion operation, which is so corrupt and so insane. You remember when the Clinton and Bush, Bill Clinton and George Bush were saying, oh, we're going to help Haiti. Well, those people in Haiti are pissed off as hell, because not only did that $1 billion or so hardly get to anybody who actually needed it, it went to various cronies of the Clinton Bushes. But they also, according to many researchers, a lot of children disappeared with all this child trafficking stuff that many of us are aware of. And that's one of the other aspects that's being cleaned up behind the scenes that we don't hear about. But it is, if you, many researchers have done the work to document that the pedophile arrests have gone through the roof. I think in the first 3 months, I forget who reported it. I don't think it was Jerome Corsi, but somebody of that ilk. The statistics on pedophile arrests showed that in the first 3 months of the Trump administration, there were more pedophile arrests, than there were in the entire 8 years of Barack Obama, who was just a globalist shill. It's really, the socialists, It's just Democrats are like communist light, if even that. And we don't want that. I've spoken to people in communist countries. I actually had a good friend of mine. She was an aesthetologist that I used to go see to get these facial treatments. A really nice woman, Russian woman. And she was just astounded with some of the information I was telling her. And she says, you can talk about that here in America? Believe me, you do not want to live in a big brother state that the Democrats are trying to sell us. And actually, the Republicans, too, until Trump came along. Like I said, Trump is not a Republican. But anyway, following up with the midterm election analysis, so with all these freshman Democrats coming in, it's just fodder for the mill. It's really not going to be a problem, according to Brooks Agnew, especially as we've all been hearing about the sealed indictments, right? And some people are saying that it's all just business as usual, and there's really nothing to see here. These is just there for whatever kind of thing. It's not. There's not going to be a whole bunch of arrests of the dark cabal and all that stuff. And other people are saying there are. One of the statistics I heard was that there's something like 45,000 of them now, and I've heard different numbers. But in a normal year, there's only 1,000. So we do know that there's a much higher activity. We also know that Guantanamo Bay has been expanded and refurbished to handle a lot. People. So, and then also another factor is that it's not just in the political arena. When people talk about presidents and leaders of countries as if they have all the power, they don't. They are at the mercy of the banks and the transnational corporations. That's why we see Theresa May with the Brexit that she said, "Oh, we're going to reform," and then it turns out they're not. That just came out. Was it today or yesterday? They got a Brexit light or something like that, which it really turns out not to be. And it's going to take 2 years and all this stuff that of the UK wanting to exit the European Union. So these globalist leaders are under the thumb of the international banks and the transnational corporations. That's why Eisenhower told us about the military-industrial complex. By the way, let's see. Well, so at any rate, the getting the federal judges, which with Senate approval and the various other posts, this is excellent for Trump. And you'll notice with all the speeches he did that he did it all for. He concentrated on those areas where he won. So the Senate seats and the important governor elections, right? So he was incredibly strategic. I'm telling you, his team, and I'm not, when I say Trump, I really should talk about it as this administration because he's got unbelievable strategists working for him. It's not just him doing this alone. He's got a wonderful team backing him. And it looks to me like they're about 5 moves ahead. And remember, in the last hour, I was saying a lot of this darkness has been cleared out. This is why the opposition to him looks like they got their heads cut off. And by the way, a whole bunch of these freshman Democrats that are in the House now, I think there's 17 or 18 of them saying, actually, we're not really down with Nancy Pelosi. So within their internal ranks. And then, if you watch any of the television news, it's always like a complete outrage and disaster. I think for the American public, this is just a guess on my part. Maybe somebody wants to call in and tell me what their views are on this but it's like the boy who cried wolf. Like they just keep saying, oh no, the sky is falling. Who was that character that said the sky is falling? Some kind of a duck. At any rate, anyway, the Democratic Party is essentially leaderless or divided. They don't have any strategy. I'm certain there are some very good ones in the Democratic Party that are well-meaning, but we see with these, here's another thing. They're talking about the elections and possible fraud. Are you kidding me? There's fraud in every single election, probably ever since there's been elections. Okay, it's nothing new. It was brought up on one show that Jack Kennedy versus Nixon, that in Illinois there was massive vote rigging to put Kennedy in place, and of course Jack Kennedy, they thought he was going to follow orders, and he broke with the program and went rogue. And there's a couple of ideas. I was on air, by the way. I've been doing shows with Monique Lassonde the past couple weeks, and I have done that in the past from time to time, and we'll probably be doing some more in the upcoming weeks. And I'll probably be producing her in December a little bit. So I'm doing 4 radio shows a week right now, which is a little bit much for me, but they are so fun. I like doing them. It's just it really infringes on your time for. Oh, by the way, I see the UP1 in the chat room just put up a YouTube video, I think, on Judicial Watch. Court orders Hillary to testify. I believe that's in regards to her emails. Yeah, that's a whole nother thing. They're saying, "Oh, protect the Mueller investigation." None of the Democrats were screaming about how come you protected Hillary Clinton. James Comey, then number one in the FBI, says that we've cleared her before we've even investigated her. When she lied under oath about her criminal activities. Yes, it is criminal felony, federal felony to have classified government information on a private server. And then she lied about it under oath. That's what I was telling everybody at the Trump-Clinton, during that election a couple years ago. I said, she lied under oath about her criminal activities. You really want to put her in charge? Are you kidding me? I'm telling you, if she had won, and by the way, we were talking about election rigging. That's why she was certain she was going to win the election, because they were going to rig the votes. It didn't really matter how you or I voted. They were going to do the same old thing, put it like 52-48 or whatever, so it's sort of close. So people feel like, okay, it was that slim margin or that bigger margin, whatever. But they thought they had it in the bag because it was rigged. And then what happened is, this is according to both Brooks Agnew, and I was on air with Monique last night, and Dan Willis was talking about this too. James McCanney said the same thing, that these people, especially Brooks and James Gilliland, also, that they have very high-level inside sources, according to them. I can't verify that myself, but my intuition is that this is correct. She was so certain she was going to win because they had it rigged. It didn't matter what the actual vote count was. I forget who it was. It might have been a Rothschild or a Rockefeller that said back some decades ago, "I care not who votes. What I care is who counts the votes." And I'm telling you, just about every election where it's like a tipping point, so they'll just say, California, obviously they don't have to bother because the Democrats got that in their back pocket. Actually, both coasts, the left and the right coast, or east and west, I should say. But anywhere like it's a pivotal point, like Florida, anywhere that is critical to tip it, then they'll focus their energies there. So what happened, according to Brooks Agnew, is that then what happened is the NSA went in and with all these, electronic voting machines, they went in and flipped it back to Trump because they were flipping all these votes to Hillary, and she's just already celebrating and having everybody call her Madam President, and they flipped them back to Trump. So she just lost her mind. Apparently, she got very violent that evening. That's why she could not come on. She got drunk and very angry, according to some insiders, which actually probably is true. I wasn't there, so I can't say. But That's why she couldn't give her, I forget what you call it when the person that loses the election congratulates the winner, some term for that speech. But at any rate, so this is, I think, had that. Oh, okay, here's another aspect to it. There's some people like my friend Dan Willis, who I was on air with yesterday, say that Eisenhower appointed these special high-ranking generals in the Marines as a fail-safe. So if things were just finally got too corrupt, because you remember from Eisenhower's speech, the danger, he was talking about the danger of the military-industrial complex, and he, according to Dan, made that speech because he saw he had already been circumvented and knew that he was no longer a real president, that the power was really somewhere else. So he created this group that was a fail-safe group that could bring us back from the edge of disaster should it need be, but they would only act if it was absolutely necessary, and it was. And so they approached Donald Trump and asked him to be president. And his life would be a lot easier for himself had he not done that. He could be golfing. I mean, he's a freaking billionaire. He could do whatever he wants for as long as and for the rest of his life. Being president is a terrible job, I would think. I wouldn't want it. That's for damn sure. So anyway, does Keith have any guests with him? I had a guest on earlier, but she could only stay for the first hour, but I will have her back on. It was DeEtte. She was really wonderful. I'm definitely going to have her back on. I'm taking calls. Jer, if you want to call in, Jer Bear or Monty or anybody else, you've got my Skype. If anybody would like to phone in, the call-in number is area code 928-202-4608. That is not a Revolution Radio number. That is my personal Skype number. So only use it for this show, and don't call me up afterwards because I'll be off air. Don't call it thinking you're reaching a different show. That's only going to go directly to me. So if you would like to join this show for the rest of we've got about 40 minutes or so to go, a little less. Only call it if you want to join the show tonight. So, any rate, and by the way, I do want to say hi to Monty Dean. I see you in the chat room, sir. And he mentioned that he's going to be joining our good friend Bruce McDonald. Oftentimes picks up the server after this show, so there will be live radio on Studio A. And I know, Jared's calling. Okay, let's bring Jared on. Stand by. That should have done it. Warren's calling. I've got another call. When it rains, it pours. Okay, let's go. Jared, you called first. Let me make sure I've got you in here first. Jared, how's it doing, my friend?
Can you hear me?
You there? Jared Bear?
Can you... Just a minute. Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Okay. Sorry about that. I had my receive volume off. Go ahead, Jared. I did not hear what you said.
Can you hear me?
You are loud and clear, sir.
How you doing, Cather?
I'm doing okay. How are you doing, sir?
I hit a milestone in my life the last few days. Kind of up, kind of down with my dog, Boo.
Oh, dear.
So what's going on? I have a real high bed, and she was crashed out, and I got up for a little bit, and I told her to stay up there. She jumped off of it about a week ago. Anyway, it's high. I said, what do you, she didn't yelp or gulp or make a whine or nothing. But what occurred right after that, she did have like a jelly type of I can't pronounce it. Mamarol or MAA. Anyway, she had like a cyst on her belly by her breast, not very big. Well, when she had jumped off that, it really put blood into it, made it real hard for the last few days, and really just like totally changed her personality, the pain and stuff. So I put the other night I cried all night by myself, praying for her and just holding her and loving her. And so I got on Facebook and I put in that type of
the stock market.
What is it called? I can't remember shit. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. A GoFund, like Sean David Morton set up for himself. I went and set
GoFundMe site.
Yeah, I went and set a GoFund about it was yesterday morning. Wednesday morning, I think.
To pay for the vet, right?
Well, yeah. And then I went to the vet, and I put it on my Facebook. And I went to the vet to see what the skinny was. And he didn't even he didn't really check her out, but he saw it. He says, and he gave me 2 estimates for what was up. And it come to like $1,700.
Oh, jeez.
And that's what I was just like, I mean, I really, I'm by myself a lot, except for on the station. And Boo's just always with me, She's like right below me now. But when that happened, I saw her broke down, and it looks like it's so big. It looks like she's a milking. It looks like a milking cow's when they're, how a milking cow looks with a big belly.
The big udders.
Yeah, the big udders. But that's what it looks like. But the nipple's not there. Just it's in between it, and it's huge. She's only got 4-inch legs. So anyway, what happened? I took her to the vet. Cost me $60, and he was really kind of in and out, and it didn't seem like he gave me very good attention. But he made out the 2 estimates. One was like $1,100, and the other, he says, I think this is a better one. He came back for $1,700.
Yeah.
So I went home with that. I go, well, I don't have it. So I put in that GoFundMe. I put it in and I put it on Facebook. And later that night, I looked at like 30 people, friends that I've known since one of my first girlfriends, like 6th grade, Robin, all these other people that I knew from that time, my early 7th, 8th freshman high school, all about 15 people donated, and it showed it in Facebook on that page. So I go into GoFundMe and to see, hey, because I needed to have $300 on the fly, like yesterday or something, because I was pissed because the vet didn't even I went and did homework after I saw him, and I figured that thing's got to be malignant or it's got to be benign, that mammal.
Right.
Whatever. So what happened is I started calling him the next day, and I said, have him call me, blah, blah, blah. I want, how can he diagnose this if he doesn't even know if it's malignant? Because if it was, I'm looking at it this way as Booba's owner and her friend, that if it was very cancerous and I'm going to come up with $1,800, I don't think it would probably be beneficiary for the way it looked, the circumstances I'm looking at, it's like putting your grandma on chemotherapy, yada, 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 and you're not guaranteed nothing. So this was all in my mind, and I did research on a biopsy to see if it was malignant. I did some research. So I called the next day, and he's in surgery, and I'm getting all these receptionists, and I'm saying, would you have them call me? Blah, blah, blah. I'd like to, at least I have the money for, I'm going to get $200. Will that cover at least testing it before the surgery. And he dissed me and took off, and then he was off today, yada, yada, yada. And I was just getting the runaround. So I called a good friend that I met when I went to college. I left Northern Cal, and I went to San Diego in 74. When I went to college, I met this family that had a restaurant, and I've known their son that's 10 years older than me since I was 18. That was 1974. And he's doing really well these days up in North San Diego. So I gave him a shout, and I was so broke down, Keith. I mean, I couldn't stop crying. That's how it touched me emotionally. And I'm not going to say I'm a crybaby or anybody could call me whatever they want. I'm just saying it was a reality that I don't play games with, and I usually am honest with my hosts, my guests, when I do my show of who I am, unless I'm playing stinker. I'm known to do that. But with this instance, I couldn't get a hold of I was pissed because I couldn't get a hold of the guy. I felt like the vet dissed me. So I had been to that veterinarian place years ago with Boo Boo. There's a couple other places that I had been with Boo Boo as well. And so I was trying to get a hold of these other people because I think, I'm looking at the reality, I'm looking at the reality that if Boo Boo's got, if she's got malignant cancer, tumor, it's like you got to go through chemo or whatever. Is it worth it, or should I just, some people you have to analyze it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, let me make some comments, Jared.
Yeah, please do.
I would get a second opinion first thing with a different vet, and I what I do is I call them and I just see what the kind of vibe is with the receptionist, and if they're pleasant and positive, then that's generally a good sign.
Well, I didn't have I had to call a good friend that I just told you about in San Diego. I called him up and talked to his wife, who I've known him since I was 18. I'm 62 now. So I called Pat, his wife, and he married her in England on the Air Force. And Johnny's here, it's time to party. She always had that accent. Anyway, I called Pat. I said, Pat, I was broke down. I said, I need some help. I told her about everything about the GoFund unit. And I said, it looks like I'm going to get some monies for it, but I need some money right now, like $200 to go do this. I wanted, in my mind, not without talking to the vet or nothing, I wanted to get the money up to go have that test done. Says no, if it was malignant, is what it was. I was all tripping on, and in wonder. So she goes, Jerry, Jim's not here right now. He's out, and blah, blah, blah. And then I finally talked to Jim. It's late. I finally talked to Jim this morning at 8:00. And I said, Jim, what's up? He goes, Jerry, I want you to email me the information that you got, the testing, all the surgery, email me all that. Yada, yada, yada. So I did. And he's down in North San Diego County. So he presented it. I've emailed it to him, and later he got hold of me. He goes, Jared, I've talked to my vet, and this looks like it's legit. There's the test there. The test will be done during the process of this 2 or 3 hour surgery. He says, I've sent you the money. You got she's going to go have blood work tomorrow at 5:00.
Oh, awesome.
And I lit up. I just went, I said, Jim. And so I called the lady back that was gone for 4 days, one of the receptionists, and she was straight up. She took care of business. But when she was gone for 4 days, I was going through all that crap, and I called other vets too to try to get something set up. So Jim's just, he was like an angel to me, my buddy Jim. And he said, Jerry, you got that appointment for the blood work first, yada, 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 and then they'll set up the surgery. And I was blessed. So I just want to say, people out there, I'm a little stinker at times, and I've had beef with other hosts here. I'm not perfect, but I'm real people when it comes down to heart and love and humanity. Is really I share, and Keith, you do too. Even though we're human. We all have little beefs now and then, but I'm not going to say we don't. But I'm just blessed that that's happening. And Boo Boo, I don't know. She was listening to me and me crying and talking to her. I'm gonna miss you and blah blah blah. I was like, man, I could. It's deep, and I want to say today after I found out that news, she's just been laying real slow. She hasn't got up. She just because it looks like she's it looks like a trippy looking she looks like a cow, a female cow with a big udder. And today, after I kind of felt that news and talking to Jim and thanking him and yada, 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 and talking to a few other people on the network that one-on-one and sharing that blessing, that she kind of perked up. But it's still there, right? But her attitude's like, she's just a trip, man. She's a beautiful dog. That's all it is. I'm just blessed that I got some help. So if somebody would put a couple bucks in, I got to pay Jim back, but he come up with it now. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have to go play no reindeer games or get a count, yada, yada, yada. My buddy stuck. And that's pretty deep feeling because my family probably wouldn't do it if I asked them. They'd just throw ass. So see who your real people are. Well, I never asked my family, my brother, but I don't think he's got his own problems. But that's the way things are. And so it made me feel better, and I'm just hoping for the best.
Well, our prayers are with you, Jer, and I hope others will find your GoFundMe site and donate to that. Love and compassion is what it's all about, and this is the time of greatest need that we find our greatest blessings, isn't it? We do have another caller, Jer, and we're running out of show pretty quick here, so I want to introduce Warren. How are you doing, Warren?
Hey, Special K. Hey, Jer, how you doing, man? Oh, my gosh, I had no idea. I've been kind of busy, so I kind of dropped off the radar here. Well, Boo's our mascot. she's a little fighter, and I'm going to contribute to your GoFundMe, absolutely, for sure. She's going to be all right, but it is something we all go through, man or beast. Being alive means you kind of go to a point where you're no longer alive, and everybody misses you and wonders where you're at and where they're going to go. But absolutely, if you're in trouble, the lesson here is reach out. Reach out to somebody. There's no shame in that. In fact, it's the opposite. It's what we all should do is reach out to each other because people love being of value and purpose and help to others. They love it because it gives them point and purpose to their existence. So if you need help, don't be afraid to reach out. And I hear you, man. Anything I can do, just give me a shout and holler.
Come on up, bud.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Treat me like be Nurse Ratchet and beat me up. No, I'm just kidding.
I'll throw you out the window like the big guy, the Indian
Chief
guy, Big Chief. Yeah.
Chief.
No, we're all in this together, man. We're all in this together, and we're going somewhere, like Keith would say. So it's not a problem. It's just you want to alleviate the suffering and make sure nobody feels alone, and do what you can, and then we're going to be all right together.
I want to say just thank you all here at Revolution Radio because it's been a place where it's where I savored when I was underwater years ago in 2009 and 2010 and coming into Revolution Radio. It made me more introverted here, but you know what? It's a lot of you guys. I love you guys a lot, and we bicker just like the Waltons. Good night, Mama. You know what I'm saying? We are family, but you know what? We have differences and we get over it. Don't we? I try
Absolutely.
to. I don't try to just throw ass and stay mad.
Well, you don't know what's real until it becomes real, right? I mean, everything seems so important until like reality smacks you in the face when you get into an accident or something really major happens. Look at the wildfires, look at the earthquakes, look at the floods, there's so much fear, but when it comes down to it, we act. We shift out of neutral, put ourselves in motion, and then we become more. So let's become more together. Let's help each other, damn it.
Thanks, Warren. Hey, talking about those fires, they were showing some of the vehicles that were lasered to the engine. Now, why isn't more controversy on that issue that these are weapons that they're doing to us? And my friend up in Paradise, I have some people, a girlfriend that's married, and that she showed it in Facebook. Her house was destroyed, and then the round where her house is destroyed, and the forest is still there.
It happened last year too, right?
Yeah,
or was it the year before last? I think it was last year. The fires again in California, where people had the suspicion that there was something fishy about it. In fact, some people believe it was a satellite-based type of laser or some kind of technology that
it's on a nose of a big Air Force plane. It looks like a big glass bluish nozzle, like a snout on the end. I've seen this Air Force that shoots the laser. We should be barking about that stuff. I mean, they're burning up California, but there is areas that somebody was showing. No wonder it's being burned up. They're showing a forest area, and all these dead trees are just laying in there. You know, it's just a fire hazard ready to go. So that's where the money should be going, to clear these forests out. And we the people need to bark, because it's our place, and they're trying to just get us into the suburban and into the inner city, and scare us and do this crap. And it's sad what's happening with this, how they pull it.
Some researchers feel that the chemtrail spraying has really contributed because the particulate aluminum and barium burn very hot. And they're seeing these fires get way out of control way faster. Of course, they had really high winds there, too. So the timing was perfect for it.
Copy.
Yeah, it's freaky deaky. 50 plus people are dead. 200, I think, still missing, burned alive, their family members knowing that happened. We're in a war. We're in a war spiritually. We're in a war in a society, as a globe. I mean, we really got to start paying attention and manifest our own power to, like you say, bark. We got to start yelping like the big dogs, because there's no other answer other than through us. So we're responsible, but we're capable. That's the good news.
You see Trump pumping up like, do you see? I can't bring all these caravans in here, but there's going to be jobs, and they got to apply. We're building jobs. The corporations are coming back, yada, yada, yada. Well, that's good. But look at all this crap. He needs to step up, or somebody needs to pump Trump up to start regulating things a little better on all part. He's doing on the economy, but he ain't doing much for the environment and what's really going on. And so the people have to stress that to Washington, and we got to yell at them. We got to all yell at them, or they ain't going to listen.
No, and ourselves too. We got to yell at ourselves. But there's no politician who will do a damn thing until we make them do it.
I think this is leading up to is the extricating ourselves from the Federal Reserve and going back to a gold-backed Department of Treasury issued currency, because that's what's killing us. He who issues the dough, I mean, he's got the gold rules, right? So we've got to take that back into our spiritual possession, our commerce, our currency. And that looks like it is actually going to be happening. See, you got to clear it out. Any kind of world leader only has as much power as the international bankers give him. right? That's the way it is right now, and we're seeing that bucked. And when shows like you do, Jer, and I do, bring our consciousness and compassion to it, that's where it's got to change. Once we break that chain, then we will be incredibly creatively empowered to express our generosity to each other and to clean up these messes and stop the chemtrail spraying. I'll tell you something else too. There's a lot in my meditations when I look at these things. There's actually a lot worse disasters that would happen, but are being thwarted, even to the point of potential nuclear. Remember the missile that was fired at Hawaii and then all of a sudden wasn't there anymore? According to the Q post, that was shot down or somehow thwarted. And there's probably other ones of that nature. I mean, that would have been huge. It was going to be blamed either on China or North Korea, according to some of the researchers. Again, I don't know. I'm not pretending like I'm an authority or have any inside information on this, but it's my intuition and my meditations that we would have been facing far worse things. The dark forces are losing power rapidly, and they're losing their minds, pulling out all the stops because for them it's survival. A lot of these people know that they're going to jail, so they're going to do anything they can. It's actually the very, very positive things are moving forward that we don't see behind the scenes. And you got to get the number one thing is the Federal Reserve's got to go, and the International Monetary Fund. And you mentioned the would-be illegal immigrants. It is an invasion. We've got thousands of people waving flags of other countries wanting to illegally enter the country. And God bless them, probably the far and away the majority of them are wonderful people who are deserving of a better life. But how come the debate is never brought up? Why are things so terrible in their countries? It's because of the International Monetary Fund and the CIA and transnational bankers and corporations. If you've ever read,
the monopoly of the gangsters.
Yeah. If you've ever read Confessions of an Economic Hitman, he discusses how his job was to go in there and tell these leaders in these Central and South American countries, you either take the dough or you got to go. So what they do is they pay them off $20 million or $100 million or whatever, and then and they sell out their country's resources, whether it be oil or whatever their resources are, and impoverish the people. And that's why these people have such terrible lives. Is because
they've done that to us too.
Yeah, well, it's global. And so that's where we've got to make those countries better. We've got to have compassion for those people, and we've got to shine the light on their governments and deals with the IMF and bring out the information like John Perkins has shared with us about how the CIA was instrumental in bringing down those countries. Those countries used to have very high living standards. Don't forget those.
Well, I just want to say before we wrap up here, unless you want to go a little extra, or Jer.
Well, Bruce McDonald's going to be taking the server after this show.
Okay. All right, Bruce. I just want to say then, real quick, thank you guys both for what you do. And, it's very much appreciated. Oh, my gosh. But any malady, any cancer or problem is systemic. It's a breakdown with the mechanical apparatus that defines our 3D reality. So it's the economic system that's at fault. It's not human nature. If things were properly aligned, our human nature would be so divine. But if things are amiss, just out of calibration by a little bit, look what happens. So it's up to us to say, we're going to fix these things. Otherwise, they won't get fixed.
And let me go back to where this stuff comes from. It's actually really nasty reptilian aliens, all right? They've been imposed a draconian system on us for about the last 6,000 years, as best as I can tell, based on the research I and others have done. And what they want is they want us to be slaves. And what is our usury banking system? It's a form of slavery, so sophisticated that they've hoodwinked us into forging our own chains. How messed up is that? And also, I made the comment that we wouldn't be fighting all these wars were it not for these dark influences, such as it's not just these draconian reptilian beings, but it's also there's also a phylum or whatever you call it type of beings that are non-physical entities that feed on human misery. And this is why they have all these dark rituals, human sacrifice, and all this stuff are reported to be the super elites are engaged in. Many people have come out, including somebody I got to know quite well by the name of Kathy O'Brien, who wrote Transformation of America. And what they do is they open these portals to these dark dimensions, and they then become infested with these demonic energies. If we were just left alone, I don't know that we'd be angels to each other, but we'd be in a way better place. But the good news is we're moving to that.
Yeah, I agree. If you want to go after Bruce is done, I'll be awake. But like the Eagles song said, so many times we spend our life as prisoners when we don't realize that we hold the key. Each and every one of you hold the key. You know, I believe that. I know it.
That is 100% correct, and that key is love. That is the doorway to our higher consciousness. Listen, we find out who we are with what we give, and being generous is the most selfish thing you can do because it is the most rewarding. It's funny, that dichotomy, but that's the reality. You find out who you are when you learn how to give. I decided over a decade ago that I wanted to learn the language of love. I wanted to do the inner discipline to put myself into a position of greater generosity and compassion towards each other. And it meant I had to look at my own shadow and do a hell of a lot of internal work. Because, like just about everybody else, I'm traumatized, and I've got issues.
There's a part of tough love to it too. I learned that
tough love.
Some AA meetings.
Well, it's kind of confusing. That's why we have art, so we can analyze ourselves. Because I always thought that caring about other people was selfish because it made you feel good, but it's the actual opposite. You should feel good by helping others. That's great. Because it encourages you to do so.
Well, if your achievements were not hard fought to attain, you would never appreciate them. If everything was just handed to you, it wouldn't mean anything. You would never know joy if you hadn't known sorrow.
Hear, hear. Love you guys, man. I love you guys.
But the good news is we're graduating. We've actually, many of us here are going to get our graduation caps, and we're going to move into vibration that is much more love oriented. And we've had enough. We've done it. We've got the T-shirt. We're ready to move on.
Throw your caps in the air. Strike the band.
Into a much greater, a much higher vibration where your instant thoughts are manifest. This is my view anyway. I have no authority on it, but as best as I can tell, this is what's happening. And many people will say, and I will say that I think this is true as well, that it's like the greatest ascension that's ever happened, and that there's a huge amount of attention on this planet from our galactic brothers and sisters, the positive ones and the negative ones, but a lot in between. I mean, it's a whole spectrum, but also of angelic beings. And your point earlier about, Warren, about asking for help. Yes, ask for help. These beings want nothing more than to give it to you, but they can't do it for you.
Yeah. No, people are afraid to wield their own power because they've never done so. They've never been taught or experienced it. But once they get in the groove, they're never going to give it up.
Well, that's another side to it, too, because it requires accepting responsibility for where you're at. And many of us would prefer to blame somebody else. My life sucks because of him or her or them, that kind of thing. And while that is true that we're co-creating and there's truth in that, yet you were in agreement to incarnate here and face these challenges.
Mm-hmm. And Boo, everybody send your energy out to Boo, because she's going to make it, we're going to make it, and, collectively, our thoughts matter. So keep your thoughts pure, keep them in line, and don't give up.
And by the way, my current cat, who I love dearly and is nearly human level smart, I mean, she is so intelligent, it's amazing, and super psychic too. She's one I had before. She's come back to me.
That happens? Oh my God.
In this case, you know what I think happens?
The music just started, guys.
After this message.
I'll just quickly say, I think what happens with animals is that we have our pets because they're learning to self-individualize. Anyway, thanks everybody. Good night.
We will run.
Also, Bruce is taking over.
Shame on you. This could be the greatest night of our lives. But you're gonna let it be the worst.
And I guarantee a week won't go by in your life you won't regret walking out, letting them get the best of you.
Well, I'm not going home.
We've got too far! And I'm gonna stay right here and fight for this lost cause.
A day may come when the courage of men fails, but it is not this day.
The line must be drawn here. This far, no farther.
I'm not saying it's gonna be easy.
You're gonna work harder than you ever worked before.
But that's fine, we'll just get tougher with it.
If a person grits his teeth and shows real determination,
failure is not an option.
That's how winning is done. Believe me when I say
we can break this army here.
And win just one for the Gipper.
But I say to you, what every warrior has known since the beginning of time.
you've got to get mad.
I mean plumb mad dog mean.
If you would be free men, then you must fight to fulfill that promise. Let us cut out their living guts 1 inch at a time.
And they will know what we can do.
Let no man forget how menacing we are. We are lions.
You're like a big bear, man.
This is your time.
Seize the day.
Never surrender. Victory or death.
That's the Chicago.
Who's with me?
Clap! Clap! Don't let Team die! Clap!
All right, let's fly.
And gentlemen in England now abed shall know my name is the Lord. When I tell our enemies that they may take our lives, but they'll never take our Independence Day.
Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com. One world coming together to bring freedom home. You don't need to expect us. We're already here.
This is the people's war. It is our war. We are the fighters. Fight it then. Fight it with all that is in us. And may God defend the right.
Warning, warning.
We gotta stop them! They're gonna kill us all! See how the trouble you've started? Be they the government, be they industry, be they organized labor, be they anyone, or human being. Time when the operation of the machine becomes so odious, makes you so sick at heart that you can't take part. You can't even passively take part. And you've got to put your bodies upon the gears and upon the wheels, upon the levers, upon all the apparatus, and you've got to make it stop. And you've got to indicate to the people who run it, to the people who own it, that unless you're free, the machine will be prevented from working at all.
Revolution Radio at freedomslips.com, the #1 listener-supported talk radio station, throwing ourselves upon the gears of the machine. Revolution Radio, where information never sleeps.
You called down the thunder, well now you got it. Right, you tell them I'm coming, and hell's coming with me, you hear? Hell's coming with me!
Revolution Radio. The opinions expressed on this radio station, its programs, and its website by the hosts, guests, and call-in listeners or chatters are solely the opinions of the original source who expressed them. They do not necessarily represent the opinions of Revolution Radio and FreedomSlips.com, its staff, or affiliates. You're listening to Revolution Radio, FreedomSlips.com, 100% listener-supported radio, and now we return you to your host,